Whenever I see a massive company start to show signs of failure and going down the path of collapse, I'm often reminded of the late great Blockbuster, God rest its soul, the pioneer who really did it first, a company deemed too big to fail, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And since then, there's been a couple other companies that have gone down a similar path, and right now there is a new one pulling a Blockbuster, Niji-Sanji. Whether or not you're a huge VTuber fan, you're at least familiar with the industry. VTubing is huge, and it has been for years now. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. And in this space, there are two agencies that stand atop the others as kind of the titans of the space. It's HoloLive and Niji-Sanji. Now, Niji-Sanji has an English branch that right now is going through one of the most foul displays of mismanagement, cruelty, and just downright terrible business practice I've seen in quite some time. It's a real head scratcher because every single day they continue to dig themselves a deeper and deeper hole. It's like this company is run by a Voltorb that is obsessed with using the move self-destruct. It is just bent on burying itself. So I definitely wanted to talk about it now that I'm fully caught up on the situation. There is so much to go over. There's a really good video that breaks down like the main timeline here for what happened. It comes from Mugen. I'll go ahead and play the main catalyst for this, and then I'm going to actually turn to a series of Reddit comments that were left that I think go over the entire history of the Niji-Sanji problems that have come to light, and then fast forward to what just happened last night, where an even bigger controversy just unfolded. So there really is a lot to cover, and all of it's looking terrible for Niji-Sanji, the English branch, that is. Now, when I first was made aware of this on stream a little while ago, I said that I'm not even surprised by it because a lot of these VTuber agencies have a history of some very terrible things going on behind the scenes. Many of you know I started my own agency for YouTubers and streamers a while back called Human Media Group. We recently merged with Jimmy Here's group and became Mana Talent Group. And over the years, I've actually seen a couple of these VTuber contracts that they were formerly under. And it is downright evil what some of them were doing to the talent that they manage. I obviously can't get into the specifics of it, but it is some horrible stuff, that some really bad stories and bad things that we saw from that. But even being familiar with some of the horror stories that we'd learned over the years from some agencies, I was shocked to see just how bad Niji-Sanji was here. So I want to focus more on the most recent stuff that just happened, but I still would like to give you a foundation for what started all of it. So for that, I'll turn to this clip from Mugen's video that breaks down this whole situation and just give you the catalyst. This was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, fundamentally, that kicked off this world war against Niji-Sanji, all of which they brought upon themselves by being just complete, unreasonable, evil assholes.
It all started on Christmas Day, a day you're meant to enjoy with family. It couldn't have gone worse. The trigger for this entire catastrophe? A music video. Selen had worked on a music video for her fans. She paid $15,000 out of her own pocket because Niji-Sanji wouldn't fund it. And on top of not funding it, what do? They take down the video in under 24 hours. No explanation to the public. Remember what I said about corporations and how they have access to all social media of their VTubers? Yeah, that's what happened, and she couldn't do anything about it. All she could realistically do under the very tight contracts and NDAs of a corporation is make up a vague tweet, sort of explaining what's going on to her fans.
Selen was a VTuber that was very popular and was with Niji-Sanji's English branch. And she had a history of being super involved in her community. She called them Dragoons. And she wanted to do a special music video for the community and paid $15,000 out of her own pocket to make it happen for the fans. And she posted it, thinking that it was totally okay to do because she self-funded it when Niji-Sanji declined to, but they made a big stink about it and took the video down, even though she had permission for the song that was used and even though it came from her own piggy bank instead of theirs. They didn't like that it didn't get the proper approval through the internal management. Because the way Niji-Sanji runs their company, it's with a fucking iron fist. You need permission to fart on stream as a VTuber under that agency. And since she didn't get all of the proper channels to sign off on it, they took it down. Which of course was a huge hit to Selen and her community because they worked very hard on that project. So she made a vague statement explaining that, well, management took it down, but she actually encouraged her community to re-upload it across the platform because she wanted it to live on. And she assumed that would be okay because, it's not on her channel anymore, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. But they did. This soured relations between Selin and Niji Sanji, and behind the scenes it led to a lot of harassment and bullying from Niji Sanji against Selin.
Because out of nowhere, on December 27th, she tweets on her account, "I apologize for the silence. I've been in the hospital after an accident and will be staying there for a few days to be under supervision. I just got back access to my phone yesterday." Now, of course, people were happy she was out of the hospital, but the concern was still there. It was very vague and people didn't know what was going on. The Selin Tatsuki termination notice. "I will not be silenced anymore. On December, I was hospitalized for an attempt that was caused by a buildup of bullying from within and being in a toxic and poor environment for numerous months that led to my breaking point. I requested to leave first, but on more neutral terms on the 26th of January.
Obviously, I chopped this up and Frankenstein together this little segment to give you a very concise timeline. So, Selin made a post about how she's going to need to take some time away after an accident that landed her in the hospital. Everything was very vague. Eventually, she explains that she's been discharged from the hospital, and then shortly thereafter, Niji Sanji English branch announced the termination of Selin Tatsuki. The termination letter is very poorly explained as to why she's exactly being fired. Now, when it comes to VTubers, there's two ways that departing a company goes. One is a graduation stream, where they graduate from the company and it means that they are leaving on good terms. So they have like a big send-off farewell stream and that's the end of it. Sail off into the sunset, sunshine and rainbows, it's a happy ending. You get the good ending. Or there's this, where you just get publicly terminated and just fucking slapped down by the company like this. And in this case, obviously, Selin got the latter, where they just said, she's gone. Now, if you're not familiar with VTubing, when you sign with an agency like Niji Sanji, they basically own you. They give you your VTuber avatar, they own all of your socials, your channels, everything. You are unable to operate with any type of autonomy. You are under their thumb, and they basically own all of it. So she lost access to everything here, and she actually didn't even know she was being terminated. She found out when this tweet dropped. They didn't even notify her. And the tweet, again, is very poorly explaining things. They talk about Selin like it's a fucking IKEA furniture tutorial on how to put it together. It's just like talking about a bunch of nonsense about authorization flows not making sense and whatever. And then they cite like the music video and how when she made the tweet that management took it down, it damaged their brand and caused problems for them, this and that. It was just fucking stupid, a bunch of dirty barnacles. And then Selin went to her original account, her original brand of Doki Bird, to explain what actually happened, is that due to the harassment and bullying and the toxic environment Niji Sanji created, she made an attempt on her own life and landed in the hospital. Luckily, she survived and is still with us today, but she no longer would be silenced by this company and bullied into being silent, so she started to explain what happened behind the scenes that led to all of this stress and all of these problems. She lawyered up and is engaged in now a legal battle with Niji Sanji, presumably, that is being worked on. And that is where all of this really started. That's when the floodgates opened. And with all of this information out there now, people were able to go back to some previous Niji Sanji talent with a finer tooth comb and see that the signs of a sinking ship had been there for quite a while. Signs of a company that mistreats its employees, signs of a company that is mismanaged and just downright diabolical behind closed doors. And I want to go over that, because we have a lore master in the comments section of a Livestream fails clip that I think does an extraordinary job of just laying all of this information out. So our guide is Weebshitter69. A great name for a great philosopher. So Weebshitter starts by explaining what Niji Sanji is and how big Niji Sanji is, and then takes us back to the past. March 10th, 2023, one of Niji Sanji's newer talents, Zion Lanza, was terminated, which again is being fired, publicly, and then put out this bullet point list of the infractions that they accrued. And at the time, people sided with Niji Sanji, but then stated that the way they handled it was a little unprofessional, especially coming from a multi-million-dollar company, and just overall not great. But since Zion no longer had access to their accounts, she returned to her original account that she had before joining, which was Sayu Synchronicity. Now, if you've followed this story for a while, you've probably seen this meme tossed around about Sayu was right, or Sayu trying to warn us, and this is what they're referring to. On that account, she revealed more information about her own experiences inside the company, hinting at a toxic environment, incompetent management and bullying, stealth suspensions, etc., and she further stated that she hopes other talent realize their own worth and that they deserve better. Some people sided with Sayu, but most didn't at the time. Then in May of 2023, Selin Tatsuki hosts a contest letting her fans design her next outfit. Niji Sanji management tried to put a stop to the very act of compensating the artists for their designs, while also trying to assert that artists who enter the contest should hand over the rights to the artwork for free. Selin refuses this notion and pays the winners out of her own pocket instead. She, a while after that, hinted that management no longer allowed her to organize events anymore, which sounds about par for the course for a company like Niji Sanji, where July 8th of 2023, Nina Kosaka graduated, meaning they left on good terms, had a farewell stream, but then comes back later with V Shoujo, which is another VTuber agency, as Matara Khan. That information will be pertinent later. August 27th of 2023, Mista Rias also graduates, saying that he was burnt out and no longer had any drive, and reappeared shortly after as K9 Kudo as the first male VTuber in V Shoujo. Again, information that'll be important here soon. Once they settled in, statements from both of them saying how surprised they were that management in V Shoujo were actually helping them achieve their creative aspirations started to come out, and how they finally feel like they have worth after being repeatedly told by some that they did not, strongly echoing Sayu's previous statements, even revealing that they did not receive the YouTube plaques on their own channels during their time in Niji Sanji, but rather that the company kept them. So, Niji Sanji kept the plaques from the YouTube channels, meaning the 100,000 subscriber play button or the gold play button for 1 million. The talent didn't even see that, which is just such a scummy thing to do, obviously. Now, while Sayu was a relatively new member of Niji Sanji at the time, Nina and Mista were considered cornerstone, thus the tides started to slowly turn. And then they jump a bit forward in the timeline, and that's when they fast forward to the Selin Christmas catastrophe with the music video that got taken down by management. And then in January, with the departure of Pomu Rainpuff, more people started to wonder how bad things were at Niji Sanji. Pomu Rainpuff was one of their biggest VTubers and shocked everyone when they announced their graduation in January. And it was even more shocking when people didn't hear from Selin since they were friends. So that's when people started to worry about her safety. And then in February, another liver named Kyo Kaneko announced the graduation, which again brought the community into an uproar, wondering, why is there so many people departing all at once here? Is there like a waiting list, like this fucking purgatory or something with people waiting to go to the other side? And then on February 5th, Niji Sanji released that termination notice. And that's when Doki Bird talked about what actually happened with her hospitalization following her unalive attempt that was built up from the stress that Niji Sanji put upon her. And a lot of information started to come out, both from artists and other people who had previously worked with them, claiming that working with Niji Sanji was never very good. There was delay in payments, NDAs being sent multiple times with the wrong name, just so many different things. But Selin had always paid the artists out of her own pocket during this period of turmoil while trying to work with Niji Sanji. And following all of this new information coming to light, the public was understandably outraged, because this is just some deplorable garbage. The dam broke and they were flooded with tons and tons of angry fans. The tornado blew through and picked up 500 septic tanks, and the shitstorm that came with it was something that Niji Sanji couldn't have possibly predicted. So Niji Sanji's stakeholders started to suffer. They lost several sponsorships because of all of this. Apparently their stock price, like their valuation or whatever, started to plummet as well. It was a huge hit to their company, and it only continues to get worse by the day. So Selin revealed that she had spent like $250,000 of her own money on projects throughout the last year there, so she made no profit. And a very interesting piece of information that people brought up is that in December of 2022, Mista Rios had a slip of the tongue revealing that talent only gets 1% of merch sales, and other reports stating that it was a whole 2%. And this serves to showcase that Niji Sanji doesn't just harass and bully their talent directly, they also financially fuck them. That is downright criminal. Only giving 1 or 2%, if they're feeling gracious enough, of merch sales to the talent is mind-boggling. And I saw a couple people defending this. And let me just go ahead and take you in real quick, because it looks like you blew in from Stupidville. That is unacceptable. Yes, the VTubers here don't actually own their avatar or anything. That does belong to Niji Sanji, and they signed the contract and agreed to that. But without them, that merch doesn't move. They are still the sole force for why that merch sells in the first place, thus should be compensated fairly. If they don't make that tweet about the merch being available, if they don't talk about it on stream, 0 people buy it. And to only give them a 1 or at most 2% cut of that is just laughably pathetic and it's just depraved, really. And this also led to a meme that you've probably seen if you've been keeping up with it, about how Niji Sanji's CEO was too busy on his yacht that he built on the back of his talent through exploiting them financially. It comes from this information, where apparently the CEO had flexed that he had a yacht that he had recently purchased or something. I didn't look into that too deeply, but I keep seeing that pop up everywhere with people citing different sources for it. I believe that that's probably something that happened because they are legitimately just exploiting their talent here. This is a completely unacceptable split. Under no circumstances should this be allowed. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is I know they're not the only ones that do that to their talent. In the VTuber space, I have seen some very unfair deals. Now, not this bad. I will say this is exceptionally horrible. But I wasn't surprised to learn that when I first saw that they take 98% of merch sales, because these VTuber agencies look for every possible way, at least the contracts I've seen from some of them, to squeeze every dime possible out of that talent while not letting them get the lion's share most of the time. I'm having to tiptoe around this a little bit because I don't want to get in any hot water with it. But yeah, it fucking sucks. That is awful. Now back to the Weeb Shitter archives here. Weeb Shitter then talks about what happened last night, which is what I want to talk about as well. So, the clip that he is referring to is Doki Bird was streaming. She has now come back to streaming, trying to, just have a good time with her community again, and things are going extremely well. She went from 10,000 subs to now over 500,000 subscribers. Her first stream back had over 100k concurrent. Absolutely fucking crushing it. And last night during her stream, which was her first gaming stream since being back, she had to end it early because fellow livers Alira Pandora, who'd been quiet since the announcement of Selin's termination, started a stream at the same time called A Message from Niji Sanji. And during the stream, she was joined by other Niji Sanji VTubers, Ike Eveland and Vox Akuma. Both of them were thought to be friends of Selin, or Doki Bird, and they read a totally not scripted message expressing how sad and betrayed they felt that Selin had given out personal information like real names and other required information about livers in her legal document that she sent over to Niji Sanji, and some of them stating that they had thoroughly read through it, as well as presenting Discord snippets between Selin and management when it was presented by them, thinking that it would absolve them. Now, I truly believe that Niji Sanji forced them to make this video. I think that they were 100% pressured into making this statement. I don't think the VTubers chose this, nor do I think they really believe what they were saying, because you'd have to be on some goddamn idiot juice to think that that was a good idea. Obviously, this is just inviting everyone in the community to throw tomatoes at you and scream, "Boo, boo, you stink." It is a terrible statement from them, and the obvious big problem here, one that Doki Bird also had to call attention to, is that it seems Niji Sanji seemingly shared confidential information with these parties that are unrelated to the issues, which could potentially include her medical information. which is fucking illegal. You can't do that. You can't just share this personal information. You can't break NDAs, and you certainly can't share sensitive medical information. There's protections in place for that. That's a highly illegal thing to do. Meanwhile, goofballs at fucking Niji Sanji here were real loosey-goosey with Doki Bird's information, confidential information, it seems. So I'll go ahead and play the clip from Doki Bird when she learned about all of this.
Despite everything that has happened, I was very sad to find out a personal document that was only shown between 3 different parties had to be leaked out, because it was a document I made for my lawyer, and it was a document that was not supposed to be shown anywhere else but to me and my lawyer, and to the lawyers on the other side, and we were promised it was not to be shown anywhere else.
Because that's how the process is supposed to work in a fucking legal battle, where you're not sharing confidential information with others unrelated to the fucking legal battle taking place. But I guess Niji Sanji, being the goobers they are, for some reason tried to weaponize that information by giving it to Selen's friends, and most likely, I'll say there's a high chance, forcing them to make that video a message from Niji Sanji, which is a terrible video that I don't think they wanted to make, because they have to have known it'd be a disaster for them on a personal level. Like, their careers are definitely taking a hit because of that. Like, and I feel like they'd know that for sure. But I feel like Niji Sanji was trying to strong-arm them into doing it, because from the sound of things, it looks like anyone that signs with Niji Sanji is basically just their fucking hostage for the entire time you're with the agency. Doki Bird went on Twitter to once again say that it was never supposed to be shown to anyone other than me, the lawyer, and any other relevant lawyers. It was a private document with personal information, and then expressed concern, wondering if her medical and hospital records were also released without her consent, since that was also promised to be kept private. She says she's currently talking to her lawyer, and thankfully only her diagnosis and reason for hospital stay was reported without further private info being disclosed. So that's currently where everything's at right now, and Niji Sanji is bleeding out. So much so that the CEO made his own little YouTuber apology video, which is trash. I was going to play you clips from his apology video, but with Niji Sanji, you never really know what stupid shit they're gonna do, so I didn't want to risk getting a strike on it for covering it. So instead, I'll just go ahead and refer to the article here. One of the main things that he apologizes for off rip is that after announcing the termination of Selen, there was a notice that was published saying that the impact this would have on the company's performance would be negligible. And he says that this was a misunderstanding, and they used inconsiderate word choice for it, and recognizes that Selen was integral to the growth of Niji Sanji English branch. And really the whole thing more just seems like a statement to investors, like on a business side of things, as opposed to like a legitimate apology for anything that happened. To me, it comes across as super corpo, soulless suit speak, like, yeah, we terminated Selen, whatever, that's, well, who cares? What really matters is the investors not losing faith. So we'll make this video to try and regain that investor faith so we can keep raking in those big bucks. He promises like very vague things about change is coming, we need better systems in place that we're working towards this and that, but none of it really comes across as sincere, especially considering that if you really wanted to make a good faith, like strong stance, like we need to change, start with monetarily. It's now come out that your talent gets fucked financially when it comes to their split on like merch sales and things like that. If you really want to make a good faith, like convincing, compelling argument that you're going to change, start there. I would like to see that, because you can easily showcase that one. It's going to be hard to convey to the public that you're changing things behind the scenes, because again, that's behind the scenes. It's always going to be something that the public's never going to be fully privy to, but your merch split with your talent, that is public. If you allow your VTubers to talk about it, they can say, hey, look, We just got raised up a ton of percentage when it comes to our merch split, and we really appreciate that. It's a sign of goodwill, you know, and maybe things will get better in the future elsewhere too. But personally, I don't see them making any meaningful changes to company culture or the way things happen behind the doors or anything monetarily. I just don't see them really doing a whole lot to improve. And I think the community feels largely the same way, which is why Niji Sanji continues to fester here. Now, while they haven't fully gone under or anything of that nature, they are definitely trending in a downward death spiral at the moment, where it seems more graduations are on the way, most likely, or perhaps even terminations to more talent, and the public is not super excited about the future of Niji Sanji English branch. Now, the English branch of Niji Sanji is just one component of it. Its biggest is still the Japanese sector. But I have to imagine if the English branch flounders and fails, it's going to be bad for Niji Sanji as a whole, because it still was a sizable chunk of their company, and that's going to affect that side of things too. So it's definitely something that they wouldn't like to see go away, I would imagine. But it's looking like it's going towards that direction. So anyway, I just wanted to cover this a bit because it is a huge deal, and one of those situations where a company that was really at a point where it was probably too big to fail is starting to fail. Truly by their own mismanagement, own problems, and own toxicity. And I'm wishing the absolute best for Doki Bird going forward. Hopefully the legal process she's engaged in is smooth and an easy W, and hopefully her streams continue to pop up. Right now, there is the wackiest legal battle I've ever learned about going on in the shadows. There's a secret war between major food brands and the FDA, mainly cereal producers like General Mills and Kellogg's, because the FDA is proposing new guidelines on the term healthy when it relates to things like their cereal. And under these new potential guidelines, their cereals would have to erase that term from their marketing. And they're not too happy about it. They're wiggling their fingers saying, no, 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 we have a First Amendment right to free speech, which they have been using for years to effectively lie and mislead their customers into thinking that their cereals aren't bad for them. Free speech is a beautiful and sacred, wonderful thing that plays no role in this corporate greed and false advertisement. I think it should be obvious that corporations can't just make shit up and make any claims they want to, just pull random, like, nonsense claims out of their ass for their products in order to sell it. Like, there needs to be some truth to the claims. Like, this is not a free speech issue. This is literally just bad business practice and fucking lying. Alleged lying. I want to make it clear, alleged. General Mills and Kellogg's have been fucking shaking their fists and wiggling in anger at this whole situation. I don't want them to get mad at me, too. Alleged. Take a peek at this puppy. Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms threaten to block healthy food labeling guidelines in court, saying it limits their free speech. The proposed FDA rule mandates that foods labeled as healthy must contain a major food group such as dairy, fruits, or whole grains, and must fit certain limits on saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars. The rule limits cereals, for example, to no more than 2.5 grams of sugar per serving in order to be labeled healthy. A restriction food manufacturers claim would exclude over 95% of ready-to-eat cereals. Holy shit, yes. What? Which is great. That is good news. That's huge. It's about fucking time. I couldn't tell you the amount of people that for some reason are brainwashed into believing these fucking labels that their goddamn Frosted Flakes or whatever are healthy for them. It's nuts. That is long overdue. Among the most vocal food companies are producers of high-sugar cereals, which are largely marketed to children and have been criticized as a driver of the obesity epidemic in America. Because they are. In a joint filing made last month, the largest cereal producers in the country, General Mills, Kellogg's, and post-consumer brands, decried the proposed nutritional criteria and threatened to file a lawsuit challenging the guidelines as a violation of corporate free speech rights. You absolute slimy worms. Corporate free speech rights to lie to consumers. We have a right to say whatever we want to sell our product. And how dare you try and strip that from us, even though it's a blatant lie. Most cereal, like Captain Crunch, Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms, Fruity Pebbles, are not healthy, and that it's a complete fucking sham and a joke that some of those boxes have that term plastered on there. In the cereal industry, the word healthy has less meaning than the word literally. It is completely devalued because they've been able to skirt these guidelines and get away with labeling things like fucking Lucky Charms as healthy when it's not. It's there for one purpose and one purpose only: to mislead customers into thinking that what they're purchasing isn't bad for them. Even though it's nothing but a giant fucking sugar bomb. You're purchasing just a ton of sugar. And for some reason, they've been able to call it healthy for a long time now. It's very deceptive. It's literally just false advertisement. And I don't think that's slanderous to say. I don't know if General Mills and Kellogg's are watching this, but I don't think that's slanderous. There is tons and tons of research to indicate the role that high sugar shit like cereal plays a massive role in the obesity epidemic that America's been experiencing for quite some time now. And finally, the FDA is doing something worthwhile of stepping in and saying, it's about time we restrict this a little bit more. You can't just slap healthy on anything you want to willy-nilly. We're going to stop being so loosey-goosey with healthy. From now on, it's going to need to adhere to stricter guidelines. I'm actually surprised they didn't double down. Instead of calling their foods healthy, I'm surprised they didn't try and say, like, doctor recommended Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Number one pediatrician recommended Fruity Pebbles. Like, really go hog wild on trying to mislead people into thinking it's good for you. They did go hard on fortified for a while, saying it's fortified with crucial vitamins and minerals and all that. But I feel like they could have gone even more hog wild with it. What about protein cereals that cost like $8 a box? You're getting into these really fringe cereals I don't know about. I can't tell you which are healthy and what aren't of the ones you're listing. All I'm saying is I'm agreeing that 95% of these cereals would absolutely be wiped from the healthy label because they're not. Like, they're straight up not. The sugar that's present there isn't like natural sugars either most of the time. So you can't even make it the argument that, like, oh no, but what about the cereal with 30 grams of sugar but it's all healthy sugars? Because that's never the case. The rule, if finalized in its present form, the companies wrote, would be open to legal challenge in that it violates the First Amendment by prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims in an unjustified manner and also exceeds FDA's statutory authority in several ways. It's so frightening that corporations can bully an organization whose sole goal should be the safety of the products that we consume on a daily basis. Prohibiting truthful, non-misleading claims, but that is the exact opposite of what these claims are. Slapping healthy on Fruity Pebbles is an affront to God. The organization contend that the healthy labeling requirements are an unconstitutional overreach of government power. Food companies, the Washington Legal Foundation argued, have constitutionally protected commercial speech rights covering their ability to use the term healthy to describe their added sugar products. This is terrifying. This is just scary. What the fuck? Nobody should want a world where corporations can pull claims out of their ass without ever having to prove them or verify their authenticity or ensure that the claims are truthful. That is a horrifying world. They could literally be boxing up poison and selling it to you with a smile on their face and with the word healthy slapped on the box, and nothing would be done about it. They are fighting tooth and nail to defend their right to literally fucking lie to customers about how healthy their foods are. They are not, by any stretch of imagination, by any definition, healthy. And yet they've been able to get away with using that term for so long that they refuse to let it go. They've become so accustomed to lying to their consumers that they are now throwing this massive public hissy fit, this legal battle. The FDA, the Washington Legal Foundation, wrote in its brief, cannot explain why consumers cannot make their own healthy decisions based on nutritional labeling data. Rather, it seeks to limit the food company's speech. Oh my god, it's like listening to someone cry victim on Twitter, but from a corporation. What are you talking about, man? You're just blatantly lying on your products. Obesity's on like an absolute astronomical come up, and you're slapping healthy on some of the foods that are a big contributor of it. What are you talking about? The group does not disclose its donors and did not respond to a request for comment. In previous years, the Corn Refiners Association, a lobby group that represents the high fructose corn syrup industry, has disclosed financial ties to the Washington Legal Foundation. Can't believe that. Drug companies including Purdue Pharma, the makers of OxyContin, have used the Washington Legal Foundation to challenge government rules and establish legal precedent to reduce the ability for prosecutors to seek criminal charges for drug company executives. You love a story with some heroes you can root for, like the Washington Legal Foundation fighting for the little guys, like drug company executives. The joint filing from cereal manufacturers not only scorn the labeling rules, but also argue that sugary cereals pose no health risks and are in fact beneficial to society and childhood health. Love that. What a great claim. The company stated that they view the extremely strict guidelines as alarming because cereal is one of the most affordable, nutrient-dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make, with a wide range of options to suit different cultures, preferences, and tastes. Cereals, the companies claimed, are already recognized for nutritional benefits, given their inclusion in a range of federal programs that serve the nation's vulnerable populations, such as the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, and the National School Lunch Program. This is so foul. It's candy in the morning. It is literally candy in the morning. And yet they're here with a straight face saying that it's nutrient dense. Well, it is one of the most nutrient dense breakfast choices a person, adult, or child can make. And saying that it poses no health risks and is actually beneficial to society and childhood health. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Next, they're going to argue nutritional facts are unconstitutional. Yeah, we shouldn't have to say what's in our cereals. We shouldn't have to say what's in our food. It's to protect our right to privacy. Oh man, this is so fucked. How does this just keep getting worse? The company's charged that cereal delivers on nutrition when eaten alone, but when consumed as part of a breakfast, it elevates the nutrition further, with cereal eaters exhibiting an overall higher diet quality. As evidence, the filings cites a 2019 study conducted by in-house researchers employed by General Mills, the maker of Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and Trix, among other brands. They're doing it again, right in front of our face. Do you guys remember, and I've talked about it a lot, but some of you might also remember, there was a period of time, not that long ago, like 25, 30-ish years ago, where the entire America, all of America, vilified fat. They said the fat in our food is making us fat. This is why we're getting obese, because of fat in our food. And sugar was actually looked at as the good guy. Those studies were paid for by companies like this that were trying to placate their responsibility for the contribution they played to the obesity epidemic and put all of it on top of fat. And they're doing it again right here in 2019, trying to make arguments that eating cereal actually helps eaters exhibit an overall higher diet quality, I guess. That's so crazy. The agency, they wrote, should recognize the beneficial role of sugar. Sugar plays a role in foods beyond palatability. It controls water activity, creates texture, adds bulk, and also contributes to flavor complexity. We are literally going back in time. Literally going back in time. They're trying to make sugar a hero again. Sugar is actually really good for you. It is healthy to eat 30 grams of sugar in the morning with our cereal. Independent research, however, have found that diets high in processed foods and sugar intake are linked to obesity, diabetes, higher risk of stroke, obesity-related cancers, hypertension, and dental diseases. You don't say. You're telling me that the research that wasn't paid for by the actual sugar-producing cereal company There's something very special about the way entertainment companies are run. It feels like the people at the highest level are just these soulless husks in suits that don't even understand what fun is. I honestly wouldn't be shocked to learn that half the CEOs of major entertainment brands have been lobotomized. Who remembers a couple years ago when EA tried to convince the world that their loot boxes aren't a greedy cash grab meant to squeeze as many doubloons out of their customers as possible? They were actually surprise mechanics meant to be fun. No, this isn't shady or unethical. They're fun surprise mechanics. Point I'm making is there's no shortage of delusional companies in the entertainment space. And now I think we have a winner for the most delusional company out there at the moment. Wizards of the Coast / Hasbro. I'm going to put them together because it's still not super clear to me who's the one at the helm making these bafflingly awful decisions that are sinking their companies. So, Wizards of the Coast is responsible for a lot of things that you probably love. For example, me, Magic cards. While I'm not a huge Magic the Gathering player, like actively competing in like MTG Arena or anything like that, I did get very into collecting the cards. In fact, throughout all of 2016, I spent it trying to collect every masterpiece from the Kaladesh set. And I do have that finished, as well as Amonkhet as well. So I was a big collector of Magic the Gathering, and a big fan of the property. So you can imagine my surprise and disgust when I learned that last month, Wizards of the Coast pulled down its pants and planted their stinky ass in the face of every Magic the Gathering fan. They announced the 30th anniversary set for Magic the Gathering. It was supposed to celebrate 30 years in the business. However, it was a complete fucking disaster for so many reasons. This is a great video right here that goes over everything wrong with it, so I highly recommend checking it out if you're curious. But I'll break it down for you in a nutshell. Magic the Gathering, in their 30th anniversary set, announced that they'd be reprinting some of the most famous cards, you know, like the Black Lotus that I'm sure all of you have heard of before. However, this was a set that was priced at $1,000 per 4 packs. For 4 packs, you get randomized cards, so you don't even really get the cards you want, you're still gambling on them, for $1,000. So you could just get like actual fucking popsicle sticks in your pack, but you paid $1,000 for it. And not only that, none of the cards are legal. You can't use any of the cards, they're fake. You're paying for proxies, they're not real fucking cards. So you're paying $1,000 for 4 packs of randomized garbage, hoping that you get like one of the Power 9, and you can't even use them. It's a giant scam. Like, you're just getting hosed for money. It's extremely greedy. It was a terrible celebration for 30 years because this was just them spitting in the community's face. Another slimy thing they did is they refused to allow local card shops to carry 30th anniversary packs. You could only get them directly from Wizards of the Coast, so it shut down card shops even being able to offer these. There's a lot of other things that went into it, but this is just the glaringly obvious stuff because it's Wizards of the Coast just slapping the community and showing complete disrespect for them. And this was only one of 2 major fumbles they've had in the last month. Their biggest one is what I'm actually here to talk about today. Wizards of the Coast is behind Dungeons & Dragons, as I'm sure most of you know. Dungeons & Dragons is arguably one of the most popular brands ever. Dungeons & Dragons is something I'm sure everyone's heard of. Even if you don't play it, even if you joke about it, you call everyone a turbo nerd who plays it, doesn't matter, you've heard of it. It's an extremely recognizable name, and now Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro are using it like a cum rag. They have just potentially ruined what made Dungeons & Dragons such a massive success. There's another great video going over this topic in detail, so I highly recommend checking this one out if you're curious as well. The links to both of these videos will be in the description. I just want to hit on the broad topic here and go over everything. So, Wizards of the Coast is targeting Dungeons & Dragons because they believe it is under-monetized, which is of course scary for the communities that love these games. I've only done one full Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and I had a great time doing it. Don't really want to talk about the GM behind the game. That was a whole can of worms that, you know, we don't need to get into the weeds of. But the game itself, I really loved it, and I definitely understand people's passion for it. So the community's outrage here is warranted 100% because their idea completely shuts down pretty much everything that made this game so popular. So let me go ahead and put a bib on you as I feed you these vegetables. Hasbro's not doing so hot financially. They dropped 40% last year, and they've had to cancel quite a few projects. And they started to realize, well, Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro started to realize that Dungeons and Dragons, being their biggest IP, isn't super well monetized when you look at the actual, nitty gritty of it. It's estimated that Dungeons and Dragons has pulled in about 1.3 billion. However, they've only seen around 100 to 150 million in revenue from D&D. So they're leaving a lot of money on the table, and they're doing everything they can to get their hands on those extra schmeckles that they're not currently putting in their pocket. So they started turning their attention towards the community and speculating on how could they monetize that sector, because that's by far where most of the money is being generated. Something like Critical Role, which is the biggest stream on Twitch when it comes to the amount of money that it's bringing in, like subs and all of that. Critical Role is a third-party Dungeons & Dragons production that is their own custom experience and campaign that is so big that it even got its own Amazon Prime show. So there's a lot more like Critical Role, but they're by far the biggest. It's very much so that Dungeons & Dragons has the most success because of their open game license.
And who better to monetize than the people who create their own content better than them? This takes us to the open game license. For those who don't know, any Dungeons & Dragons content that is created by anyone other than Wizards can only do so because of the open game license, a document that effectively allows people to create and profit off of their own original Dungeons & Dragons content. No paperwork needed, no need to pay anyone royalties, just go for it.
I would argue that the open game license with Dungeons & Dragons is solely responsible for its massive explosion over the last decade, because this Dungeons & Dragons content, the homebrew, all of these custom campaigns, have been a massive success online. And now you can take that old open game license and shove it right up your ass, because it is worthless now. According to new information, as well as, again, some unconfirmed leaks, but there is a lot of meat behind the authenticity of it. There's a lot of things that suggest that this is accurate, and I'll get into that in a moment. According to these upcoming changes, all of that is obsolete. So 3 things that you're immediately going to have to do is you're going to have to agree to these new terms that are coming out. You're going to need a badge on your work, and you're going to need to report everything that you're selling using the Dungeons & Dragons property, as well as report all of your earnings, like 50 grand plus, stuff like that. But that's not the worst of it at all. That's small potatoes compared to the bigger changes. So one major thing that is now 100% going into effect, as I understand it, is if any of these custom campaigns are making above $750,000 in a year, they're now going to be subject to royalties that will need to be paid to Wizards of the Coast. Now, you might be hearing that number and being like, wow, that's a lot. That sounds reasonable. These are major players like Critical Role. I mean, they should be paying royalties. And you can debate that all night and day till the cows come home, that's fine. But it only gets more brutal from there and more suffocating. So it's not only just targeting the major big boys, it's kind of targeting everything, at least according to the leaks. And mind you, this seems to be applied retroactively, so anything that existed on the old open game license is now obsolete. That whole agreement is unauthorized.
Yesterday, January 4th, a journalist named Linda Codega stated that she received the new OGL from a reputable, unnamed source. You will owe 25% on any money that you make that exceeds $750K. The leak also says that if you release on Kickstarter, you only have to pay 20%, which sounds strange, but the director of games at Kickstarter, John Ritter, retweeted the thread with the leak and said that Kickstarter was contacted after Wizards decided to make OGL changes.
So this is where the information's coming from. This is where the leak all started. Now, I think there is a lot of merit behind this being a very real possibility, considering that a higher up at Kickstarter retweeted this document, as well as giving more insight that Wizards of the Coast did contact them about that 20% share. So that feels like this is something that they're strongly considering implementing sometime relatively soon. Now let's get to the change that is by far the scariest one for the community. In here it says, one of the caveats is the company can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give 30 days notice. So what does this mean? Well, a lot of you may have found $750K to be reasonable. Like, okay, that's a lot of money. They can take some royalties on it. That's fine. But with this in here, It's them saying, okay, it doesn't really have to be 750k. As long as we give you 30 days notice, we can come swoop in and like terminate this whenever we want. Or they can modify it whenever they feel like it. Like, hey, Junior, I saw you and your high school theater troupe was running this YouTube channel for a D&D custom campaign. You guys made like, what, $3,000 in ad revenue over the last year? Well, Hasbro's really fucking sinking down the shitter right now. We're down another 40% this year, so I think we're gonna come take some royalties on that. Here's your 30-day notice, just, you know, giving you a heads up. Like, they can now just continuously change things as long as they give you that notice. There's just no security. There's no stability for anyone that is making these third-party D&D, this content, anything like that. It's just a very scary area for it to be in right now. And if all of these leaks are accurate, if all of these changes do come true, I absolutely could envision this being the end of Dungeons and Dragons. Because no one's just playing vanilla Dungeons and Dragons, not to the level that people are doing these third-party stuff and their own custom adventures. So, like, if that element is gone, most people are just not gonna really play. Like, you know how many new people Critical Role brought to Dungeons and Dragons? An incalculable amount. That's how probably the majority of people have found it more recently, is things like Critical Role and the other big players in the space. So if they can no longer flourish, well, you're going to lose a lot of potential players or a lot of existing community members. They'll go somewhere else. They'll start their own stuff in a less restrictive environment. It is absolutely a potential community killer here. They've made an enemy out of the people that use their property. The people that are the biggest fans, they have now vilified. And I don't see how they could possibly view this as a positive change that'll end up making them more money. That 100 to 150 mil that they're making right now, should all this go through, I think gets slapped in half. Like, I don't see them making money on it. Of course, I could be very wrong. I'm not the most savvy businessman in the world, but this is, like, if you're gonna kill the community, who the fuck's gonna be buying shit from D&D if there's no longer a flourishing community to support it? So it's just a nonsensical, greedy change. And if you want more information on it, again, this video goes into more detail about all of it. And there's a lot of content and topics talking about all of it because it's such a big deal. So yeah, again, none of it's fully confirmed, but there is a lot to suggest that this could be right around the corner. And I wanted to talk about it because I think this is probably the most delusional company move I've seen since Tumblr banned porn. I don't know what they're thinking here. The greed is getting the best of their brains, and they're making... I think at this point it's safe to say Activision Blizzard is the most evil video game company ever. And not because their games are shitty, you know, they made Overwatch and that's a crime against humanity, sure. But a couple months ago, it was revealed of the horrifying workplace culture and the absolutely revolting things that happened there, including rapes, sexual assaults, and a suicide, which was directly attributed to the employees sharing nudes of that individual around the office. A whole multitude of disturbing, awful things. But somehow all of that was just the tip of the diarrhea iceberg, just a little appetizer, a small hors d'oeuvre to hold you over for the main course, which dropped yesterday. Yesterday, a huge piece was published revealing even more shocking information, and it even puts the crosshairs right on the tiny micro-penis of Bobby Kotick, Activision CEO. It alleges that Big Bobby Kotick not only knew about all the awful shit going on at Activision, but also played a role in it, and did his best to keep it under wraps and away from the board of directors. Now I know what you're thinking, Charlie, there's no fucking way this is true. Not Saint Bobby Kotick, he wouldn't do something like this. That man is an angel, a gift from God to gamers. And I understand where you're coming from, because when these allegations first came to light a few months ago, Bobby Kotick delivered one of the most powerful speeches America's ever heard, up there with the greats like JFK's "We choose to go to the moon" speech.
There's an article today that paints an inaccurate and misleading view of our company, of me personally, and my leadership. Anyone who doubts my conviction to be the most welcoming and inclusive workplace doesn't really appreciate how important this is to me.
God damn, he's charming. Such a beautiful way with words. The way he's able to just expertly dismiss everything as being wrong and misleading or out of context. Oh, expertly done. Truly immaculate stuff. Not the best apology video ever. I mean, I think it would have been better if he just went on camera and showed his asshole, just goateed himself. It would have been just about as effective as this speech he gave here. It's pathetic, And how anyone ever believed for even a second that Bobby Kotick didn't know what was going on at the company is beyond me. You have to be delusional to think that his hands were ever clean in this situation, but now there's mountains and mountains of evidence that link him to these allegations. Just to give you a small taste of one that I just learned about, in 2006 he threatened to have his assistant killed. Like, goddamn, Bobby Kotick has truly become like a raid boss in a Blizzard game. He is going full fucking supervillain mode here. Now, before I really dive into all the evil shit that was recently revealed here, there is one group of people that I'd like to extend a sincere I'm sorry to, just a real heartfelt apology to. And that's to all the Blizzard fans out there, the fanboys that are huffing dangerous amounts of copium. My heart breaks for you. It's been a rough year to be a Blizzard fan. Ever since I made my video talking about the Activision Blizzard situation, I've been attacked on my Twitch streams about it from people that are doing their best to minimize the situation and justify certain things. It's tough to be not only a fan of Blizzard, but then also act as their PR and fight their battles online just because you like World of Warcraft. It's just people that are fans of their property that are just fighting tooth and nail to try and explain why women needed to be sexually harassed at the company in order for World of Warcraft to be good. It's just, I know it's rough. You put a lot of countless hours into defending them for no fucking reason. And I just want to say it's going to be really hard this time around with this new one. Now, I finished reading the article, but it's locked behind a paywall, and I'm not brave enough to take screenshots of it for a YouTube video. So instead, I'm just going to show you screenshots from someone else's YouTube video who also makes a really good breakdown of it all. So I'm going to show you that for the important bits that I'd like to talk about. So right away within the first paragraph, you already can see how heavy this gets. A lawyer for a former employee at Sledgehammer Games, which is an Activision-owned studio, alleged in an email that her client had been raped in 2016 and 2017 by her male supervisor after she had been pressured to consume too much alcohol in the office and at work events. Now, previously on Dragon Ball Z, with the first document that came out with all of the allegations, it painted Activision Blizzard's workplace environment like a fucking dirty frat house. They were apparently always partying and drinking at the office. It made it sound like they were doing keg stands and boofing Bud Light in the bathtub, fucking butt-chugging competitions. They even had something called, the Epstein Room. It was fucked up. So, apparently alcohol was just so big at the Activision workplace. Now, to continue and summarize, the female employee reported these incidents to Sledgehammer's HR department, but nothing happened, and then eventually threatened a lawsuit against the company. Within months of receiving that email, Activision reached an out-of-court settlement with the woman, who had also reported one of the incidents to the police. Mr. Kotick didn't inform the company's board of directors about the alleged rapes or the settlement, at least according to people with knowledge of the board. An absolutely gross situation here, made even more despicable by the fact that no matter what she did, she couldn't get help from the company. This is also extremely important because this shows that it wasn't just isolated to the Blizzard insane asylum. It wasn't just fucking Blizzard over there where all the bad shit was happening, like a lot of people were saying, oh, Activision's fine. It was just those Blizzard hooligans going wild. No, Activision's great. It's just Blizzard was being naughty. This is clearly much more than just Blizzard. This is full-on Activision has a problem. This is Sledgehammer Games, which is an Activision-owned company. It is not associated with Blizzard. These are two separate departments, so clearly this stretches beyond just Blizzard. And this woman couldn't get any help, and the only thing that she did get was an out-of-court settlement, and Bobby Kotick doing his best to pretend it never happened and keep it away from his board of directors. Truly disgusting. It goes on to say that there are documents, memos, emails, regulatory requests, and interviews which show that he knew about the allegations of employee misconduct in many parts of the company and didn't inform the board of directors about everything he knew. He just kept all of it under wraps the best he could in order to try and prevent it from becoming a more public-facing issue. It then says Mr. Kotick has been subpoenaed in the Securities and Exchange Commission investigation. They're looking into what he knew about the alleged incidents and what he told other employees, the board of directors, and investors. Bobby's big brain strategy to handle all of this was basically just closing his eyes and pretending it wasn't happening, even though he was fully aware of everything going on. Even when an employee took her own life due to coworkers sharing her nudes, nothing changed at the company. It continued to be this disgusting, toxic fucking cesspool of dog shit. Since the California lawsuit, Activision has received more than 500 reports from current and former employees alleging harassment, sexual assault, bullying, and pay disparities and other issues. This is Also not surprising at all, and I imagine that number is only going to continue to grow. Towards the bottom of the page, there's another thing I'd like to mention here. In August, Activision named a longtime employee, Jennifer O'Neill, to be Blizzard's co-head. And then she shortly after resigned, stating it was clear that the company would never prioritize our people the right way. She also mentioned that she was also sexually harassed earlier in her career at Activision, and even recalled a party in 2007 with none other than the boogeyman Bobby Kotick there, where there were scantily clad women dancing on stripper poles and a DJ that was encouraging women to drink more so men could have a better time. It really does seem like any woman who walked through the Activision Blizzard doors wasn't leaving until she was sexually harassed or assaulted. It's like they weren't walking into work, they were walking into like an incel fan club. It's fucking crazy. All of these stories all have so much in common with each other, so it seems super normalized at Activision Blizzard. And again, they have done nothing over the years to fix it, except Bobby Kotick doing his best to sweep it under the rug. Now, there is a massive employee walkout happening right now at Activision Blizzard that is demanding that Bobby Kotick resign. Now, you'd think the board of directors would also be pissed at Bobby Kotick, considering he withheld crucial information from them, swept extremely important company problems under the rug, and didn't share any of this information with the board of directors. You'd think they'd be fucking fuming, literally pissing in their britches, ready to fucking blast him in the ass. But you'd be wrong, because the board of directors stands behind him 100%. They are literal cucks. Bobby Kotick is cucking his board, and they're totally fine with it. Here's their statement. The Activision Blizzard board remains committed to the goal of making Activision Blizzard the most welcoming and inclusive company in the industry. It is without a doubt the most welcoming company to sexual predators in the industry, so I guess they did succeed in this mission here. Under Bobby Kotick's leadership, the company is already implementing industry-leading changes, including a zero-tolerance harassment policy, a dedication to achieving significant increase to the percentage of women and non-binary people in our workforce, and significant internal and external investments to accelerate opportunities for diverse talent. I love how they really parade around this new zero-tolerance policy they've implemented as if it's some kind of, innovative new idea and revolutionary, never been done before. Oh, you're finally going to stop letting employees sexually harass and sexually assault other employees? Wow! 20 years later, oh my god, you guys are fucking heroes. Whoa, you're really breaking new ground. It's never been done before. You're not going to allow them to sexually assault each other? Oh my god, how, are you sure? They then go on to state that they're hiring more women and more non-binary people in their workforce in order to improve the amount of diverse talent that they have. But what does that have to do with anything here? Like, why does this seem like a good thing to them? Like, after all of these women have come forward about how awful they were treated at the company, this honestly just sounds like more of a threat. Like, hey, Activision Blizzard is hiring more women. Come on, ladies, so we can grope you. We need some fresh meat to sexually harass over here at Activision Blizzard. Hiring more women. Don't forget, ladies. Come on in. Like, this makes no sense. Like, there's no one that's going to read this after all of these things came out about all of these women who have been sexually assaulted at that company and, like, start pumping their fists like, oh, good, this company's hiring. I can't wait to apply. And I love this last sentence here, a nice little cherry on top of the poopy cake. The board remains confident that Bobby Kotick appropriately addressed workplace issues brought to his attention when it was revealed over a lot of multiple sources that he withheld all of the information from this very board that is now sucking his small cock. Oh my god, that just feels amazing to read. They're actual cucks. The goals we have set for ourselves are both critical and ambitious. The board remains confident in Bobby Kotick's leadership, commitment, and ability to achieve these goals. Oh yes, Bobby Senpai, lead us to more money, please! As you can see, the board of directors here at Activision Blizzard's pretty fucking stupid. Like, they're pretty dumb. And let's just go ahead and take a peek at their stock market prices. Let's see how they're doing today. You know, it's been about 24 hours. I mean, I wonder if they even took a real hit from this. Ooh, that's stinky. Wow, look at that. On November 16th, you can really see that drop. Man, look at that. That's that Bobby Kotick leadership coming into play right there. Oh, goodness me. Surely it won't keep dropping, right? Like, oh my, that wouldn't make any sense. I mean, they're 100 and something employees already walking out. I mean, that's all spelling like nothing but success for Activision Blizzard. And the way they're handling this situation is remarkable. They're doing everything right. Yeah, it feels good to look at that chart there. Hopefully it'll be even lower tomorrow and continues to plummet until Bobby Kotick resigns. He is a genuine problem and a horrible, horrible leader. That company has experienced so much terrible shit that was brushed under the rug for way, way, way too long. And I'm super happy to see all of it being brought to the public attention now. Like I said, it's the easiest boycott in the world not to buy Blizzard games because they don't make anything good at all. And that extends to Activision as well. I already regretted buying Call of Duty Vanguard, and I regret it 20 times more now than I did having played through that insufferable shit experience. It's awful. And I don't know how people can continue to defend this company. I understand if you like their games, you don't want to recognize how awful the people behind the games are, but Jesus Christ, at least stop trying to defend it and make excuses for them. They're not paying you to be their damage control or their PR, so stop doing it. It's just, this is awful, indefensible stuff, and I really do hope for a good conclusion for everyone that was involved in this situation and all of the victims at Activision. I know this isn't my usual setup, but don't panic. This is not a cause for alarm. I'm actually here by choice. What you're looking at is hours of hard work. For about a year and a half now, I've been teasing on stream that I'm finally going to get the motivation to set up my streaming room and make it look really fucking cool, like a beautiful gamer's wet dream. And take a look. Did I lie, huh? I went from one empty room to another. It's like Squidward when he goes to that place to be all alone. So yeah, I just haven't felt like finishing this room today, but I will pretty soon. Maybe in another year and a half, we'll see. But we're here now, and I want to talk about something pretty important, and it actually has to deal with something that I was personally involved with. It has to do with Artesian Builds. That's the company that built all of the PCs that I've used and have at the warehouse for my friends to use for all of the editing and all of the content production we do. I'm sure by now you've all seen the clips as well as read the headlines. Artesian Builds really fucked themselves in the ass. They put their own dick in their butt, and now, as of today, they're pretty much no longer a company. They're officially dead and buried. But how did we get here? What happened? Artesian Builds would always be streaming their latest builds, where they'd interact with their community as well as do giveaways and shit like that. And a little over a week ago, their CEO went on stream during a giveaway, and when the giveaway winner was announced, he checked their profile and deemed them too small to actually earn the PC. I'm not going to play the clips, they're very hard to sit through, but their CEO was just going on and on about them being super small and not really benefiting the company, and then insinuating that their community isn't supportive or all kinds of just horrible shit. It was like a full-blown supervillain monologue. And not only is it extremely embarrassing and just downright fucking disgusting, but it's also borderline illegal. You can't just not honor a giveaway for no reason. You know, I can't run a giveaway and be like, hey, I'm giving away a water bottle of my spit or a jar of my farts, and then I announce the winner. I'm like, actually, this guy's kind of weird. He's a little stinky. I'm not going to give it to him. You can't do that. It's just fucking bad. And that's exactly what he did. He did it in a super condescending and aggressive tone. It really felt like he was personally insulted that the winner of the giveaway wasn't as large as he would have liked. So he was like really mean and nasty about it. He came across like spiteful, and he was delivering all of this as if he was in like the theater club doing some kind of show. It's like in the thespian troupe, he was given an assignment to act as a comically evil CEO, and he aced it. Because after doing this, he sank the whole company. They speed ran bankruptcy here. The company is, like I said, pretty much officially gone now. Around 50 or so employees have lost their jobs. And it all stemmed from this. This wasn't just like a combination of things. This was solely the CEO making a fucking fool out of himself and his company on this live stream during this giveaway. And then, of course, after this came out, a few other things were revealed, like apparently the way they were doing taxes may not have been up to code. I don't know a whole lot about that. That's alleged, but it is alleged that their business license or whatever was revoked and assets were frozen and shit like that. I'm not too sure there, but you can trace all of it back to this live stream, this fucking blunder here. They got scholars mated by their own CEO. They speed ran dead company all because of this one live stream fail. It honestly would have been less detrimental to the company if Noah, the CEO, had just gone on stream and goatsied himself, just full-blown spread his asshole at the camera like, hey, PC fans, you wanted a new PC build? Well, how about a look at my colon instead, and then just spread his cheeks apart. The company might even still be around in that case. Artesian Builds was a company that grew off of partnering with creators as well as just creating a community around their personalities. Like, they streamed every build, they streamed pretty much every day, and they signed with pretty much every streamer on the fucking planet. They worked with the big boys like OTK, Mr. Beast, Nick Merckx, and everyone like that, and they had built a level of trust and a community around them. So when Noah does something like this, it completely breaches that. No creators want to associate with them anymore. So when the creators left, the consumers left, and Artesian Builds was left with their dick in their hand. They had nothing they could do anymore. It genuinely destroyed the whole company. Like I mentioned, I was partnered with Artesian Builds. I signed with them like over 2 years ago or somewhere in that ballpark. When I was like first with them, they had like 10K followers on Twitter and like 40 viewers per stream on Twitch. And they reached out to me, and they just struck me as such professional and nice people. They were super sweet, and they obviously knew what they were doing because their builds slapped. I never had an issue with any of their builds or anything, and everyone I talked to, I didn't get any bad vibes from. And I even talked to Noah a couple times, and I never once got the impression that he was like this, like what you saw on stream. So when this happened, I was equally as shocked and upset as everyone else. But I think it's important that people realize that there was like 50 or so employees at Artesian Builds. It wasn't just like the Noah show. So when he sank the company, 50 or so people lost their fucking jobs. And some of them, it was their passion. Like, they loved it. There's one guy at Artesian Builds in particular that I'm not going to mention any names, but he was actually the one who came up with the giveaways in the first place. And the whole idea behind it is he just wanted to give high-end PCs to people that might not have been able to afford them and just give it to anyone of any size. That was the whole idea behind the giveaways in the first place. The CEO, Noah, didn't actually create the giveaways. It was this guy who came up with the whole idea just to like give shit away and like have a fun community that can just win PCs. And what happened is Noah took that and went fucking wild and wacky, full-blown Insano style madman. He went off book, going rogue, and had this meltdown about it, which ruined everything. But again, it's important people realize there was a lot more people at Artesian Builds than just Noah. Noah ruined it for a lot of people who now don't have a job. And it only took a week. So it's not like a lot of those people have a backup plan either. So I really find the whole situation to be extremely sad. There's no excuse for what the CEO did, and especially with what he did after this happened. When this initially broke, he went to Twitter on the Artesian Builds Twitter account, and there were statements made that were just so tasteless. Basically, instead of apologizing when this got pointed out to them, they had like a 4-tweet long thing that I'm not going to show here, but basically what it boiled down to them was saying, what it boiled down to was them saying, "Oh, we were doing one of our normal dope-ass epic PC giveaways on stream, and things got a little weird, and I'm sorry you guys made yourselves mad about it, but just remember, we're doing some fucking incredible PC giveaways on our Twitch stream all the time, so we're fucking awesome. You guys made yourselves mad, and we're sorry for that. But yeah, back to epic giveaways." It was a non-apology, and they were just patting themselves on the ass for nothing. Like, it was so terribly handled. So not only was the initial clip horrible, but the immediate response was as bad as it could have possibly been. Then they released another statement, like on an official document, or what was supposed to be an official document. But again, this seems like it came just directly from the CEO trying to not look as bad as he was looking currently. And again, missed the point entirely. It was more non-apology, and they still never even honored the giveaway. They still never even like tried to like publicly say, we will just give the winner the PC. They just kept trying to like push that to the side, like, there's so many rules, so much red tape, oh my god, so much was going wrong. The quantum physics of the Artesian Build formula for giveaways, so many numbers weren't adding up, the calculations were wrong. So that didn't go over well. And then Noah made an apology video, which was even worse than the other two. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I bet if they did another one, it would have devolved into just full-blown Scatman. Like, it wouldn't even be on the same topic anymore. The apology video he released, again, I'm not going to show any clips from, but it was as generic as it gets. Terrible audio mixing. It sounded like actual garbage. Sounded like he was talking to you through a walkie-talkie. And he just seemed so mad. Like, just so genuinely mad that all of this became an issue, like failing to recognize the actual meat of the problem. And what made it even sillier is he let out a giant sigh, like a big sigh, and went, going forward, anyone of any size can win a giveaway. Like, he was just so fucking mad that now anyone of any size can win a giveaway. Even though in the past, anyone of any size could win the giveaway. That was the whole point of the fucking giveaway, is that anyone can win it. But now that this became an issue, he's like, fine, anyone can win one, I guess. And then, like, kicks like dirt or something. Like, he just seemed so fucking upset. And the worst thing was, like, now he has to say that anyone can win a PC. It's like, again, I'm getting a little lost. It couldn't have been handled worse. The initial situation here was horrible on stream, no excuse for it whatsoever, and then the way it was handled afterwards could genuinely not have been worse. It was an absolute carnival of disaster. Just an overall really sad situation for so many people that were employed by Artesian or worked with them. I just wanted to talk about it because I was personally invested in this, obviously, and it just sucked to see it unfold like this, and it's something that I feel needs to be talked about. It's also like the only instance I can think of a multi-million-dollar company actually closing its doors because of a single horrible decision made on a live stream. Just an overall wild week for... I briefly mentioned the situation with Unity a few days ago, just as a tiny little blurb, basically a cameo appearance in a Marvel movie. I just kind of went over like the very basics of everything going wrong with Unity. But things have only gotten worse since then, so I just want to make a whole video here going over the entire situation and kind of dancing on Unity's grave, because they did it to themselves. Now, of course, they're not actually dead yet, but they are doing everything in their power to put themselves in the dirt. They are bent on self-destruction, and nothing will stop them. It's like a scene out of 24, with Jack Bauer interrogating a terrorist, and they're doing everything they can to take the cyanide pill to end it all. That's Unity as a business right now. So a channel called Upper Echelon just released an incredible video going over all of the new information about this situation, so I'm going to show you some clips of that, as well as just give you the broader stuff as well, just in case you're unfamiliar with all of it. This is going to be an all-encompassing biblical smackdown of everything Unity related.
Unity Technologies, a video game software company responsible for making the Unity game engine, has recently adjusted their fee structure. On top of a flat subscription service, they will now charge game developers per install, with retroactive terms of service changes, and that monetization scheme will have a severe negative impact on a great deal of projects.
In a nutshell, that's where all of this disaster stems from. He has just given you the macaroni, so allow me to give you the cheese. Unity made a big announcement about a change to their monetization model where if you reach a certain level of success with their product, they will then start dipping their greedy, grubby little paws into your pockets and take a little piece for themselves out. So, if you're using Unity Personal and Unity Plus, you're eligible for this fee once you reach 200k in revenue over the last 12 months and have 200k lifetime installs, and that number increases to 1 million in 12 months and 1 million installs when you're using Pro or Enterprise. So basically, they will start taking money, and it's dictated how much at each level, per install of a game once it reaches this threshold. Now, there is no faith in this company left, like there's nothing but bad will, so no one really has any faith that they have any means of detecting fraudulent downloads. A lot of people were very quick to point out that you could absolutely fuck someone in the face by just constantly reinstalling these games on like virtual machines or pirated copies, but Unity's like, no, we've solved everything. Actually, piracy is extinct now. We'll know if that's happening. But no one believes them because it's very hard to take them at their word when they have no good faith left. So, there is potential for this to be exploited in a big way where you could cost companies or individuals tons and tons and tons of money just by gamifying this fee. And it's not like Unity really has an incentive to stop that because they're making the money off of that fee. That's money going into their piggy bank. So heavens to Betsy, sports fans, you tell me, why the fuck would they patch out this infinite money exploit when they're the ones that benefit from it? But anyway, this is the big bang that created the universe of problems for Unity here and started all of the hoopla with this entire catastrophe. The best way I've seen it described is, imagine if Adobe started to put up a big stink about YouTubers using their product. Like, imagine Adobe comes out and says, you know what, we've arbitrarily decided that YouTubers that reach a certain threshold of views are going to be subject to a fee because they use Adobe Premiere to edit. So, MrBeast, for example. MrBeast will now start paying X amount of dollars per view because he edited his content with Adobe. it should be pretty clear why that is an extremely scummy and ridiculous idea. And that's fundamentally what Unity's doing here. People paid for the tools. They made their own games with those tools. Now I'm getting lost in my own fucking genjutsu here, the fantasy I've crafted. Unity should not be entitled for a fee per install on the games that people make if they're successful. It's literally suffering from success.
We already know about John Riccitiello, however you say that, the CEO. He sold a bit of his stock right before this all happened. He was the former CEO at EA Games.
John Riccitiello, more like John Sissy-Tiello, because he's a little bitch. Man, what a humdinger. If Unity wasn't dead before this video, they're definitely dead after this one, because that was an absolute heater. So anyway, their CEO is John Riccitiello, however you say it, I also don't know. Upper Echelon is about to get into the meat of the new discoveries, but I want to continue laying the foundation for all of the prerequisite knowledge that you should have coming into the new stuff. So, their CEO is a very important component to this entire controversy. He is a former EA employee, former EA CEO, who was too greedy for EA. Let that sink in for a moment, marinate on those juices, let that percolate in your noodles for a moment. Someone was too greedy for EA, and it's this cartoon villain here. This goofball is the mayor of Doofus Town. I don't know how this clown keeps landing prestigious positions. In 2011, during a stockholder meeting, he said, when you're 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive at that point in time. So he's using this as a gold standard example of successful monetization, where you're deep into Battlefield, you're in the middle of doing something, and then bang, we flash a jump scare on screen that says you need to give us $1 if you want to reload right now. And he believes most players would relent and just give them the $1 because they are actively doing something and now have to pay in order to keep doing it. It's beyond evil. It is remarkably greedy. He also fell into some hot water last year where he called developers fucking idiots if they didn't focus on monetization. This dusty, crusty, abominable zombie only treats the games industry as a means to put the squeeze on consumers and hose them for every single dollar they have to their name. It's not surprising to see the direction Unity's going with this goofball at the helm. But what is surprising is the fact that John Riccitiello keeps landing powerful positions in the industry. He is not good at his job. His ideas are atrocious. He is a money repellent. EA couldn't even act on his advice because it was so over-the-top Looney Tunes level evil greed. He does not succeed as a leader. All he does is lead companies to fucking ruin, like reputational ruin, with what he's doing with Unity now. He just sinks the ship with terrible business ideas. I don't know how he even got the Unity CEO role. So now that's the basic lore rundown on the history of John, the money's gone, Riccitiello. Now, as Upper Echelon briefly mentioned there, this guy also sold a pretty substantial amount of Unity stock right before this announcement came out. Which, you know, hey, I'm not the feds here, I'm not the authorities, but to me, in my little caveman brain, that sounds a little bit like insider trading. There's no way this guy is dumb enough to have not realized the backlash that would ensue from this. And he happened to dump quite a bit of stock right before making the announcement. That's a little peculiar, don't you think? But anyway, you know, maybe just complete coincidence, perhaps.
But who's this guy? Tomar Barziv. Credit where credit is due. Tugging on this thread is the result of a post on r/Unity from a user named Zijit. I'll link to that down below. Tomar Barziv is on the board of directors at Unity, but he is also the CEO of a company called ironSource.
ironSource is a company that merged with Unity to the tune of $4.4 billion. ironSource is a business that fundamentally focuses on monetizing developers' apps. And this merger was actually pretty controversial because a lot of users had reported some shady things with the ironSource platform and alleged that there was malware, there was adware bundled with certain things, just a lot of claims that were pretty alarming. Eventually, ironSource coped by saying, like, hey, it was just some bad actors who, you know, abused the platform. And so this merger already was pretty sour in terms of its reception due to all of these past experiences that users were alleging.
But it turns out that when you go down the list of Unity insiders who are selling stock in the company, this guy is by far the most aggressive. Over the past year alone, according to Fintel, it appears that Tomar Bar-Zeev has sold upwards of $20 million in Unity stock, which is interesting to say the very least.
20 million clams, huh? That is very interesting, I'd say. Now, of course, this isn't like the most unheard of thing ever with, insiders selling stock, right? But the volume that he's selling, especially in comparison to the others, the frequency, and just his position within the company all makes this a very interesting case of selling 20 million doubloons worth of your Unity stock here.
First, at the same time as this $4.4 billion deal, or merger, was taking place, a company called AppLovin made a competing offer to buy out Unity completely for $20 billion. But Unity rejected this deal, citing that the deal, quote, would not reasonably be expected to result in a superior proposal.
Upper Echelon goes on to say that he finds it odd that they rejected that, considering the $20 billion offer is pretty significantly above the market cap at the time. But he did say that with the AppLovin deal, Unity would have been dropped to 49%, so there is complications to it. But this is an important piece of the puzzle here with everything going on, because Upper Echelon expands a bit further into the merger with ironSource, which was significantly less than they would have got than if they went with AppLovin. So there is a bit of a head scratcher to it, but Upper Echelon is diving deep in here and picking out all the breadcrumbs and getting to the truth.
During the deal with ironSource, two investment companies, Sequoia Capital and Silver Lake, pledged to come on board with $1 billion invested in the deal itself. Two more people, one from each of those companies, joined Unity's board of directors: Egon Durbin and Rolaf Botha, these nuts. Starting with Egon Durbin, he is a founding principal and managing director at Silver Lake, which it now appears, I shit you not, has sold the entirety of their directly held remaining stock in Unity Technologies, disclosed as of yesterday.
Casually sliding in that D's nuts moment was spectacular, really appreciated. So, important takeaways here is after the ironSource merger with Unity, two new people get added to the board, and they're both some pretty shady individuals as well. One of them, Aegon, actually dumps all of his held Unity stock, which was disclosed yesterday, apparently. And it's at this point Upper Echelon drags us kicking and screaming into the light. We're able to take a look at this septic tank for what it really is, full of shit. So these two new characters come on board, and Upper Echelon examined their connections. And Aegon, in particular, had a notable past where he was pretty tight with Tesla, especially during that whole boogeyman moment where Tesla might go private, that whole thing that floated around a few years ago. And overall, both of these two new members of the board at Unity both seem very enthusiastic about this modern tech trend to charge out the wazoo for API access. Twitter made a change to their pricing model for API access not too long ago. Reddit most recently made a change to their pricing model for API access, which was actually the catalyst for the Reddit blackout that many of you might remember. God rest the souls of all the accounts that went offline for 48 hours. Basically, the new tech trend is these massive corporations charging a lot of money for API access, and Upper Echelon draws this parallel with the way Unity's pricing model reflects the API pricing models for Twitter and Reddit. And given the connections of the two new members that joined the board, Botha and Durbin, it isn't far-fetched to assume that this is the direction Unity wants to go, to follow in line with those models, which is bad. That is bad for everybody in the communities. The API changes on Twitter and Reddit were wildly detrimental to a lot of different things, and the Unity changes are also extremely detrimental to a lot of different things. It is a bad thing, but it actually gets worse.
Here's a much better visualization of what's actually happening from a user named Sososki on Twitter. The yellow indicates the portion of developers who will now lose between 10 and 25% of their revenue with Unity's new terms of service. The orange, they stand to lose between 25 and 50% of their revenue. Red can lose between 50 and 100%, and that scary black line off to the left, not huge, but it is there. That's the area where these new terms will bankrupt your company because Unity decided to charge you more money per install than your app is even making.
There's no way Unity didn't do math. There's no way this Twitter user put more work into analyzing this than the company did making this decision. This is something that under no circumstances should have ever flown, period. Because there's no world where you as the company should bankrupt the people using your product because they're succeeding when using your product. It's nonsensical. Now, I realize I didn't answer this in the beginning, but there is a lot of confusion. They are changing the policy, but it doesn't mean that the companies that use Unity for their games are retroactively responsible to pay for the installs that people have already done prior to this new agreement. It's going forward. So yes, the rules change, but it doesn't enforce retroactively for payment. Though a lot of terms are changing, and there is a lot of scumminess there, of course, which has led to a pretty deep and interesting discussion around if Unity's even able to do this legally. And I'm not an expert, so of course take this with a grain of salt, but from what I've researched and from what I've read, it is legal to change the license the way they have and then still hold previous products to the same standards of the new license, even though when they made the game that license wasn't the same. It's legal to do that. It's just a morally fucked up thing to do and then enforce it that way retroactively. So there is a lot of nuance to this, and then the whole thing is just a messy fucking disaster. Truly, top to bottom. But I don't think it's illegal per se. But who knows? Maybe it is. I've seen discussions about a potential class action lawsuit from some developers, so I guess we'll see. But the big point here with this graph is that under this new monetization policy, developers can straight up go bankrupt just because their game is succeeding, because this fee is taking more money from the developers than the game they made is making them. So they're literally losing money with more installs. It's tragic. Like, it's unbelievable. And it's not like Unity wouldn't know that. Unity has this data. Again, there is no way a Twitter user did more research and more analysis than the company themselves. Unity has to know this. They just don't care. They don't give a fuck about it.
Focusing on the casual mobile market, we see this right here. Unity is offering a runtime fee waiver if you switch to Level Play, as it tries to kill AppLovin. Level Play is a service from ironSource. That decision emulates a pattern that began with Twitter, was mirrored by Reddit, and is now making its way through the broader markets. The decision itself appears to be aimed at killing a competing service after Unity actually rejected a buyout offer from that service's owner in favor of a merger with ironSource, who stands to gain the most from this entire controversy.
I went a little out of order here, but I wanted to save this point for last. So apparently Unity is offering a fee waiver if you switch to the ironSource service, the Level Play service. So the conclusion here, the overall conclusion that Upper Echelon draws from all of this information presented, is that Unity is going down the modern tech trend model of the API charges that Twitter and Reddit use and implementing something very similar when it comes to game development in their products. And it seems like a lot of this is aimed at killing a competitor that actually offered to buy them out, AppLovin. AppLovin is a service that does directly compete with what ironSource is offering here, Level Play. So it does seem like all of this is trying to follow that trend and also trying to destroy that competitor. Now, I highly encourage all of you to go finish Upper Echelon's video because he gets into a lot more of the nitty-gritty here, as well as how developers are combating this currently and what they can do going forward in order to fight back against this kind of unhinged greed. But there's still so many pieces left on the chessboard that Upper Echelon does go through. So I'm going to put a link to his video in the description of this one. I highly encourage you to go check out the rest of it if you want to see even more about it, as well as how deep the rabbit hole goes, because again, there's still a lot more to this, and Upper Echelon does a great job at shedding light on all of it. So yeah, I think it should be pretty clear why so many gamers and pretty much everyone is upset about these Unity changes. This tech trend is not something that people should be celebrating, not that anybody is, but it really is a horrible trend with all of the API pricing changes and now Unity trying to integrate that model into gaming. All of this is a much worse thing for consumers, the average person, in this case, gamers and game developers. It is a bad scenario all around. So this situation is one that I really don't think Unity should ever recover from. The company deserves to fail for this, 100%. This is an impressive level of delusional greed that should absolutely sink this. It's been 2 years. I'm finally blowing the lid on this. I can no longer keep my lips sealed shut on it. You can only keep the genie in the lamp for so long before someone comes along and rubs him out. I posted a video 2 years ago called I Just Lost a Major Partnership. In this video, I was pretty upset and whining and crying like a baby whose mother denied him a titty about the fact that a partnership that I had been working on for a long time and was very excited about had recently just been blown up by them for the silliest reason imaginable. Actual dream partnership. It's a company that I literally have grown up with my whole life and have always wanted to work with in a big capacity, and finally we had a big thing in the works, and I never named that company. I tiptoed around it, treated it like Voldemort's name, but today I am going to name that company. It was PlayStation. We had a huge deal in the works with PlayStation to do a lot with them, with Dead Space and Final Fantasy. And then I released the music video Filthy. It's a song from Troy and I of The Gentle Men, and it's a joke song that's just over the top, gross, and yucky. And the corporate suits over there at the Sony Games division were left aghast at this music video, shocked. They reacted to it the same way people used to react to Two Girls, One Cup or One Guy, One Jar. They fucking flew back in their chair, hand over their mouth, gasping, and they then canceled all of our partnerships, not only with Dead Space and Final Fantasy, but every future deal was now off the table. And over the course of 2 years, I assumed that they'd come to their senses and realize how fucking stupid that is, all just because of this music video that most people probably don't even remember. And it's not even that bad. It's just, overly sexual to a, ridiculous degree as a satirical take on, it's not even that big of a deal. I'm not in there just spamming slurs or anything. I don't fucking show my whole asshole and flop my meat around, fire hosing the camera or anything. It's not a big deal. It's really not. I will say, some of the lines, some of the bars, fire. Some of the most well-written, thought-provoking pieces of lyricism that have ever come out. Putting the pen to the paper for some of these lines, the paper was catching on fire. Especially those first couple of lines. That is the whole reason we learned to read and write in the first place. That was the apotheosis of written words. The shit I spit is grimy, I make her pussy slimy, I know she got a boyfriend but that bitch will never find me, remind me what's on my mind, see, this girl's got me screaming like a hemorrhoid in my hiney. That's Shakespearean. Come the fuck on. They're Eminem, Kendrick, all of the top tier lyricists that you see on those top 10 lists, they could never. They couldn't. They shan't. Yet I did. And got punished in a big way for it by PlayStation. It's been 2 fucking years and I'm still blacklisted. We almost had another deal go through with a PlayStation property. That one I won't name, but we almost had another one go through, and at the last possible stage of that deal, Sony PlayStation came in and smited it. They said you cannot work with them. Am I on crazy pills? Am I the only one that this is extremely ridiculous to? It was a song 2 years ago, and they hated it so much that now they got my fucking face on a dartboard at the Sony HQ throwing darts at it. They hate me there for it now. I wasn't shit talking PlayStation property in the song. It wasn't even bad. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But it's still, to this day, has prevented them from ever wanting to work with me in any capacity. And it sucks because, as I mentioned in that last video, this is a company who's got a lot of property that I'm a huge fan of. A lot of games and a lot of things that spin off of the games, like shows and shit. A lot of stuff they have under their umbrella that I am a big fan of and would love to work with them in some capacity, but I cannot at all. They refuse. I am a pariah at the Sony headquarters over there. All because of a completely unrelated music video 2 years ago. Now, I know you're probably asking, how do I know it's the music video specifically? They fucking told us. They literally told us why. Because we were actually only 2 or 3 days away from doing a Dead Space thing, a big Dead Space partnership. And then I dropped the music video, and the day after that came out, we got the notice that it was all completely canned. And when Matt was talking to them about hey, what happened, they just told us why. They said it was because of the music video. They weren't shy about it. We're not speculating that that's why. They fucking told us that that's why. Maybe the person that we were communicating with over there really hated that music video and he sabotaged this internally because he didn't like it. And maybe the Sony Games division has no idea. I don't know, but maybe that's just me with the fucking tinfoil condom on with the conspiracies. I don't know. All I know for sure is that we were told the reason that we will never be allowed to work with PlayStation ever is because of that music video. I think it's silly. The songs, that's the sex anthem. That song, Filthy, it invented sex too. And they're gonna disrespect Troy and I like that? Showing no respect to the gentle men? What kind of world are we living in, huh? I decided to finally let the cat out of the bag on this because it's just so clear now that they're never going to work with me in any capacity. So what's the point in bottling this in? It's such a silly story, I wanted to share it in more detail. Because when I first talked about it, I had to talk around it because I was hoping that maybe the relationship between us would be mended and repaired over time. But that day I just don't believe will ever come. Not even the book from It Takes Two could bring this relationship back together in a healthy manner. Oh, also, I definitely want to put this in here. It's not directly PlayStation themselves here, but the butterfly effect that kind of spanned from it. So after the relationship with PlayStation folded like fucking origami, after they put the kibosh on us, well, our longest running partnership with a company, G Fuel, we were with G Fuel at the time, we had been with them for years at this point. Well, the head of G Fuel comes to us after all this, and it was around the time where our contract was set to auto-renew, and he wanted to have this big call. And he came to us and he said, look, we know about Filthy. Okay, and it's not the Manhattan Project, it's not some kind of secret experiment, it's a music video that is still on my channel. And then he goes on about, like, we know about Filthy, and we know what it's done. We know about the lost partnerships because of it, and we also recognize we're taking a huge risk keeping you on board. And this douchebag went on and on for a little while, eventually getting to the point where he brings up the contract, saying, like, your contract is coming up, and to account for the risk we're taking, we're going to need to make some big alterations here. And the changes were, make it significantly worse, make it complete dog shit. Turn that contract into a piece of toilet paper, basically, where it was everything in G Fuel's favor. Like, they get the whole kit and caboodle, and all of our, like, previous terms basically meant nothing. All because he was trying to now use the Filthy music video and lost PlayStation partnership as leverage in his contract negotiation with us to fuck me in the face. Just preposterous, really. I have no doubt he never even watched the music video or anything like that. The song was not even, like, super popular, so it's not like a huge risk. It's not like everyone was talking about Filthy, like, wow, this song is, this is some bad stuff. Like, let's just say Filthy did get so much popularity to the level of, like, Party in the USA or something. Like, if it was to that level of popularity, I still don't think there would have been any fucking brand risk issue. Like I don't think, like, there's ever anything in that song or music video to warrant PlayStation getting all bent out of shape about it and fucking blacklisting me for it, or G Fuel trying to use that as leverage in a contract negotiation because it's such a huge risk for them. Like, it's just so absurd, all from, like, one quick joke music video and song. So yeah, I really wanted to share this in detail since it's been 2 years now, and it's very clear that I will probably forever remain blacklisted at the PlayStation HQ. Also, I've well moved on from G Fuel. Gamer Supps is significantly better. Goof Juice is the best beverage this world has ever constructed. It is the perfect elixir. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about the legacy of the Filthy music. Another day, another disaster in the esports industry. Today, we have to mourn the loss of an esports icon, someone whose passion for the industry as well as their non-stop involvement in the space is something that's very powerful and special, something I think we can all learn from. I'm talking, of course, about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg, as you know, is one of the founding fathers of FaZe. He's been with the company for about a year now, and honestly, it's probably what he's most known for now. Aside from all of the other success he's had in his career, FaZe is probably what Snoop Dogg is most known for, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to hold a funeral service for him now. Not because he's, like, actually dead, but because he's dead to esports. He has resigned from FaZe. According to their SEC filing, it wasn't due to any disagreements between Snoop Dogg and FaZe Clan, and it's only been a little over a year since he joined in the first place. I'm of course kidding. I imagine most of you didn't even know Snoop Dogg was part of FaZe Clan because they made this big hoopla one time when he signed up, but he couldn't even be bothered to show up to the announcement in person, so instead all they've ever done together is have a picture of Snoop Dogg holding the FaZe Clan chain. That's really about it. That's about where his involvement in FaZe stops. He took one picture with their chain, and that's it. He said, "All right, my job's done here. Thanks for the shares and the payday, I guess. Glad to be here. And he just kind of rode that for over a year. Just a severe case of goofball brain here with the decision to bring Snoop Dogg on to FaZe as part of their board of directors as well. This isn't a decision that is exclusive to just FaZe. This was actually a trend in the esports space where a lot of mainstream celebrities that have never touched the video game in their life all started being brought on board as kind of the face of organizations. So Snoop Dogg, that was supposed to be his role. And the idea is these mainstream celebrities open their brand up to new viewers, new potential customers, which will hopefully allow them to make more money because those new customers now might buy merch and help them actually generate a profit in an industry where profit is a forbidden, illegal word to use because it just doesn't fucking exist. In esports, profit is like finding a leprechaun's pot of gold. It's impossible. There's no such thing. There's very few orgs that turn any level of profit. It's very rare. So they all got desperate and thought this might be the play. Grab celebrities like Snoop Dogg and hopefully we'll get some new customers that'll help us get in the green. And it clearly has not worked at all. I think the idea, like the logic behind it, makes sense, but you'd need a celebrity who actually knows what the fuck is going on in the industry or at the very least plays games. Snoop Dogg streams occasionally, but for over a month he couldn't even be bothered to turn audio on. He streamed completely muted, and he never noticed. He'd go over a month, with just a completely fucking muted stream like you were sitting in a fucking sensory deprivation tank when you had a Snoop Dogg stream on. I guess maybe it was good for like sleep aid. That, might be a real argument you can make, but he is clearly not someone who ever understood esports to begin with. This was just supposed to be like a desperate Hail Mary to hopefully get new audience to, buy into the FaZe brand. And we can really see how well that worked for FaZe in particular here. The proof is in the pudding. This is a recipe for home runs. They can't stop winning here. Look at this fucking stock price, absolutely crushing it. So the point is, it's not something that FaZe alone is struggling with. All of esports is kind of imploding right now. The bubble has finally burst. In addition to Snoop Dogg making his grand departure from the space, CLG yesterday announced that they're pretty much folding as well. I believe they're being purchased by a different entity, but overall their operations are ceasing. They're halting all of their esports spending. I think the only thing they're keeping intact is their league-related arm. All the rest are being flushed down the shitter, so there's been mass layoffs. A ton of people banished to the Shadow Realm overnight here from the CLG closing of their doors. And it's a huge surprise to everybody. Especially because even just like a couple weeks ago, they were making new signings. Like they just signed 2 new Smash Brothers Melee players. And now, not even a full month later, they're like, actually, company's gone. We're completely changing everything. So a spokesperson has apparently said that they're trying to, better position their company for long-term success and, looking at alternative business strategy. I guess that strategy is give up and roll over because that's what it really feels like. Hoping that someone will purchase the, remnants, the skeleton crew of CLG. And it's not like I blame them. Like I said, the industry is just not generating money at all. Esports does not make money. And that is a lesson that everyone is now learning in that space. And it's something that myself, Ludwig, Matt, Danny, all of us knew beforehand when we made Moist Esports. We knew that this industry was held up with fucking imagination, like SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. All it was imaginary valuation on all their shit and hopium that eventually they'll be able to somehow make money. And that's not the reality of the situation. So we knew going into it this was going to be losing money out the wazoo, maybe forever, and we're fine with it because it's a space we are genuinely passionate about, but all of these other companies don't have the same luxury that we have. They do need to make money in order to continue to exist, and they really can't right now, so all of their business strategy over the last 5 or 6 years is eating them alive, which is why so many of them are experiencing these massive layoffs or just completely vanishing. Like another one, United recently had to fold as well. It's just been a really tumultuous period in the esports scene. I don't think esports as a whole are going to die, like competitive gaming isn't going anywhere, but these orgs they're having to swallow a very tough pill and learn that they've been making terrible decisions for years now and it's not working out. So CLG is the most recent victim here. But again, them and FaZe, they're still not alone. Even earlier this week, TSM, one of the biggest names in gaming, had to announce that they are going to have to be making changes as well. They're pulling out of several titles, as well as just kind of pumping the brakes pretty hard on a lot of their other ventures that they were pursuing. It was even reported that they were considering selling their slot in the LCS, which is almost blasphemous because TSM's been in League of Legends like since the fucking start. I mean, that is crazy. And of course, most of you probably remember that they had a huge deal with FTX, you know, a $200 million deal that was also included with naming rights, so they were TSM FTX. But we all know how FTX, you know, turned out. That fucking fairy tale ending. Absolute disaster, which of course was a huge hit to TSM, but they did make a statement saying that they were strong, profitable, and stable following the cancellation with FTX. But now I've got to question if that's true, or if that was just a load of hooey. Because Jesus Christ, this is a huge deal. Selling an LCS slot, especially for an org like TSM, is a crazy thing to even think is right around the corner potentially. Now, I understand LCS itself is kind of dying. It's treading water. Let's just call it like it is. We don't need to be huffing any copium here. The LCS itself has not been doing great. League overall has been fine. Like, other regions have been doing great in some cases, but the LCS in particular, not so much. Viewership is not looking amazing. People don't really get excited about it, so that is also something to consider with the TSM situation here. Like, maybe they just feel like it's in their best interest to sell it, you know, because they want to ensure that they can remain profitable and stable. So they could be doing this as a preventative cautionary measure to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew down the line should the esports industry continue to get worse. So maybe they aren't as bad as it initially appears here with them like halting a lot of things and pulling out of some titles. But either way, it's still at least alarming because the industry itself, all of esports, is just not healthy at all. It is held together by fucking toothpicks and glue. It's like making those old like spaghetti fortresses like back in science class where you're supposed to like make a little spaghetti building. Like, that is pretty much the entire esports space, and right now that spaghetti building is really wobbling. It's sad to see, but it was also the most predictable shit ever. I don't know how people didn't see this coming sooner. Like, even on the outside, I know a lot of viewers are like, man, how the fuck are these esports orgs even profitable? And the answer was always, they're not. But for some reason, the orgs themselves never had this eureka moment, this, you know, flip of the light switch to like, holy shit, this is going to be bad pretty soon. We're not able to actually recoup our costs. And now they're panicking, they're folding, and it's chaos, pandemonium. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because obviously I'm in the industry with Moist Esports, of course, so I see a lot of it and I have a lot of information on like the back end of what's going on with other orgs, and it's always just so surprising to hear that this is something they didn't foresee and didn't plan for accordingly. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this whole topic, and once again, it is sad to see Snoop Dogg leave. I know most of gamers out there looked up to him as a hero in the esports scene, as kind of their inspiration behind the drive to compete in esports. Escape from Tarkov? More like escape from the video games industry, because their new greedy decision is having them run out of town with people chasing them down with pitchforks and leaving their game in droves. Escape from Tarkov probably needs no introduction. It's a massively popular game, and they just pulled a huge blunder that is catastrophic for their company. They are releasing a new PvE game mode at a $250 price point. That is so many doubloons it makes me want to spit. For $250, I expect to download this new mode and then actually have the CEO of Battlestate Games come over and rim me out. That is stupid to be charging for DLC. But even aside from that delusional price point, it commits every unforgivable atrocity that could ever befall a video game. It breaks all of the rules, commits every sin that not even the Lord can forgive. It is pay to win out the wazoo, and this is something they actually doubled down on today, which I'll cover soon. This is a story that's been developing over the last like 24 plus hours, and it just keeps getting worse. It's like they're trying to find every possible electrical outlet to stick a fork in until it finally ruins the company. Like, they are so focused on burying their fist as far up their own ass as possible. So it's pay to win in the very literal sense of being pay to win, but the absolute worst part is that it broke a promise to their community who had bought into a previous edition they offered. It was misleading their entire community. So they offered something called the Edge of Darkness edition for $100 in the past. And one of the perks of buying that $100 Edge of Darkness edition is that you would have access to all subsequent DLC in the future for free. So $100 is a lot of money for a DLC, but it was kind of like an investment long-term into the game that they loved. So they paid that $100 under the impression that in the future, if more DLC content was coming, they'd have access to it without needing to pay more. But now, fast forward to the Unheard edition for $250, they are not allowing the Edge of Darkness buyers access to that DLC for free. They would still need to buy that. Now, initially, that was going to be it. You'd have to pay the extra $150, but with all of the backlash that understandably came from this, they decided to dip their toes into a compromise where they would offer the EOD buyers 6 months of access to the Unheard edition, so they get like a fucking free trial, like a drug dealer giving them like their first hit for free. It's laughably pathetic. I don't even think Mr. Krabs would pull some shit like this, because even he would recognize that this would ruin his business. This is incomprehensible greed. I learned about all of this last night on stream, so I'm going to play you all of those clips to get you caught up to speed on the lore and exactly what's been going on here and how bad it all is. And then I'm going to come in to give you the latest updates with what's been happening today, only a couple of hours ago, because it continues to get worse and worse for Escape from Tarkov somehow. Earlier today, the Unheard edition of Escape from Tarkov was announced as part of the latest patch, promising a brand new player versus environment mode and other bonuses. Yippee! Now that the edition has launched, fans are not happy with the bonus it gives and the massive $250 price tag. That is a big chunk of change that even has EA and Ubisoft doing this right now. So just this one DLC was $250? The first issue that fans have is that the player versus environment mode for Tarkov is exclusive to those who buy the new edition. This is despite the fact that anyone who purchased the old Edge of Darkness edition was promised all future DLC content as part of the season pass, which you would think would include this new mode. So this is false advertising? Is that what they're coming after Tarkov for? Because they're saying that you get all future DLC with this, and now they're not giving you all future DLC? A lot of fans who have the Edge of Darkness edition are rightfully very annoyed they now have to upgrade from EOD, which costs $100, in order to play it. However, some posts on the official Discord have tried to explain why BSG thinks this is not DLC. Please don't tell me they're trying to fight their battle. Well, actually, they push up their glasses. It's not DLC by the technical terminology. That's not the correct nomenclature. This is a new single-player experience, thus they did not circumvent any laws. Not only that, there is a clip from Landmark channel of them changing the wording on their website live to hide what they did. I'll check that out. It's from Landmark. It ain't DLC, it's unique feature of the new edition added, said Discord user Applezor, who is the lead community manager at Battlestate Games for Escape from Tarkov. DLC means additional downloadable content. PvE is a feature and a game mode. Just because you all want it to become a DLC, it wouldn't mean it is one. It's featured game mode for the new edition of the game. Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town? What? What kind of weak-ass argument is that? Huh? That's a lot worse than I thought that was going to be. The other major issues that fans have been complaining about is the big in-game bonuses players with the new edition will get. While other editions of the game give some bonuses, so far none have been major factors when on the map and fighting with other players. The closest is extra loot that they get at the start of a wipe. However, this new edition includes more space to store loot when on the map, improved skills at the start of a wipe, and a bonus where AI scavs will not shoot at them if they have over 6 reputation levels with fence. So that's what the pay-to-win article was about then, which is an entirely separate issue. These, along with some other bonuses, have led to the edition being labeled pay-to-win, with players who buy it expected to have a big advantage over those who do not. The reaction to the new edition has been so negative that all but 3 channels in the official Escape from Tarkov Discord have been silenced, with users not able to post in them. Moderators on the game's subreddit are also waiving the rule that prevents multiple posts about the same topic, saying they are just as livid about this situation as you. You know things are reaching like deep DEFCON levels if even the subreddit mods are like, nope, we're mad about this as well. That's when you know you have truly fucked up. Battlestate Games did not respond to my request for comment. Battlestate Games is yet to officially comment on the backlash, with pressure mounting from fans and some even looking into legal action. You would expect them to do it so sooner rather than later. The move also comes at a very bad time given that Gray Zone Warfare, a game many see as a competitor to Tarkov, has just wrapped up its first public streamer test, which has gone incredibly well with fans. With public sentiment towards Tarkov very low, many fans are hoping they can get their hands on Gray Zone Warfare sooner rather than later. Here's an update at 8:15. The official Escape from Tarkov account has posted a statement that seems to suggest Battlestate Game has no plans to make the new mode available to anyone who does not buy the new edition. Hey guys, listen, we heard the outrage. Fuck you. PvE mode is a unique feature which is available only for owners of the Unheard Edition. We will keep you updated on new features exclusive for EOD owners. And then they even got community noted. New game modes are generally accepted as DLC if put behind a paywall. Battlestate sold EOD with the promise that they would receive free access to all subsequent DLCs. So they're even getting their ham steamed by fucking Twitter community notes. Not only that, there's a radio you can call in friends mid-raid to help you as a PMC, which has never been a feature. It sounds very strong. You're still gonna buy it, right? Brother, I don't play Tarkov. And you would never catch me spending $250 for a fucking DLC. I don't even buy DLC when it's like $5. You think I'm gonna drop 250 clams on this? Who do you think you are? I am. Or I'm not. I would not do that. That's craziness. Tarkov devs are also shitting on the competitor game on Twitter. That just means that they're kind of desperate. I imagine this is what you're talking about from his stream. They just changed what you get retroactively to avoid the folks calling them out. I've talked with ANPC, National Agency for Customer Protection again. The only way we can solve this is if we make formal complaints to BSG about this. If they are left unresolved for 30 days, we can proceed with the lawsuit, no problem. If they answer negatively, we can proceed. I suggest you all to do formal complaints as BSG. Make them have 1,000 lawsuits at once. This is available for Europe, the 30 days thing. Man, that severely underpaid social media guy for BSG is going to have the worst 30 days of his life. Meanwhile, all the big wigs are just going to be counting their money from the whales that won't be able to contain themselves, scratching at the neck and spending the $250. I've been playing Tarkov for like 8 years. This hurts, man. Yeah, I don't even play Tarkov, and this is pretty painful just to read. I don't know how they thought this would go over well. That's something that I just can't wrap my head around. Like, it's 2024. These companies hire tech-savvy people. They have social media experts. They have these fucking think tanks and focus groups, and yet somehow these kind of decisions still go through. There really must just be this epidemic of people that spend money no matter what and say nothing. Like, this has to somehow be profitable for them, because it happens too often. The big problem is them changing the promise. Oh, and that's not even that is a big problem, but to me the biggest problem is just like this outrageous price point that they thought was gonna work. Even if there was no broken promises, I still feel like most people would see $250 for some fucking DLC and scoff. Look at Star Wars Outlaws, for example. Granted, you get a lot more out of this for $250 than you do out of Star Wars Outlaws for $130, but even still, those prices are fucking insano style. And you want to know what else is laughable and pathetic? Their social media guy who's fighting for his life right now on Twitter. So, Escape from Tarkov is by far the biggest in the genre. However, there are a couple of competitors. And this lone warrior with access to BSG's Twitter, the company behind Escape from Tarkov, is doing his best to try and play hardball, fight fire with fire. But he didn't realize he was bringing piss to a poop fight and ended up covered in filth. He desperately tried to plant his feet here and make a public slapping display. There was another game that was taking advantage of all of the hoopla here, recognizing that Tarkov fumbled and that a lot of players were leaving, so they made an announcement saying like, hey, you guys are welcome in our game. And the BSG social media champion tried this little maneuver. Have a nice 20-minute adventure in the blatant plagiarist game, in and out. And then even got slapped by Twitter, community noted, saying, hey, it's not plagiarism. They need to prove that assets were taken from EFT. So even Twitter's making fun of BSG. Now let's start with the newest developments here. The biggest one by far is a supposed unreleased interview with BSG. I'm not going to get too specific about it because I don't know if I'm even allowed to really talk about it. I'm pretty sure I can't show it because, again, it is unreleased. But basically the interview went as bad as you could have possibly imagined. The interview opens with him saying that all of this is not a mistake. He's not forcing anyone to buy their game, so suck it up, basically. And then another question that was asked point blank was, are you contemplating any solutions since this has been received so poorly? And he gave a single word response, no. So it doesn't seem like there's any signs of them changing their minds with this direction here. The whole interview was him just basically throwing everything into the shitter and saying, deal with it. 250, fork it over, is what it is. We're not changing this. And then, this one blew my mind. They did make a slight update to all of this, where instead of addressing the price problem or the lying about what EOD owners will get in the future or the shady, scummy attempt at hiding things on their website, instead of addressing any of the complaints, they instead doubled down on pay-to-win features. In response to all of this, everything that's been going on, they basically come out and say, like, hey guys, look, we've heard you. We see what's going on here. We're listening. So we're giving you more pay-to-win features. Mother of pearl, just look at this list. One of these is high-priority matchmaking. They're getting a priority queue for 6 months. It's not even the lifetime. Keep in mind, they're not giving you lifetime access to the Unheard Edition pay-to-win shit. It's a 6-month trial to try and get you hooked and hopefully get the whales to buy into the 250 down the line. Like, this is... Their solution to all of this shows just how out of touch and greedy they are. This is greed on a scale I don't think I've ever seen in the games industry before. This is making EA sweat. EA right now is taking notes. They're like, whoa, how are they doing this? Like, they're right now, they're trailblazing. Like, I feel terrible for EFT players. I never really got super deep into Tarkov. I've tried it a few times, but I'm just not big into the extraction genre, to be honest. But man, this must suck as a big fan of the game. This is so unacceptable. The best case scenario here is another game comes and does what EFT does better and isn't led by the greediest, stupidest fucking people in the industry. That's the best case scenario here, but who knows how long something like that will take. The dumb assholes at Battlestate Games have really done something shocking here. In an industry that is overcome with greed out the wazoo, somehow Battlestate Games just found a new low. That's impressive. Actually impressive. Anyway, though, wishing the best for the EFT community during this time, because, Jesus. I've grown real tired of people complaining about reviews, so now I'm going to complain about them and complete this Ouroboros of whining. It's become a somewhat heated discussion on Twitter about negative reviews sinking companies and how it's morally wrong to do so, which I never thought I'd see the day where you'd have random people being these corpo, like, PR punching bags where they will fight their battles online. So even when a product is objectively horrible, these barnacle-brained weirdos will come out of the woodwork to just try and shame you for pointing out that something's bad. How could you say that this product from multi-billion-dollar company is not good? What do you do? It's gonna get better, obviously. Just buy it and be happy. What do you do? You're pushing people away from buying it. Think of all the people that worked hard on this. No, just go buy it. What to buy? Consume and be happy. How could you possibly say it's bad? That kind of thing. It's so infuriating. Like, it's weird to be at this point where people feel like an allegiance to companies so much so that they will actually make their whole identity around them and fighting for their honor. As if it's their profession. Like, we see it a lot in gaming, like Xbox fans and Sony fans fucking constantly waging war against each other. But even outside of those two lunch tables throwing tomatoes at each other, it's become huge in the tech sector, specifically with AI. So, I think most of you know what I'm talking about here because the biggest topic has been Marquise Brownlee's recent coverage of two awful products. This was the first one, and this was the biggest tweet that blew up and really started the conversation a couple weeks ago. And it's about this video posted by Marquise Brownlee about the Humane AI pin, which he calls the worst product he's reviewed so far. It is a pile of shit product, though. It is horrible. And the tweet says, I find it distasteful, almost unethical to say this when you have 18 million subscribers. Hard to explain why, but with great reach comes great responsibility. This goober unironically had the chutzpah to drop a Spider-Man line here, fucking pulling into the sage wisdom of Ben Parker. It's a tech review, dummy! Like, what do you mean? He continues, potentially killing someone's nascent project reeks of carelessness. First, do no harm. Do no harm? He's a tech review channel, not a doctor. What are you talking about? This man's actually shedding tears. Won't somebody think about the billion-dollar corporations? For goodness sakes, for crying out loud. No one cares about the companies anymore. What a world. We used to be a proper society. This man's going on this whole spiel over him giving a scathing review to a trash product. And it is a scathing review, but it's also a super fair one. The whole point of reviews is to educate the audience on the product so they can make an informed decision on whether or not that's worth their hard-earned money. And in the case of the AI pin, the humane AI pin, the answer is a resounding no from anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. It's garbage. It's fucking fish paste. For those that don't know, the Humane AI pin is an AI assistant that you snap onto your shirt and you can like ask it questions, but it has such limited features and it's not good at anything it does. It turbo sucks. It's also abominably slow, so if you ask it a question, there's a good chance it gets it wrong, A, and it also takes a long time to even give you an answer. You're probably better off writing your question down on a piece of paper and mailing it in to the authorities to have them mail back the answer, because it'd probably get there faster than the Humane AI pin would be able to find it for you. It is just worthless. It's like if you slapped on Microsoft Clippy from the early 2000s, but at least Clippy had a fun personality and it was goofy to mess around with. This thing is just a $700 headache. It is only useful in a world where smartphones didn't exist. Your phone does everything the Humane AI pin is supposed to do better. So there's just no reason why you would ever buy one. And Marquise Brownlee points out all of its shortcomings and says it's just a bad product overall that doesn't really do anything that makes it worth the price. And this guy has a conniption about it for some reason, and he starts fighting about the morality of giving a bad review because it's going to hurt the company. Well, you know what hurts the company more than a bad review is a bad product. So just make a better product. It's a pile of shit. And so you deserve to have bad reviews. That's how that works. But that whole negative review drama got so big on Twitter that Marquise Brownlee even made a response to it called "Do Bad Reviews Kill Companies?" And it's a really great response. I thought this would bury the conversation, but how wrong I was. I underestimated the brain rot on Twitter because Marquise Brownlee posted another video recently, which again tears into another bad product called Rabbit. And again, Twitter did what it does best. It enters into the fucking stupid loony bin here and pulls out the same takes about negative reviews sinking companies. I saw quite a few tweets on this video. Marquise Brownlee called the Rabbit R1 barely reviewable, and AI bros blew a gasket. They were off their gourd with anger, but this tweet was the one most people saw, and also the one Marquise Brownlee himself replied to. It says, if Marquise Brownlee decided his initial videos were barely reviewable instead of posting and iterating, would he be where he is today? Basically, his point is, if people had, shut him down early on without giving him a chance to grow and get better, he wouldn't be where he is today. The negative reviews would have sank him before he ever became the superstar he is today. Which is a fucking stupid take, and it's exactly what Marquise Brownlee points out. Good thing I have never charged anybody for those videos. These products he's reviewing aren't free. The Rabbit R1 is $200. The Humane AI pen is $700 and subscription. These are expensive products. They need to be reviewed and under intense scrutiny to see if it's worth buying for people. It's not the same as a child making YouTube videos that are completely accessible for free. You can't compare these two things. And I also hate this mentality of, it's gonna get better. You're trying to shut them down before they ever even improve on their design. Improve the design and then release it. How about that? Why not just release it when it's fully done? Why charge hundreds of dollars for basically the beta? Just to be first to the market. And then you just have to pay that upfront cost and hope that it gets better down the line. We see this shit all the time in gaming, and now we're seeing a lot in tech, where everyone's in this gold rush to be the first to the AI products. So everyone's releasing these half-baked, incomplete piles of steaming poop and expecting you to pay hundreds of dollars for it, and the AI bros are defending it like, yeah, it's just gonna get better. So just buy it now because it's gonna get better. Why are you trying to review it right now? He's reviewing it right now because you're paying for it right now. It's not a hard concept to grasp. In gaming, we see this all the time where you're getting charged $70 for an early access game, and then the community will get mad at you if you start saying damn, this is terrible, it's completely non-functional. You'll have a huge hoopla.
Well, what do you expect? It's early access. How could you possibly say that? It's just gonna get better. It's the beta. This is literally 1984. It is actually just gonna get better. It's early access.
I mean, you paid $70 for it. You have a complete right to say, like, hey, this sucks. I can't play it. You paid money for it. It doesn't matter if it gets better down the line, maybe. It's not like you're paying $70 for this idea in the future. You paid $70 now. And if it's bad, you can say that, and you can point out all of its shortcomings. It's a super easy concept to grasp. If you don't want people to point out problems on an incomplete product, then don't charge for the incomplete product. Wait until it's ready and fully, complete for it then. It's so weird that we're devolving here where negative reviews are the devil. How could you possibly leave a negative review knowing that in the future it's going to be good? All you're doing is discouraging them from pushing forward and making this perfect product. I can't believe you would do something like this, you cruel, soulless bastard. You didn't even stop to consider the feelings of the company when you said those hurtful things about their product. It's just really frustrating. Reviews like Marquise Brownlee's are extremely important. When you're dealing with things that cost hundreds of dollars from companies that are going to do their best to mislead you on the product, you need to know what the truth is. So having reviewers like Marquise Brownlee cut through all the bullshit and just give you the cold hard facts about everything is invaluable. I don't know why people would actually want a world where all you can say is the most mushy-gushy nice things about everything. It's only positive reviews. That's not helpful to anybody at all, except the companies. But anyway, I guess this is the new norm now, where anytime Marquise Brownlee makes a negative review on a product, you'll have Twitter melting down about how he's executed another company. But you know the main thing that kills companies is bad products. So if you don't make something shitty, Marquise Brownlee won't be leaving a negative review on it. He's the most fair reviewer I've seen in quite a long time. So I think the best way to avoid this problem as a company would be to stop making dog shit. Good afternoon, my fellow gamers. As all of you know, I am one of you. I am an avid enjoyer of gaming. It's been a huge part of my life for my entire life. It's in my veins. It's in my blood. It's embedded deep in my DNA. My body isn't powered by a heart. It's powered by another graphics card. It's a 4090 in here that's keeping this flesh mech suit online. I'm like Tony Stark, but nerdier. Anyway, I feel as though I'm the only one qualified to give you the State of Gaming address for 2024. Now, I've seen a lot of groaning and moaning, a lot of whining and complaining, a bunch of hoo-wee and hoo-ha and yee-haw about gaming industry is dying, it's this festering wound, it needs a huge change, this and that. And while I agree with some of the sentiment, I actually think there are signs that the industry is going in a better direction overall. And I'll explain what I mean, but I want to start with something obvious. A lot of the $70 games we've been getting recently are just terrible. Not even worth playing, definitely not worth paying $70 for, such as Suicide Squad, and most recently, the first quadruple A game, according to Ubisoft, Skull and Bones. Suicide Squad has flopped, its player count has plummeted to under 1,000 players on Steam, and this is a live service game. This isn't just one of those single-player games where you expect a massive drop-off. This is one of those things that's supposed to live on for a long time that gets people hooked like heroin. But the only thing it got them hooked on was the idea of better games, because that shit is miserable. So that game has been largely a failure, and now Skull and Bones seems to be following suit, which is Ubisoft's latest super stinker, which is a ship combat game without boarding. So it takes out the most fun part about being a pirate, the boarding, and reduces it to just being a cutscene. Quadruple A my ass. Unless all of those A's stand for different adjectives for how bad it is. Abominable, awful, abysmal, asinine. It's so stupid to me how this game is out there right now in its beta or whatever for $70 when it doesn't even have boarding. Fucking Assassin's Creed Black Flag a decade ago has better ship combat and a lot more fun experience of being a pirate. It's crazy. I will not be playing Skull and Bones, I want to make it clear. I've only watched the streamers play it as well as the reviews on it, and I think it is in an inexcusably bad state. This is just blatant garbage that's being put out here for a quick payday and a big infusion of cash. I don't foresee them ever actually making this game good. I'll go ahead and put it on record here. We can check back in on this in 2 years if Skull and Bones happens to be the next biggest game on the planet. That's amazing. But I just don't see that happening, especially not with Ubisoft at the helm. It looks so painfully mediocre at best. The best compliment I've seen anyone give Skull and Bones is that it's mediocre. Can you imagine that? Paying $70 for mediocrity and doing it with a smile on your face? Because I can't. And you shouldn't accept it either. And this is where I get into the positive news. Where a lot of these games have increased their price and decreased their quality, the gap in the market has only widened for people hungry for actually good games. And that gap has been filled by smaller studios making smaller games. So like the $40 price tag games, for example. Those have been dominating 2024. Pal World breaking all of the records, basically. And now, most recently, Helldivers 2 having this amazing blow up. Over 400,000 concurrent players right now for Helldivers 2, and it's only growing by the day. And Helldivers 2 is an amazing game. It's full of passion and fun. I think it's one of the best co-op experiences I've had since Lethal Company. And speaking of Lethal Company, that's another example to what I'm saying. Last year we saw Lethal Company come out and absolutely spank the cheeks of the gaming industry. Had it bent over their knee, disciplining them, showing them how it can be done if you just make a fun game. It's a cheap game made by a single developer, and it took the whole industry by storm for a while, and it's still popular to this day. So we're seeing these games pop up that aren't blockbusters by any means. They're not $100 million production, fucking 10 years in development hell. You know, these are games made by smaller teams that just deliver unique and fun experiences. And it shows how hungry gamers are for that kind of product. I've said for a while, the future of gaming is not in more AAA titles that get more and more expensive to produce and spend more and more time in development. It's these games, these like AA games coming out that are cheaper, a lower price point, and still offering many hours worth of fun to players. And we're seeing that right now, and you're seeing how they're being rewarded with this level of success. And I think that is a great sign for things to come. I'm hoping this will start to push developers away from just, pumping out this formulaic by-the-numbers generic garbage like Suicide Squad, trying to capitalize off buzzword genres like live service nonsense, even though there's nothing in there that makes the game actually worth playing. Or most recently with Ubisoft just putting out the most bare-bones pirate game ever, just to try and capitalize off that as well. I'm hoping companies will start to pay more attention to the success of these $40 games, these smaller games, and shift to that direction. Instead of spending 5 years developing a pile of mediocre garbage, why not spend a year or so developing something that's much smaller in scale, but tries to do something different that is just a fun game for maybe like 10, 15 hours even. You don't need a game that's going to keep a player hooked for like 80 hours plus by just delivering more escort missions like Suicide Squad aims to do. You can be satisfied by delivering like a $20 to $40 game that gives a player 15 hours worth of fun, and they're done with it by the end. That's totally fine. You get your money's worth, and that makes me excited. Now, granted, the 3 examples I've given of these massive games that are smaller teams, smaller price, Pal World, Helldivers 2, Lethal Company, those games have tons and tons and tons of hours worth of content in them for you to enjoy. But I still think there's nothing wrong if the industry shifts to making smaller games that are only like 15 hours worth of entertainment, as long as it's a really unique experience and it's fun to play. I think you will get your money's worth, and the price point being at that 20 to 40 range. Like the $70 price tag should be reserved for the really meaningful titles, like a GTA 6 style thing. Obviously, that's the most extreme example. But when you see a $70 price tag for something, you're expecting the highest level of quality. But right now, when you see $70 or $60, it's you could be getting the worst game of the year. Fucking Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash is a $60 game right now. And that game is unforgivably awful. And I think it's good news that these AAA developers are not being rewarded for it. Like, again, Suicide Squad flopping, Jujutsu Kaisen Curse Clash, the most refunded game in history, I believe, according to one of the articles I read, which makes sense because anyone that bought that game actually got scammed. Actually, just completely full-blown blatant scam, so it makes sense everyone would be refunding it. Like, and Skull and Bones looking like it's going to be a flop. All of these big-budget productions that are being sold for $60 to $70 are not really turning a big profit for these companies. So I feel like they're going to start to pay a lot more attention to the smaller budget titles and the titles that they can actually do more with, because you won't need to invest years upon years of development time to it. You instead just need to invest into a good idea and a passionate team that can deliver something fun for a reasonable price. Like, it's that simple. And we're seeing this proven time and time again now, more often now than ever. So I actually like the direction the gaming industry is going right now, because we're rewarding some of the more unique titles, the more fun titles like the Helldivers. Like, it's nice to see that. Recently, the most popular games haven't been dominated by AAA blockbusters just bullying indie titles or anything. It's actually been the smaller studios, the smaller, cheaper games that are annihilating the big boys on the block. And I just think that's great. So I'm excited to see if this trend continues throughout 2024. It's still very early. We haven't seen the biggest heavy hitters of 2024 come out yet. So I guess that remains to be seen how exactly it's all going to shape up. But I wanted to talk about it a little bit because it put a smile on my face seeing the success of Helldivers today. Helldivers was really like the catalyst that made me want to talk about it, because I really love everything they've done with that game. And I love to see a game like that being rewarded in the way that it is. And I hope we see more things like it throughout the year, and just generally in the future of gaming. I really hope we can start getting away from all of these massive $100 million games that just are soulless, just cash grabs, and we get back to having more AA titles out there. I remember in the Xbox 360 era, early in the 360's lifespan, there were so many games coming out from so many different studios that just had all kinds of creative ideas that they were just throwing shit at the wall to see what stuck. And sometimes you had some hidden gems, some bangers. But nowadays, in the mainstream gaming space, these giant players only invest heavily into like one or two projects and put all of their eggs in that basket. And most of the time, it's not turning a profit anymore, because the games just aren't really hitting. Like, some of them are, of course, obviously. But there's been so many flops recently that you just keep hearing about. It's not sustainable. You can't have every game take 6 years in development and cost 9 figures to develop. It's not going to work long term. So I really think the future is back into that $20 to $40 price range on games, smaller in scale, smaller in scope and development time, and you produce some interesting shit. So I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's kind of where I think everything is in the gaming industry, right? There's no shortage of horrible companies in the video game industry, but there's one that's been able to fly under the radar for way too long now, even though it's just as slimy and scummy as some of the more mainstream ones people like to spit on, and that's Nexon. You've probably heard of them because of MapleStory. That's by far their biggest game, their magnum opus, the cash cow that they're addicted to milking. And for a long time now, they've been able to tiptoe around in the shadows, hiding their stink from the public nostrils. But last month, they flew a little too close to the sun, and we could start to smell their odor. And I swear to God, it smelled like shit. About a month ago, they decided to start bullying a smaller developer named Iron Mace, who's working on a game that I am a massive fan of called Dark and Darker. I've played every playtest so far, and I have been absolutely loving it. But love is a concept that doesn't exist at Nexon. Only cold, hard dollar bills that they were missing out on. They're like the Mr. Krabs of video games. So they started to put Iron Mace in their crosshairs, claiming that the Dark and Darker developers stole from Nexon. They said that not only did they steal code from an unreleased project at Nexon called P3, they stole assets from that project. And basically the claims boiled down to there was an employee at Nexon back in 2021 who was working on a project called P3 that is similar to Dark and Darker. That employee apparently was talking about like leaving and starting their own company, kind of expanding upon this P3 idea. He ended up being fired, and then, fast forward to late 2022, we have Dark and Darker, which bears some resemblance to that P3 project. So Nexon is claiming that they stole from them, citing assets and code that was ripped directly from that unreleased project, as well as idea theft, saying that this was a Nexon idea, and thus they don't really have the right to use it, which is why that title is You Can't Copyright a Game Genre, because this is an extraction-style game. It's a genre that's well established. The only spin on it is, instead of being guns like Tarkov, it's medieval weaponry, and it fucking bangs. This shit fucks. It is amazing. I love Dark and Darker. And unfortunately now, Nexon has gone so far as to issue a police raid on their studio headquarters, and as I understand it, they didn't find anything there. They reassured fans that it was quick and nothing was found, and there will be no delay in development and nothing to worry about. So I'm guessing they went there and got a giant fucking nothing sandwich served to them. There was, I suppose, no stolen code, no hidden secret documents from Nexon, No Krabby Patty secret formula, just some hardworking developers and their project. But that's not where this story stops. In fact, today, this is why we're talking about it. Today, Nexon has once again escalated this conflict and issued a full-blown cease and desist to Dark and Darker, which has led to it being pulled from Steam. So effectively shut down for the time being, all based on these claims that it was stolen from them. Of course, Iron Mace denies all the allegations, saying that Dark and Darker's code was built from scratch and its assets were either purchased from the Unreal Marketplace or designed internally. And if you've played Dark and Darker, you're going to notice like half of the assets in this game come from the Unreal Marketplace. I play a lot of shit on Steam new releases, and I can recognize half of the models in Dark and Darker from all of the other games I've played. And that's not a problem. The assets are there for a reason. Plus, it's still like in very early playtesting stages, so of course they're going to be using assets. I don't know what fucking assets they're even claiming are stolen from Nexon unless Nexon like has some kind of monopoly on the Unreal Marketplace where it's all their assets. They're like the kingpin and their drug empire is the Unreal Marketplace. It just doesn't make any sense because, again, half or even maybe more than half of Dark and Darker uses just standard store-bought Unreal assets. So to me, the claim is extremely confusing. Like, I don't even feel like Phoenix Wright could make an argument that some of these assets are stolen from Nexon's unreleased P3 project because, again, so much of Dark and Darker is Unreal assets. Like, I can't imagine them being like, oh my god, that rock that's in the middle of that prison cell is actually from P3. I'd recognize it anywhere. That is a distinct rock that was developed in-house at Nexon. It's our pride and joy. Oh my god, and that chalice that players can collect, that golden goblet of fire, that was from Nexon. You've stolen it from us. Like, I don't know where there's even wiggle room for them to make claims that some of these assets were stolen because so much is from fucking Unreal assets. But regardless, moving forward, Iron Mace developers have of course made a statement about this whole thing. They've said, to all our fans, we have recently been served a cease and desist letter and DMC takedown by Nexon regarding Dark and Darker based on distorted claims. We are currently working with our legal team to remedy this issue in the best manner possible. Due to the sensitive legal nature of this issue, we must be careful with our statements so as to not jeopardize our position. We ask for your understanding as we work to get the game back up as quickly as possible. Please know that we will do all that is possible for our fans. Thanks. A very sweet message. Throughout this entire discourse, Iron Mace has seemed extremely professional. But I just want to point that out. They have seemed like absolute sweethearts here in the face of bullshit. This, to me, I'll break this down and give my whole perspective on this after researching all of it. This, to me, feels like Nexon bullying a smaller company because they feel like they've missed out on a golden goose here, because Dark and Darker has become extremely popular, and they did have an idea that was similar to it called P3. P3 never got off the ground, Dark and Darker did. This really feels like it's almost some level of vengeance and spite against Dark and Darker's success. Nexon has hundreds and millions of dollars they can throw into the shitter at this and completely bleed Iron Mace dry since they are a smaller company and they're going to fight this legal battle tooth and nail, it seems, which is extremely upsetting considering these claims aren't 100% proven to be accurate anyway. In fact, at least according to Police Raid, they didn't even find any evidence to support the claims, but yet they've still managed to DMCA cease and desist this game and get it removed from Steam. And now Iron Mace is going to have to engage in a lengthy and very expensive legal battle with this absolute titan of douchebaggery. Nexon is just an absolute trash company, and even if every single one of their claims is accurate, 100% truthful, they're still a horrible, garbage piece of shit company regardless. Even from everything outside of Dark and Darker, even before this, they've been a terrible company, but this especially. And I'll go a step further. Maybe we're getting into dicey, spicy territory here, but I'm just gonna say it with my whole chest. If all of Nexon's claims are accurate, Dark and Darker did take that idea from Nexon and build upon it, and even if they used a couple of assets that they developed while working at Nexon, I don't give a fuck. In fact, I view them more as heroes. I respect them more if they did that, because Nexon can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. I cannot stand that company. I think that would be great if that really was the case. I don't think the Nexon Corporation should have the legal right to have this stranglehold on a video game idea that they didn't even make themselves. This idea was cooked up by the creative minds that were let go from Nexon in the first place, thus Since they're no longer at Nexon, I feel they should be able to explore that idea and build upon it privately in their own way at their own studio, even though that idea was something they may have had while working elsewhere. They are no longer working there, that company is no longer working on that project, thus the team that actually made the idea and the prototypes should be able to take that work and build upon it on their own. I don't know if that's a hot take, but again, assuming every claim from Nexon is accurate, even still, it makes it clear that the idea and the work was done by employees that were let go from Nexon. Thus, it shouldn't be their idea anymore, Nexon's idea. It should be the individual's idea who actually came up with it in the first place. Thus, I feel like they should have the right to continue to work on it if they choose to. But again, it's important to reiterate that as of right now, there's still no real hard evidence against Iron Mace. Nothing that's really supporting Nexon's big claims of stolen code, stolen assets, and shit like that. So we're just gonna have to wait to see how all this unfolds, but it's really disappointing to see that Dark and Darker is no longer up on Steam because another playtest was right around the corner that I was extremely excited for, as were a lot of people. So hopefully, well, if it isn't another sad reminder that you don't own anything in the modern age, and you just gotta put that in your pipe and smoke it with a smile on your face and say, "Thanks, Corpo, may I have some more?" I know I just made a video on this topic a couple weeks ago after Ubisoft publicly came out and put their own dick in their mouth saying gamers need to come to terms without actually owning the games they pay for, or something to that effect. Basically just saying when you purchase a digital game, you don't really own it. We all know that. It's not some like tight-lipped secret. When you purchase a digital copy of something, you don't really own anything. You're just granted permission to access it because you paid the admission fee. But it can be taken away from you at any time for any reason. If your account gets banned, or if the service shuts down, or if the license deal expires, it can leave and you just lose access to it. Even though you paid for it, you don't really own anything besides just like their word that you can use it. And that can be taken away at any time. And today we just saw a really massive case of a ton of people losing things they paid a ton of money for because of the closure of a service known as Funimation. This is probably something that's near and dear to the hearts of many of you watching. Funimation has been a staple in anime for quite some time, and in 2021, Funimation and Crunchyroll performed a fusion dance. They merged together, and then today it was announced that Funimation is officially shutting down. They're closing the doors, and they're letting it sail off into the sunset. Except the name of the boat that it's sailing off in is the Titanic, and it's currently hitting the fucking iceberg and causing a massive problem. Because with Funimation closing, Crunchyroll has announced that a lot of the digital goods that many users purchased over the years, such as like Blu-ray, special features, and a myriad of other things, will no longer be accessible because Crunchyroll does not support it. So things people have paid a lot of money for are just gone once this shuts down on April 2nd. So you're just going to lose access to it forever because you never owned it in the first place. You'll own nothing and be happy. That's the way things are trending, and between that and AI girlfriends popping off, the future's looking weird. And just when you thought it couldn't get worse for this announcement here, just when you thought it might be safe to sleep on your stomach tonight, Crunchyroll swoops in and violates your butt while you slumber by announcing that it's going to be increasing its subscription price substantially to $100 per year starting on January 28th of 2025. So now you're going to be paying more for the pleasure of losing things you had previously paid for. That's nefarious. That's downright diabolical. This practice is becoming more common than the cold, with companies taking away access to things that you had paid for, because when it comes to digital goods like this, you don't really own shit. And these companies have proven that they are not shy about taking it away. So naturally, that leaves people with three options. The first one, which I think is the worst one, be a mindless consumer who just buy product, get excited for new product, and that's it. You don't care. Yes, you paid for all of these digital items, but you knew what you were getting into, so they took it away. Wah, 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 call the wambulance, get a side of French fries, rub some dirt in it and be done with it. You don't care that much, and you'll continue to just accept the shit they feed you. That is very much an option, and you'll keep subscribing to every streaming service under the sun that keeps popping up like a fucking hydra, because there's a million of them now. The second option You start buying physical media. Because if you actually own something tangible, the only way they take it back is if they physically take it from you. Like taking a toy from a toddler. So even though Funimation shuts down here, if you bought the physical Blu-ray for Attack on Titan or something, instead of buying the special features and everything through Funimation, you would still have it here and could still enjoy it because you legitimately own something. And then the third option, which I think is going to become the most popular option, if it's not already. Piracy. You set out on the seas yourself, the 7 seas, and you say, well, enough of this swashbuckling, it's time to show these scallywags what it's really about. And you start pirating all of your content. And there's a lot of benefits to that. 1, it's free. 2, it's more convenient now than actually subscribing to the streaming services because everything is so splintered and shot off into all kinds of different places. I talked about this in the last video I made, but best example is the one Donkey gave about trying to watch all of Pokemon. If you try and watch the entire Pokemon series, you have to go through like 15 different streaming services to get every season because Netflix has like 1 through 5, then fucking Booble.org or something has season 6, and then Roku's got season 7, then you gotta go back to Netflix for season 8, and it's just like this giant scavenger hunt. It's really inconvenient, and it's very expensive. It would be cheaper if you bought the physical media in that case, and it's also even cheaper if you just pirated it, which a lot of people are choosing to do. Not something I'm advocating for, I'm just talking about the reality of the situation that we're in now, where it's extremely convoluted and difficult, just a massive fucking headache to legitimately try and buy like the things you want now when it comes to streaming, because licensing agreements expire and things go different places. You have to keep like following it around if you want access to it still, and it's a nuisance. It's significantly more convenient just to pirate it now for most people. In the words of Gabe Newell, piracy is a customer service issue or something to that effect. That's his quote, and he's right. There right now, the offer is bad. You get an incomplete product sometimes when episodes are taken off, like in SpongeBob's case, where 2 episodes were censored, so you don't even get the full product that you want. And in this case that we're seeing now, you can just lose access to it at any time because you don't fucking own it. You don't actually own anything at all. So when the service closes, in this case Funimation, it's just wiped. It is scrubbed from existence, and the things you paid for cease to exist, because they weren't really yours in the first place. Except for some of the things they mention that will transfer over to Crunchyroll, but it's not everything, and there's a big chunk of people that purchased a lot more that will no longer make it over. And I just think that's unacceptable. If you buy something, it should be yours. And, again, I'm not trying to sit here and promote piracy by any means, I'm just laying out the brass tacks here, you know. If you can't handle the truth, stay out of the kitchen. Or, that's definitely not how the expression goes, but you know what I'm fucking saying. If the heat's too much, get the pot off the stove. The point is, when you pirate something, even though it's digital, you own it. You have the files. They're on your system now. You get those, fucking cherished files. You have it. And even when Funimation closes, if you had pirated the Attack on Titan Blu-ray, you have the files. You don't lose them when this shuts down. So you're just literally, it's like actually safer if you pirate it because you don't have the risk of losing it unless for some reason Crunchyroll hacks your shit and takes it back from you, which I don't see happening anytime soon. And then another thing is you get the complete product. So in the case of SpongeBob, you can get all of SpongeBob, including the censored episodes. And when it comes to convenience, piracy catches the W there too, because you can get all of like Pokemon 1 through fucking 50, however many seasons there are, conveniently in one place, and you don't have to just keep bouncing all over the internet to try and find where this next season's located. So it's just much more convenient. Every decision that the industry is making right now in this gold rush for streaming services is pushing more and more people towards piracy. They are actively pushing people away because they're making it significantly more difficult and significantly scummier and significantly more expensive. What a recipe for disaster. So more people are going to continue to lean into just pirating the content, especially when it comes to anime. Jiminy Christmas, Crunchyroll started as a platform where you could watch pirated anime. It was literally a piracy site that got so popular that it was able to become legit. And now, I think with this move, not only is it more expensive with the subscription price increase, but so many customers just got fucked who were with Funimation that I think a lot more people are just going to say, to hell with it, I'll just start pirating again. Now, of course, not everyone, like I'm sure there's going to be like a spike in Crunchyroll subscriptions, but I really think over time it's going to prove to be detrimental. it's again, it's just one of those things where more and more people are going to start to wake up to the fact that they don't really own anything, and I think most sensible people will be rightfully upset about that and a bit concerned about the future of not owning anything, that I think they'll start turning to either physical media or even more piracy being even more popular. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. This is something that I've been very passionate about recently because we keep seeing time and time again things being taken away that we had paid for. Because we're entering this age where they... Are you a gamer? Me too. And as a gamer, I have intricate, deep knowledge of all of our strengths and weaknesses. And no matter how hard you work, there will always be one weakness that I'm going to exploit right now. A single word that can induce vomiting in even the strongest, most seasoned of gaming barbarians. And that word is Fextra Life. It was tough even getting that one out. If you've ever played a new game, you've probably Googled something about it, and among the first links on the search results is Fextra Life. And it is such a scourge. Nobody goes to Fextra Life on purpose. It's like falling into the back rooms. It's this thing that unfortunately happens all too often when a new game comes out and you want some information or a guide on it, so you just Google it and you click the first link and all of a sudden you accidentally just paid a visit to Fextra Life. And it is such a tragic betrayal. It feels worse than finding out your partner's cheated on you. Fextra Life is a wiki on pretty much anything new that's come out, but they also indulge in some very shady practices that I want to talk about today. But just to talk about the website itself, I and very many others are not huge fans of this site. I personally have never really found anything of value there. It really seems like Fextra Life is so consumed with the idea of being first to guides on games that they don't bother to make sure that it's right or good. So if you go to like the Elden Ring section on Fextra Life, and trust me, I did when the game was still new and I was looking things up, some of what they presented there was just legitimately wrong or incomplete. So you just get like halfway through and it's like, okay, what now? Oh, it's not here on Fextra Life. Because it seems like all they care about is just being first and taking advantage of that wave of new people that are just really trying to get information. You would honestly have better luck finding quality guides in a YouTube comment section than on Fextra Life. So I don't really like this site that much, but that's not even what we're here to talk about. It just being a subpar wiki site isn't exactly the most interesting topic. I'd like to speak about the slimier, greasier side of this organization, because they're no stranger to scandals here. They see controversy and they fucking tap dance on it. They go a bit wacko mode. They have, for many years, been accused of certain things on Reddit, the land of the updoots, most recently with Baldur's Gate 3. They have actually just been blacklisted from a subreddit called Baldur's Gate 3 Builds because they were suspected of vote manipulation, downvoting links to the community wiki, and using bots to keep Fextra Life on top while throwing more things that compete with them into the garbage, flushing that shit right down the toilet. And this isn't the first time they've been accused of using bots for similar purposes. A while back, the Dark Souls community also had some very strong accusations against Fextra Life for other manipulative tactics used by them on the community posts and subreddit. So Fextra Life is just negatively viewed by pretty much everyone, even outside of just the quality of their wiki pages, also heavily criticized for the way they conduct themselves and the way they try and keep Fextra Life on top, artificially, supposedly. Now, the Fextra Life owner has responded to all of the conversation and hoopla going on right now about them. The biggest one, and the one that I'm mainly going to be focused on, is the cooking of the books with their Twitch numbers. That's a big topic that's been around for many years, and they do talk about this here. But just to piggyback on the back of this Reddit accusation, they're coming forward and saying that, nope, that's a bunch of horseradish. Not real, not true, that's not us. We didn't use bots, and in fact, they even said, I didn't know Reddit bots were a thing, which is complete hogwash. What do you mean you didn't know Reddit bots were a thing? Yes, you did. Everybody knows that. It's totally fine to come defend yourself against the accusations and point out, logical inconsistencies or the evidence isn't strong enough. But why tell a bold-faced lie like that in your defense? I'm so innocent, I've never even heard of bots, I think you called them. The only bot I know is the Autobots. Like, we don't even know what this is. We're so innocent. Like, that's the weirdest defense attempt. Like, why would you say that? Bots are a thing on every platform everywhere, and everyone knows it. Bots are a thing on Twitch as well, which Fextra Life is no stranger to, since Fextra Life is basically botting all of their Twitch viewer numbers thanks to their embedding video practice that they use. I'm sure bots isn't the preferred nomenclature for Fextra Life when it comes to their viewer numbers. They might use something a little more bubbly, a little more PR friendly, like less than sentient spectators, or perhaps blissfully unaware viewers of the Fextra Life stream. But this has been a controversial hot topic for quite a few years now. This comes up at least once or twice a year. If you have ever gone on Twitch during a new big game release, within the first or second on that page is Fextra Life. They have like an average of 30k viewers when a game is new, and if they're playing an older game, they'll still average like 10k plus. But if you ever click on their stream, you're gonna smell something a little fishy in there. It gets a bit stinky in the swamp, because there is no chat activity. Maybe 2 or 3 people chatting to each other in a 30,000 person stream, which is very odd. 30k is huge. They are among one of the biggest channels when it comes to concurrent viewers, at least when new games are present, and no one's talking. 30,000 viewers on their stream, but their chat is a goddamn ghost town. It's an absolute barren wasteland. You'd find more life in Chernobyl than you would in a Fextra Life 30,000 plus viewer stream. So how is that possible? It has to do with a very controversial practice they engage in called embedding, where they embed their Twitch stream on their wiki site. And not just on the front page, on every single page of their site. So, let's say you open the Elden Ring Fextra Life page. You'll see that the stream is in the top left. They're currently offline as of me making this video, but when they're online, it would be right there. And now let's say you want to go deeper, you're looking at like build guides or something. If you go to one of those pages, the stream is also embedded there. It's on every single page of Fextra Life, their stream is embedded, meaning no matter where you go, you will count as a viewer for their Twitch stream.
Sitting here, 30,000 viewers. The chat slower than fucking a 200 viewer streamer. This is pathetic. Twitch doesn't give a fuck, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, how are we really gonna get mad at them? They're just playing the game. They're not breaking any rules. So as you can see right here, inside of their wiki here, they have the stream embedded in this tiny little box. And this tiny little box here is why they have 31,000 viewers.
Now, I have seen conflicting reports where if you open multiple Fextra Life tabs, you will count as multiple viewers since it's embedded on each one, but I haven't seen like 100% concrete confirmation that that's how Twitch would calculate that, but there is a bit of evidence to suggest that it might. So I just want to put that out there as a possibility. Take it with a grain of salt. That is something that's been being discussed as well, because since it is embedded on every page, a lot of people like me open many tabs, so I might have like 3 different Fextra Life tabs open, and that's 3 different embed sources. So I guess it could count as 3, but again, I'm not sure 100% if that's true. But what is true is you do count as a viewer when you are on Fextra Life, no matter what page you're on. You are absolutely not watching the stream. I have no doubt there is literally 0 sentient human beings with a fucking pulse that are watching the Fextra Life stream on the Fextra Life website, because it's a tiny little box that just hides away in the top left, and no one's going to be watching it on that. It'd be like watching it on a Game Boy Color. Like, it's fucking worthless. No one's doing that. It's there just to gamify those numbers and pump that shit up. Like, absolutely skyrocket their viewership numbers on Twitch while adding no real organic viewers to it, and obviously no one in the chat. Now, another thing, most people, like me, will keep these tabs open for a long period of time. So even if Fextra Life's offline right now, if I just keep this tab open, when they go online, I'm counted as a viewer even if I'm not home. Like, even if I forget the tab's open, I'm still counted in their viewership numbers. And to prove just how prevalent this is with viewers that are just accidentally watching Fextra Life because they have the tab open somewhere, a streamer named Quinn went into their offline stream after Fextra Life had concluded and just did a command that showed how many viewers were still there even though the stream wasn't going on. Now, this is something that does exist on normal Twitch streams with normal people watching them. There is something called like an offline community where if a streamer goes offline, there's pockets of people that'll hang around and just talk to each other in the offline chat. but not very many. It's a small number compared to the overall viewership. But for Fextra Life, it's almost their entire fucking viewership is still in their stream even when they're offline. Meaning, it's just people that have a Fextra Life wiki tab opened somewhere, not actually a viewer of their stream.
Surely my anguish and despair will ring on someone's ear.
23,000 current chatters. Okay, dude. All right, I'm a day streamer, boys. I guess this is what a 23,000 person chat looks like, guys. It's not a. You're disgusting. If you insinuate that there's not 23,642 people right here, right now, you are fucking disgusting for implying that these are view bots and they're not actually there. Okay, literally 23,000 people in his offline chat. Come on.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. So the offline chat was over 23,000 current chatters. So meaning that's 23,000 people in the stream right there, and not a single message. And also, there's no such thing as an offline chat that has 23,000 people in it. Not even the biggest streamers in the world have anywhere close to that as an offline chat number. That is people that are just on the Fextra Life wiki with tabs open. They're not actually watching the Fextra Life streams. It's fucking ridiculous. Now, it is important to note, Fextra Life is not the only stream that takes advantage of this embed protocol. Like, they're not the only ones that employ this tactic, but they are the ones that are the most egregious because they paste it on every single page on their wiki, and there's tons of pages you can't avoid it. And obviously, whatever they're streaming isn't going to be relevant to every single page on their wiki site. It's people that aren't actually watching the stream. It is no different, really, than viewbotting, which is an argument people have been making for years. And naturally, this discussion always inevitably ends up with asking the question, why doesn't Twitch stop it? And the answer's super simple. Why the fuck would they? This only helps Twitch. These big numbers are great for Twitch. This looks fantastic for them. There is no downside to allowing streamers to embed their streams everywhere else. It's a free advertisement for Twitch, free numbers that help everything on their platform. Like, Twitch has no incentive to shut that down at all. Even though it's very clear that 23,642 people aren't actually in the Fextra Life offline chat or watching their streams, it doesn't matter, because it only serves to help Twitch. So why would they put the kibosh on something like that? They allow it, and Fextra Life isn't breaking any rules. A lot of people have said, don't hate the player, hate the game, and they're kind of right. Fextra Life is not breaking any rules. They are legally viewbotting their streams, and have been for a very long time, proudly. So this has obviously been controversial for a while, because, as you might imagine, this doesn't help other streamers, because Fextra Life will always take either the number 1 spot or the number 2 spot in a brand new game release, and they're not actually having people watch them. It's fake, phony numbers because of the way they embed their streams on their site. So it takes those spots away from streamers that deserve it more, who actually do have communities that watch their streams. They no longer have those slots that Fextra Life takes up. So obviously it makes a lot of streamers, when a new game comes out, mad because they can't compete with Fextra Life viewbotting, fundamentally. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't see it changing, but a lot of people are talking about it again, so I thought it'd be an interesting topic to discuss again, especially considering this time around the owner has spoken about it. So this is their response to all of the viewbotting allegations. They state that a viewbot is when you use artificial and non-existing browsers to inflate views on Twitch, and that does try to fool advertisers because A, it plays an ad, and B, nobody is watching. Real quick before continuing, they're getting a bit lost in semantics here as opposed to making real arguments on how what they're doing is different. Fextra Life streams often have sponsors, and sometimes very big sponsors. I imagine they sell their streams with their concurrent viewer average, which is like between 10 and 30,000 viewers. It's huge. But most companies probably aren't going to really look into that, so they're going to assume their ad is being seen by 10 to 30,000 people. It's not. As is very clearly illustrated, 23,000 of those people aren't actually even in the stream. They're on Fextra Life with the stream pulled up muted in some tab, not even aware that it's going on. So these companies aren't actually getting their ads placed in front of 30,000 viewers. They're getting it placed in front of I have no idea. Maybe a few hundred, maybe 1,000. There's really no way of knowing, because there's no real activity in their stream to judge it on or anything remotely like that. So it really isn't different than a viewbot. When you do play an ad on Fextra Life, nobody is watching. Same way as if you would play an ad during a stream that is just completely viewbotted in the traditional sense. Nobody is watching the Fextra Life ad that the company has paid for, even though there's 30,000 viewers. I would love to see the back end of a return on a Fextra Life sponsorship, because I imagine it has to be unbelievably low since most of the viewers are from the embedded Twitch streams. So it is misleading to advertisers, which is another criticism a lot of people have put forth, and I think it's very valid to say that, because again, most of the viewers are not actually watching the Fextra Life stream. They then say embedding is an advertisement of the stream to real people on real browsers on an external website. Like any integration, the objective is to get people to click and go to Twitch. No advertisements are played on the embedded unit, generating zero revenue. Embeds are part of the intended code of Twitch and are intentional features that anyone can use, and many content creators besides us do. These are real people that we have worked tirelessly to build up into our community. What community? You tirelessly built up an imaginary community. The Fextra Life community you refer to is more made up than the Tooth Fairy. There is nobody in your Twitch streams. Nobody. Like, I can't tell if they're being intentionally delusional here, or if they actually think that what they're doing is somehow totally, the same as just building up a normal community. It's not. Your embedded Twitch streams are not driving your Fextra Life wiki readers to your Twitch stream. There is no call to action to it that I've ever seen. It just automatically is playing whenever you're on any page on Fextra Life. How the fuck can you possibly make an argument saying that what you're doing is just an advertisement to get those people on your wiki to the streams? Because it's not. The streams aren't even relevant to what your readers are reading. What's being streamed is completely separate from whatever they're on your site to read about. There's no chance that the two could even connect most of the time, unless of course it is a new release like Armored Core. Then I'm sure there is some crossover where someone went to Armored Core, Fextra Life, got some bad information, but saw you were streaming and was like, okay, maybe I'll check it out. That's possible, but that's clearly not the goal. If that was the goal, you would only embed your streams on the newest releases because they'd be relevant to each other, as opposed to just having it embedded on every single page where it makes no sense. Why would an Armored Core 6 Fextra Life stream be playing on my Dark Souls 3 Fextra Life wiki? And how the fuck would you possibly think that I'm on Dark Souls 3 wiki but might want to watch Fextra Life streaming Armored Core 6? It's just, that is a nonsensical statement to try and say that your embeds are only there to try and get people from your actual wiki to your streams. That's not the goal. The goal is just to artificially inflate your numbers because it's automatically playing and they count as viewers. What embedding does for me is make my website audience aware I'm a person, I'm streaming, and I can show them games that I think they'd be interested in. Again, that argument doesn't work when the website is all about game information. It's not a personality-driven site. They're not going to Fextra Life hoping that they'll see that Fextra Life is also live on Twitch. They're going there because they're looking for guides and information on the game that they are currently playing. That doesn't make any sense. What embedding does for Twitch is give them free advertising for their platform and an ongoing conversion from our website to Twitch. These new people were not on Twitch otherwise, and they're still not on Twitch. They're not going there. They're not going to Twitch. You can tell because there's no one in your chat. I don't know why they keep trying to say that. Yes, it is a free advertisement for Twitch. It's free numbers for their metrics, absolutely. But they're not actually getting new people to Twitch that weren't already endemic to Twitch. They're not bringing new viewers there. They're just idly on the Fextra Life wiki and it counts as a view on Twitch. And then they say they hopefully come back and become part of the Twitch ecosystem. It doesn't happen. Our embed is by no means a secret. It's very visible. In fact, it's the best possible spot on our website, and there's even a command for it on our channel. And as part of the channel rules, the idea that it's a fraud is also absurd. Our sponsors are aware of the embed, and it's a great deal for them to be able to promote their content on both Twitch and to our site users at the same time, particularly in the prime location that the embed has on our website. So this is very interesting to me. The sponsors are aware of the embedding. That's great. Are they also aware that the vast majority of your Twitch metrics come from that embedding? And are they also aware that that means it's muted? That means that their sponsorship package, the ad read, all of it, the vast majority of those numbers that it's being put in front of aren't even aware it's going on because it's muted and it's not visible. It's a very tiny box. Do the sponsors know that? I certainly hope so, because that would be very shady if you didn't make the sponsors aware that their ad read is going to be muted for the vast majority of the audience, and it's not going to be seen by them either because the box is too small and the viewers aren't actually on Twitch. I would hope you'd make them very well aware of all of the shortcomings of doing an ad with Fextra Life, since most of the viewer numbers come from a fucking tiny embed on a completely separate site that, again, is also muted. So hopefully you have made all of your partners aware of that. The owner does continue going on to other criticisms people have put forth against Fextra Life, such as like AI-driven content or it being lazy, stuff like that. But that wasn't the focus of what I wanted to talk about today. The statement is still very much up if you want to see how they defend themselves against other claims. But these were the main things I wanted to talk about in regards to this situation, because this is a conversation that comes up at least once or twice a year. And it is a very interesting one about embedding, view botting. It is an interesting topic that I just wanted to talk about a bit, since a lot of other... I stream often, and boy howdy do I put on an exquisite show if I do say so myself, but don't just take my word for it, ask everyone that shows up. When you come to my streams, you get to see me without my makeup on, you get me raw, you get to hear me pee when nature calls, and you get to hear me rant. And one of the things I love to rant about is how much insurance is a scam. In particular, health insurance. Surprise, surprise. My feelings on it are no secret. I've screamed it from the mountaintops for a couple years now. I think I've only made like 1 or 2 videos on it, but stream regulars are probably tired of hearing me bitch about it. But can't help it. I think it is one of the most diabolical, corrupt, evil industries that operates in this country right now. It is deplorable. I think it is a Schmeckeldorfing goblin that's taking people's money and eating their ass, waiting for them to die. You pay health insurance providers for years, and then when you need them, you ask them to help with something major. They do everything in their power to not do that. Their job, their goal, and they even use AI now to help with this, is to deny these claims. That's where they make their bread and butter. You pay them for one purpose, and their goal is to find ways of not doing the one thing they're designed for. It's like if you bought a washing machine that only sometimes decides it'll wash your clothes, but it picks and chooses which ones you're allowed to wash inside of it. It's so stupid. But the reason I'm talking about this is because I am somehow still surprised at the depravity of this industry. United Healthcare just threatened legal action against a doctor who recently went viral when she was talking about how United Healthcare pulled her out of an active operation in order to ask her if an overnight stay was really necessary. I'll go ahead and play that clip before we dive into this threat from United Healthcare.
I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients. And I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep, I got a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery. And, said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called United Healthcare, and the gentleman said he needed some information about her, wanted to know her diagnosis and whether her inpatient stay should be justified. And I was like, do you understand that she's asleep right now? And she has breast cancer. And the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight. And you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And I need to go back and be with my patient now. But yeah, it's out of control.
Out of control doesn't even begin to describe it. My moose knuckle is out of control when I slip into a pair of joggers. This is beyond out of control. This is just disgusting. It's just disgusting. Health insurance companies are at their happiest when you are at your worst. When they deny a claim and get to save a little bit of money there, pinch a few pennies, avoiding doing the thing you pay them for, they pop champagne over your cold fucking corpse. And don't worry, you'll go to Valhalla knowing that at least United Healthcare made a little extra money at the bottom line. In a just world, this shit would be outlawed. It's just unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. So, she's describing United Healthcare apparently pulling her out of a procedure in order to check with her if this is something that's actually justified. Yeah, asshole, it is justified, I would think. And also, now you are putting the patient at risk interrupting an active procedure. It's craziness. It's craziness. Just actually flabbergasted by this story. I'm spitting. I don't know if you could see that. It was a water fountain of spit there. So much saliva. Point is, this doctor was in the middle of a procedure, and United Healthcare made her stop so that way they could see if they could find a way of denying this claim, which eventually they did, by the way. They did deny that claim, allegedly. That claim, it did get denied. Shocker from United Healthcare, the health insurance company with the most denied claims in the nation. Also, now that there's this prevalence of AI to help deny claims, they're getting even more efficient with it, something I'm sure they're very proud of. It's unbelievable. I've already talked about that video quite a bit on stream, so I'm not going to dive too deep into it. You can see the lunacy. You can, with your own peepers, your own functioning frontal lobe, you can watch what the doctor's saying there and be pretty outraged by it. Justifiably so. Now, United Healthcare is slapping back saying that it's a load of hooey. This is all just dirty barnacles. It's a false claim, and the doctor's spreading misinformation, and so they're threatening her with a lawsuit about it. We're going to go through that because, United Healthcare doesn't really have the best reputation when it comes to telling the truth. And it's just a shocking move from them to play this hardball here in the wake of everything they've been going through. Their CEO got banished to the Shadow Realm not that long ago, and people are still celebrating that. And the company, instead of trying to take that as a message of wow, people hate us for some reason, maybe we should reflect and see what we can do to be better, they're instead being worse. They are actively being worse. It's like they dislike that people don't like them, so they're trying to give them even more reasons to hate them. Oh, you guys already don't like us? Well, fuck it, we're gonna stop pretending to care. It's scorched earth now, we're not paying for shit. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if United Healthcare initiates a new protocol where they start stationing agents at every hospital in order to monitor everything and just deny shit on the spot. Nope. I wrote this down on the clipboard. It's only 2 broken legs. The morphine will not be covered by us. Unnecessary, not justified. And then going into every surgical procedure. Stop everything! Halt! We're denying this one. This surgery is this is frivolous. It's a frivolous surgery. The patient is more than capable of living his life without a liver or a kidney. So why are we doing this transplant? This is ridiculous. Denied. He's faking it. Anyway, though, let's dive back into the meat and focus on what the actual topic is here today. So that post came from a surgeon, Elizabeth Potter. It blew up on TikTok and Instagram, and now UHC, they're pouting. They're really upset. So they're accusing her of libel, and also there was some threats of legal retaliation if she didn't comply, which was taking the videos down and issuing a public apology. They wanted her to grovel at their feet, kiss their little tootsies, and basically say, I was wrong about everything. They accused her of knowingly sharing misinformation and also hosting threats against the company's executives because people in the comments were obviously making references to the assassination. Your claims are false. You clearly know they are false. You falsely laid the blame for your office's error on United Healthcare publicly, unleashing a firestorm of dangerous misinformation. We expect you to promptly correct this publicly by removing your videos and posting a public apology. The cease and desist has been reported by Bloomberg. Also, United Healthcare hired the preeminent defamation law firm Claire Locke, which has a really impressive resume in defamation cases. Hey, big fuck you to Claire Locke. You should deny this one. Of course they're not going to. They're going to try and hose United Healthcare for all they're worth in this defamation case that they're mounting against a surgeon who is just spreading the word about how fucking corrupt this company is. Now, she did post on her Instagram saying, I recently shared a video after I was asked to call United Healthcare from the operating room to answer administrative questions about the patient who was having surgery to treat breast cancer. Despite my efforts, they denied her stay. Wow. What saints over there at UHC really looking after the care of their clients. That's, wow, man. The benevolent gods over at UHC. We are so lucky that we get to suckle their bosom, and they take care of us. They help us in our time of need. That's so lovely. Denied her stay. That's so fucking par for the course for this company. I spoke out because this has simply gone too far. I'm sharing United Healthcare's letter to me in its entirety. I'll let it speak for itself. My words were true and the situation was absurd. I followed all safety protocol and my patient was with my co-surgeon who continued operating. I had requested an overnight stay for medical reasons. This was not an error on my part. I also think most normal, rational people would also think that probably an overnight stay after a very serious breast cancer surgery operation makes sense. That tracks. That doesn't seem like they're trying to get one over on United Healthcare over there. I feel like that's definitely something that's super justified, but hey, United Healthcare, they've got AI now helping them out to deny these claims. Like, they're really good at this shit now. The gaslighting and harassment in the letter which United sent me has not worked to do anything other than strengthen my resolve. I will continue to speak honestly, clearly, and plainly about the state of healthcare in the United States of America. That's great news that she's not folding to this intimidation. I really hope this goes her way. I believe her story. And do you know why? Because there are thousands of horror stories with United Healthcare. Ask anybody on the street if they've had a positive experience with their healthcare provider. I would imagine you'd be hard-pressed to find a single, even lukewarm response like, oh, it was okay, I guess. No, it's almost always entirely negative with these companies, and United Healthcare is legitimately, statistically, provably the worst one. They have the most denied claims. If you gathered every grain of sand on planet Earth and piled it all together, it probably wouldn't even amount to the amount of denied claims United Healthcare is responsible for at this point. It's just out of control. Completely out of control. So yeah, I just had to rant about this again. I could not believe this when Matt sent it to me, that United Healthcare has the fucking chutzpah to threaten this surgeon after she spoke about her experience with an absurd... There's a topic I cover from time to time that always seems to ruffle some feathers and get people squirming in their chairs in anger, because I have less than kind things to say about some of the biggest players in the industry. But I just can't help myself. I can't bite my tongue on it. I'm like Winnie the Pooh poking a beehive because I'm addicted to the honey inside. And in this case, that honey is vindication. For a while now, I have bah-humbugged VTuber agencies. I've seen a lot of the contracts that some of the top talent were locked into with these organizations, and they are extraordinarily corrupt. I think the agencies in this space are exploitative, and they treat their talent more like prisoners. It is unbelievable the depths of greed that these agencies in the VTuber space have succumbed to. But before I dive deeper into the spaghetti and the meatballs on my disdain for VTuber agencies in the industry, I would like to give you the catalyst for why I'm talking about it again today. It's because Iron Mouse just made a really sad video about why she's leaving VShojo. VShojo being another huge player in the VTuber space. They are a massive agency that's represented some of the top talent.
Unfortunately, I recently found out that for the past couple of months, I have been misled by VShojo. With the information that I currently have, I believe that I am owed a significant amount of funds, which I have not been paid. And most importantly, the thing that hurts me the most is that the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which is the most important charity to me, and also the reason why I'm here today, is owed over $500,000 from VShojo.
For those that don't know who Iron Mouse is, she is one of the biggest streamers on Twitch in terms of subscribers. She even broke the all-time subscriber record, and she has a primary immunodeficiency disease. She has CVID. So she does a lot of charitable work for this organization, and apparently she's just discovered that VShojo hasn't fully paid what they owed her personally, and they haven't paid the money that they owe to the charitable foundation that she was fundraising for, something that she does often, but VShojo is required in this process because they handle her money in certain cases, which is not uncommon in the space. Like, I'm going to get deeper into like a lot of things with VTuber agencies that I've tiptoed around quite a bit in the past, but I want to like fully go into the weeds of it here. But let me just go ahead and explain where that number's coming from, the $500,000 owed to charity that VShojo still hasn't paid.
They promptly sent the payment, and the subathon was a huge success. So I decided to do it again the next year. My last subathon was one of the biggest events I've ever done. The support was overwhelming, and I ended up getting over 300,000 subscribers and breaking the all-time sub record. But this also meant that we had raised $515,000 for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I once again asked VShojo to make the donation on my behalf, but unfortunately, still a year later, VShojo has not paid the charity.
So in a nutshell, Iron Mouse ran a subathon. It was extremely successful and raised a ton of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And VShojo did pay it out the first time around, but when she came back for the second time the following year, it was even bigger, it broke records, and it raised over $500,000 that were supposed to go to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that has still not been paid out to the charitable organization to this day, according to Iron Mouse. Now, I've seen a little bit of confusion, people wondering why would VShojo even be handling that money in the first place? Why wouldn't it just come directly from Iron Mouse since it's her Twitch? Well, that's where you get into the really stinky territory where, in a lot of cases, these agencies, they handle the finances of the talent. Like, they put their grubby paws on it before the talent does. So it's not uncommon in the space for the agreement between talent and agency to have the agency directly handle like their Twitch subs and their Twitch revenue and their Twitch ads, that kind of thing. And in the full video, Iron Mouse goes deeper into this, so I highly encourage you to check out the full thing for the entire scoop. But in her case specifically, that was actually kind of appealing to her because then she would be able to stay even more private because she really values her anonymity. So having VShojo involved in that process was actually kind of a big deal to her. And for previous fundraising through Tiltify, it wasn't a problem, but when it came to the subathon money, since it was going through Twitch subs and everything, it meant VShojo was going to be involved in this process, and the first time it was fine, it apparently went off without issue, but this time, when the money was even higher, well, some kind of screws must have went loose over there at the VShojo headquarters. I guess that shit just fucking burst into flames or something, and they just haven't got around to it. They're still putting out some fires, and they'll get to it any day now. VShojo would be responsible for donating that money on her behalf, an obligation that they still haven't fulfilled all this time later, according to Iron Mouse. It's diabolical, withholding over $500,000 to charity, and also withholding money that Iron Mouse is allegedly owed as well. And what's even crazier is how unsurprised I am by it. Now, full disclosure, I didn't know too much about VShojo's inner workings. That was one of the few agencies I wasn't super privy to on like the behind the scenes of. But I'd always heard good things, but I always had skepticism because of how the industry functions at the agency level from the other ones I know. And this kind of dirty, scummy, greedy business is just so standard for these agencies in the space. It is sickening. Now, VShojo is going through big turbulence right now. They're losing some of their top talent. Like even before Iron Mouse's video, about a month ago, they made a post about how Giga was going to be departing VShojo. And then just 48 hours later, they announced Zen would also be leaving VShojo, one of their original members. So there's definitely been some, curious Georges out there wondering what's going on at VShojo that's got everyone leaving. What's this exodus from VShojo all about? Fun fact, Giga is actually with us at Cheeky now. We're not like a VTuber agency. That's not what I'm trying to get across. Our soap. She really likes our soap, Cheeky Soap. So she's partnered with us at Cheeky. And she is an absolute sweetheart. That's what I was trying to get across. The point is, some like really good people have been leaving VShojo, and now Iron Mouse have dropped this video about some very alleged scummy practices here at the VShojo corporate level, and I don't know how VShojo recovers from it going forward. They haven't made a statement yet. It's still a little too fresh as of me making this video. I'm very curious what they're going to say about it. If I had to spitball, I would imagine that their next play will be donating that money to the charitable foundation. I imagine they donate the $515K to the Immune Deficiency Foundation or whatever the exact number was. I bet they'll do that to desperately try and save face. I don't think the community will respond well to it because it's very clear that they're just doing it now because of the public pressure that's being exerted on them. I don't know how they move forward with a good reputation. I don't think all of their talent's going to leave overnight. I imagine a lot of those contracts, in fact, I'm confident a lot of those contracts lock them down for quite a while with like some non-disparagement clauses in there and everything. Like I bet there is a lot of things at play where the talent won't be able to leave even if they really want to. And I can only hope that the community here doesn't start attacking the VShojo talent for staying, because I imagine in a lot of cases they don't have a choice. Now, that's kind of the situation in a nutshell, but I want to dive deeper into agencies as a whole. I've kind of teased it a little bit throughout the video. And I know people like to talk about VTubing as a whole, like it's some kind of niche that's not mainstream. That couldn't be further from the truth. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is so lucrative. And these agencies have swooped in and made sure they are the ones getting the lion's share of that money, and they'll kind of trickle down, drip feed a little milk from their titties to the talent that's under their umbrella. And what's even more disgusting is they fed people shit and gave them a taste for it, an acquired palate, normalizing their greed, where the talent, the ones that are actually gathering the audience, you know, the actual VTubers, they don't see most of the money that they bring in. The agency does. That includes merch. That includes their Twitch subs. That includes YouTube revenue. Pretty much any piece of the pie that has dollars, doubloons in it, the agency is the one that's got their fingers in it, and the VTuber gets pieces of it, tiddlywinks. And I think it is so ass backwards. It has always rubbed me the wrong way, so I've always talked very negatively about VTuber agencies, much to the chagrin of the VTuber audience. The audience that watches VTubers is very loyal to their favorite creators in the space. So they get very upset when the 5'6" Florida man Neanderthal shoots spitballs at the agency that represents their favorite VTuber, because the community, like the relationship between the agency and the VTuber, is one that's supposed to be built on like a tight connection, like this partnership, almost like a family. But nothing could be further from the truth. It's about as much of a family as like the prison warden is to the prisoners. I just think it is completely unacceptable the way a lot of these agencies treat their talent. I also think a lot of people have been completely misled by them on the industry as a whole, where they act like there's only one path to success when it comes to VTubing. Or at least they did, not so much these days. It's starting to kind of get a little more clear that you don't have to sign with them, but for the longest time, it was as if there was only one path to success in the space, which was signing with an agency, where they basically give you a career. They grow you through their network. They give you all the tools to grow, but they basically own you. And I know the argument a lot of people make is, well, they gave you your career. You do owe them like 90% of the money that you generate. That makes sense. Without them, you were nothing. And I just think that is completely delusional. I think you've been brainwashed to think that. It's a little different nowadays, where so many people are doing really well independent. There are so many independent VTubers that are crushing it, and a lot of formally contracted talent for agencies have left to be indie and are still doing really well. So it's being proven that you don't need these agencies to succeed as a VTuber. And I understand, like, you know, they do help speed up the growth of the career, because then they just plug and play to like their network and just have eyes on you by default. But from everything I've seen, it just never really seems worth the trade-off. Like, you never get a better deal. So like, let's say you start with them and then you explode and become the biggest VTuber in the world. All the ones I've seen, the contracts don't scale with that success, so you still are locked into a bad deal. And now the agency just makes a killing off of your success, and you kind of stay in the same spot, more or less. Like, it just doesn't ever really feel worth it to do that when you can still be very successful without these agencies. And it just sucks to see that it is still so common that these agencies are greedy scumbags, like in this case here with VShow. Hi there. I'm about to go on a passionate, joyful rant, so please ensure that your seatbelt is buckled, because I'm about to torpedo my opinions at you like the logs out of Final Destination 1. I am so beyond disgusted and tired of modern greedy video game pricing, and the biggest proponent behind this criminal level of greed is Ubisoft. I've said for the last 3 or so years that nothing makes me lose faith in an upcoming game quicker than seeing a Ubisoft original appear in the trailer. If I was a member of their evil syndicate think tank, my number one suggestion to the board of directors would be, hide Ubisoft as much as possible from the credits of these games so people don't know that they're behind these productions. Bury it somewhere so that way people have to go looking to unearth the truth, because no one likes Ubisoft. I'd have more optimism about an upcoming game if it said it was a Bernie Madoff masterpiece. Like, I'd trust anyone more than Ubisoft. I think they have produced almost exclusively stinkers over the last 5, 6, maybe even 7 years. Aside from, of course, Rainbow Six Siege, which I think is just an accidental hit for them. And it's an older game, it's a 9-year-old game, and I think the reason that it continues to do well is because Ubisoft forgets that they're involved with it, so they let it do its own thing. But anything Ubisoft gets its grubby little mitts in just is a disaster. Anyone remember the Avatar Legends of Pandora that came out less than a year ago? Didn't think so. And in fact, I bet you didn't even register that I got the name wrong. I double checked. It came out 6 months ago and it's actually called Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. But I imagine some of you watching this did play it and totally forgot about its existence, just like Men in Black Neuralizered out of your mind, but because it was so boring that your brain did its best to defend you from the tedium. It is just a fucking snooze fest that I guarantee you sleptwalk through. Just like mindlessly wandering around in this fugue state of this Ubisoft open world formula that they run into the ground. It's just fucking pitiful productions that they've been behind for the last 5 or 7 years. But before I get too deep into this Ubisoft hate wagon that I'm just vomiting out here, I do want to passionately be excited about something. The GamerSupps Waifu Cup with me on it, baby. The most beautiful cup you've ever seen in your life. Look at this goblet. That's me. But yeah, it's available right now at gamersupps.gg. I'll put a link to it in the description. Go ahead and pick that up right now. But the point is, Ubisoft, I don't think has made good games in a while, and I include Assassin's Creed in this. I haven't enjoyed Assassin's Creed in so long. The last good one, and this isn't a controversial opinion, was Black Flag. And I didn't enjoy Black Flag as much as everyone else, but I can recognize that it was probably the last good Assassin's Creed game. And I play all of them. I try them all. Except I only lasted 4 hours in Mirage because it was such a fucking snooze fest. And Valhalla, I think, is the only time I've ever fallen asleep on stream. They're just boring games. And this is all a long-winded precursor to what I want to talk about today, which is the newest Assassin's Creed game, Shadows, which of course Ubisoft is behind. Now there's a lot of controversy around this, a ton of drama because of the main character here, or one of the main characters. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm just going to tell you right now up top, I'm going to rip the band-aid off. I don't care. I legitimately could not care less about the historical accuracy of the Assassin's Creed franchise. That means about as much to me as the tiny hairs around my asshole. It is truly worthless to me. I wouldn't care if you played as Dabi the House Elf in the new Feudal Japan Assassin's Creed game. Doesn't matter as long as it's a good game, which I don't think that will be because I have no faith in Ubisoft and even less faith in Assassin's Creed. But what I do care about greatly is the pricing that Ubisoft is spearheading here. They just did this for Star Wars Outlaws with the $100 plus versions, and now they're doing it again for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I am so fucking tired of it. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. These are your pricing options for the different editions of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, for the standard edition, it's $70, but you have to pre-order it if you want access to a pre-order exclusive mission. The mission's called Thrown to the Dogs, and the only way you get access to this, it seems, is if you've pre-ordered the game, which they haven't even shown any motherfucking gameplay for yet. I think that is the biggest load of barnacles ever. You're just pre-ordering based off of a cinematic trailer alone. It's a terrible, shameful thing to ask of the consumer, but that's Ubisoft in a nutshell. They're completely shameless. Moving on to the Gold Edition, you get the pre-order bonus plus a Season Pass and 3-day early access. Season Pass in a single-player game is probably one of the most embarrassing things ever that's become commonplace. If I was the goober at Ubisoft that came up with the idea of single-player Season Passes, I would never share that information with anybody ever. You wouldn't be able to torture that out of me at Guantanamo Bay. Batman couldn't beat that shit out of me. That is so fucking embarrassing. And in this case, it's especially egregious because the Season Pass for the Gold Edition includes a mission, so it's just paywalling even more content of the game behind the Season Pass and the higher price tag. And let's talk about that 3-day early access real quick, because I've seen a lot of discussion around it, and they're making great points about it. For 110 clams, you're not paying to play the game 3 days early, you're paying to play it on time. If you pay $70, you're playing the game 3 days late. So it's not early access. For 110 bones, you play the game when it comes out, and unless you fork over the additional 40, you play the game 3 days late. That's how it works. That is extraordinarily anti-consumer. Like, increasing the amount of money just to play the game when it fucking releases is absurd. And then we move on to the Ultimate Edition. For $130, you get pay-to-win elements in a single-player game. 5 skill points and then like a bunch of cosmetics. I'm gonna get a little mean here with some tough love. If you have to pay an additional $60 just for a little bonus pay-to-win in your single-player game, I think you need to take a hard look in the mirror and just recognize that maybe gaming's just not for you. Like, if that's the only way you'll enjoy the game is being able to, like, pay to win through a single-player game, I think maybe, take up a different kind of hobby. I feel like such a fucking Redditor gatekeeping gaming, but that is so unbelievably silly to pay an additional $60 for 5 skill points and then a couple of cosmetics. Like, I'm sure the cosmetics will look cool, but they're not worth almost paying the exact same price as the game itself just to get some cosmetics for it. That is a crazy thing to ask of people. Then, of course, there's the final option here, which is getting the Ultimate Edition through Ubisoft Plus, which is their own cringe subscription service for $18 a month, because every single fucking thing on the planet has a subscription service now behind it. I bet there's going to be a subscription service for Mr. Bean, like Mr. Bean Extra On Demand Turbo Arcade, even though there's only 15 episodes of Mr. Bean that have ever aired and they're all freely accessible on YouTube right now. But I bet they'll probably come out with some kind of Mr. Bean subscription in the next few years. That's just the number one trend that every tech company follows now, and Ubisoft is of course no stranger to that. So they have Ubisoft Plus, which hopefully they have less than double digits of users signed up to that, because I don't know who in their right mind would sign up for Ubisoft Plus. But anyway, that's the other option of getting the Ultimate Edition. I hate the direction Ubisoft is trying to push AAA gaming. I hate this pricing scheme. I think it's terrible. It was bad when they did it with Star Wars Outlaws. It's bad that they're doing it with Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I'm really hoping that it flops extraordinarily hard so that way more AAA companies don't try and emulate it. Because I have no doubt there's a lot of companies paying close attention to what Ubisoft's doing here. And if it's successful, they'll probably employ similar tactics. And that would just be bad for everybody. So I wanted to vent about this a little bit. I think it super sucks. I hate where Ubisoft is trying to take the industry. So yeah, I kind of wanted to just rant about this a little bit and get it all out of my system. I'm still going to try Assassin's Creed Shadows because I still give every single game that comes out a try for the most part to see if maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. So far, the safest bet I'll ever be able to make is that the newest Assassin's Creed game is going to be boring. That's been proven true time and time and time and time and time again for me personally, but maybe Shadows is the one to break that streak. And if it does, great, but it's still not going to change the way I feel about how Ubisoft is monetizing it. I think it is horrible for the industry overall. Even if the game comes out and it's great, I still can't stand what Ubisoft has done with their monetization of these games. I may not be a quantum physicist or anything like that, but I still would like to present to you a theory that I've cooked up here. One that I'm nowhere near qualified enough to speak on with good authority, but one I'm going to present with confidence anyway. I'm going to punch above my weight class to deliver an important truth about our universe that will open your third eye, and trust me, this is going to be a shocking revelation. I believe at some point along our developmental path, we have overlapped with a parallel universe. I will dub our original timeline the Berenstein Bears timeline because that's what the books were known as when I was a child. And at some point along our history, our timeline collided with the Berenstain timeline, and the two performed a bit of a fusion dance, an unholy matrimony, and merged together, forming this amalgamation of nightmares we now live in, our new cursed timeline. And one of the effects of the timeline isn't just Berenstein Bears being changed to Berenstain, it's also, seemingly, the fixation every successful company has on self-destruction. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but some of the most successful companies in the world are making the absolute dumbest decisions. It's as if when the timelines collided, all of the leaders of these companies got banished to the doofus dimension and got replaced by an entire fucking circus. All of these clowns now in charge, bozo, are doing the dumbest things ever, sinking their companies. And the most recent example is Ubisoft. Ubisoft just proudly announced that they are actually willing to shut down inactive Ubisoft accounts, which means deleting all of the games you paid for. getting rid of your access to those games. Now, before going into this story in particular, I'll go ahead and preface this by saying this isn't necessarily new, that's not groundbreaking. Steam, for example, if you get banned on Steam, like if you get your Steam account taken away, you lose your games. Basically, when you're buying a digital good on Steam, you're kind of just paying for, like, the receipt saying that you can play it. Like, you're paying for an admission ticket, but you can always get kicked out. You don't own anything, which is why physical media is still a very important thing. But before I really dive in here, I want to thank today's sponsor.
Holy shit, are you playing Watcher of Realms?
I am.
Well, tell me about it. I've heard about it.
Watcher of Realms is a next-gen fantasy RPG where you explore the mysterious continent of Taya and collect over 100 heroes. Watcher of Realms isn't like other games you're used to. There's skill casting, character synergy, hero matching, and more, which adds a very nice layer of skill and strategy to it. You collect gear, artifacts, and skill dust to upgrade your heroes to give you an edge in battle. You can also team up with your guild partners to challenge the epic dragon and rush to the top of rankings. Watcher of Realms looks beautiful. It's 3D models for each hero with custom animations, and of course it comes with fantastic soundtrack as well.
There's over 30 races, like humans, elves, demons. There's 6 unique classes you can play, 8 factions, and you can enjoy just the rich storylines of the continent of Taya. You deploy your heroes, use your skills at the right time, and kind of, use that to get an edge in battle.
There's even an event going on right now for the launch of the game where you can join the Game Theorists and J-Schlatt's team in order to compete for rewards using the link below. So thanks again for Watcher of Realms for sponsoring today's video. Make sure to use the link or scan the QR code on screen to check out the game today. So let's dive in. It all started with this Twitter post here saying, Ubisoft closes your account if you haven't logged in for some time. You will lose all your games purchased forever. And then it shows a screenshot of the email they had received saying that they're temporarily suspending the inactive Ubisoft account and will be permanently closing it in 30 days in accordance to their terms. But if you wish to keep this account, then you've got to click on the link that's in the email below. Now, when I first saw this, I thought it was maybe a bit of baloney here. I didn't know if it was legitimate or maybe this was like some kind of isolated incident or some kind of like fringe outlier where the account must have done something, had violations or something, and now it's been collecting dust. I just thought there was extenuating circumstances. Because like with Steam, you're usually not just getting banned willy-nilly. No one's losing their Steam account for not logging in for like a long period of time, I don't think. At least not that I know of. So this was certainly a first, and it was an eye-opener. Because Ubisoft did confirm this. They went into the replies and said this. Hey there. No exclamation point. You make me sick, Ubisoft support. At least show some excitement here. Get some enthusiasm behind the statement. Hey there with just a period? How monotone. I can feel that you don't even want to be in the replies. We just wanted to chime in that you can avoid the account closure by logging into your account within the 30 days since receiving the email pictured and selecting the cancel account closure link contained in the email. We certainly do not want you to lose access to your games or account, so if you have any difficulties logging in, then please create a support case with us and then linking ubisoft.com/help. So they do confirm that this is a real policy, and if you don't click that cancel account closure link, you're losing your account and you're losing all the games that you have paid for. No negotiation. Ubisoft is shutting the doors and they're taking your toys. And that's pretty hard. Like that's kind of aggressive, I would say. So I did a little bit more digging here, and according to this article that I was reading, they do make this policy pretty clear, though it's one that I was unfamiliar with, and I'm guessing a lot of other people were unfamiliar with as well. This article comes from Windows Central and says that on their website, they detail the policy against inactive accounts. Please be reassured that Ubisoft does not automatically close inactive accounts. As part of our terms of use, in rare instances, we may immediately close inactive accounts to comply with local data protection legislation. This is only if we have strong reasons to believe that the account in question will remain unused. I don't know how they would have reasons to believe that an account will be unused unless they have like a death certificate of the person who owned the account. Like you'd never be able to say with a high level of certainty who's never coming back, right? Like how would they have access to that kind of information? But regardless, they go on saying that they may also close long-term inactive accounts to maintain their database. You'll be notified by email if we begin the process of closing your inactive account. And if your account was flagged as inactive and you would like to keep using it, you can cancel the closure of your Ubisoft account and then find the link for the cancellation in the Ubisoft email. And then there's some more mumbo jumbo about checking your spam folder just in case and this and that. But it does confirm that they will delete inactive accounts from time to time, and that does mean losing all of the games that you paid for. I still don't really understand the reason for it. It doesn't make much sense to me. The only time this ever makes any sense to me is in the case of cheaters. If someone's cheating in an online game, obviously banning them makes sense. Yes, they may have paid for the product, but that doesn't mean that they get to go in there and cheat in the game. And they should be banned for it, which does restrict access to the game they paid for. But it's their fault. They fucked themselves. They broke the rules. Whereas here, no one's breaking any rules. They're just not active on Ubisoft. For good reason. Uplay's a fucking laughable joke of a service, so maybe there's just nothing that's bringing them back and they haven't been back for a while. Why should they lose access to all of the games they fucking paid for? When it comes to like a single player game, or really any game aside from cheating in multiplayer games, when you pay for it, you own it forever and should always have access to it because you bought it. But that's just not the way things really work when it comes to digital goods. And there's always just kind of been like this handshake agreement that, you know, you bought this on our service, so you do have it, you can play it whenever you want. Until we tell you can't. And here they're saying you can't based on some arbitrary distinction of you've been gone too long. You're too inactive, so we're deleting you. Which I think is really fucking dumb. That should be illegal to do that, if you ask me. And let me explain why I think this is a horrible decision from Ubisoft. Why I think this is a particularly detrimental financial move for Ubisoft and other companies that follow suit is because it incentivizes people to not buy the official product. It encourages piracy. And not just this, but also the overly aggressive DRM a lot of games implement that actually makes the games play worse is begging people to pirate the game instead because they get a more functional version of the game and they actually get to own it. When you pirate a game, you own the game. That can't be taken away from you. Whereas if you buy the official game, if you just don't log into your Ubisoft account enough, you might just lose what you paid for. They might just deem you gone too long, you know, you went to the store to get milk and didn't come back in time, so now all of the games you bought from Ubisoft, you can't access anymore. The shit you paid for, you can't play. I don't know how companies that have been around as long as Ubisoft has, or been as successful as Ubisoft has, are all of a sudden just missing the most basic concepts here. The water in their facility must be contaminated with a stupid juice infestation. I don't get it. Because the number one thing to combat piracy is a better service. It's not more DRM. It's not making things more difficult. It's making things easier, more convenient, faster, and better. You get a better product when you buy the official one. You get it quicker. You get it easier, less headache. It's just a better service. That's what beats piracy. But for some reason, companies like Ubisoft are going in the opposite direction where they're making a worse product and worse service for anyone that's trying to legitimately buy it and engage with the official products, thus pushing people to piracy. It's something that everyone has mentioned like 1,000 times over the last few years. It's not just like a hot take from me or like a galaxy brain observation from me. This is basic shit that a company like Ubisoft should be able to recognize. It's just dumb. Like, it's a silly policy to have. There's no way that it, like, somehow makes them money or saves them money or even, like, really frees up space or bandwidth for them or anything. It is just nonsensical. It's just dumb. It's just fucking silly. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this because this is just another example of another very successful company making this. You know what's always a good time is those really out-of-touch corporate conferences that pop up every now and then where a company gets its employees to attend this event where they talk about their upcoming announcements and they put on this big presentation for it, but they try and make it like a show. It looks like E3, but more corpo. And recently, Taco Bell did one, which I didn't know about until Stream told me, and theirs was actually pretty hype. I'm a Taco Bell fan, so I was actually kind of invested in this one. I wanted to see what their upcoming menu changes were and what they're adding. And it was a surprisingly enjoyable show they put together. Typically when it comes down to these suits making something to try and announce their upcoming projects, it's really out of touch and boring and miserable. And they get their employees to go there who, it's very clear they don't want to be there, but they have to fake enthusiasm like, "Wee, yeah, oh cool, you changed the Staples logo. Ah, that's amazing." That kind of shit. Or if there's like an Amazon one, if they do these, it'd be like, "And we're announcing you get 1 extra bathroom break per month, and we added 2 new buckets for you to piss in at the warehouse." And then the employees have to like clap, be like, "Hey, thanks, appreciate the generosity." Like, it's usually just very uncomfortable, which makes it something enjoyable to watch as a cringe spectacle. But Taco Bell's event was just surprisingly enjoyable and pretty wholesome all around from what we watched. So I just wanted to show you that because it was kind of fun. Did you watch the Taco Bell's E3 event where they announced their new menu? It was pretty hype. Taco Bell prevents Live Mas Live 2024. Wait, that's such a fire idea. They did their own E3 for a new menu? Taco Bell kind of fucking slaps. We did a couple videos, like tier lists, and also like ranking all of Taco Bell items. They're really good. They're like the last fast food chain I think needs a menu change, at least nothing drastic. And they also got rid of the cheesy gorditas or whatever. What was it? Was that it? The cheesy gordita crunches? No. I don't remember. But they got rid of like a banger item. So I hope they don't get like too lost in their own sauce. It was the nacho fries. Oh, and the nacho fries. Quesarito. It was the quesarito they got rid of. And the nacho fries. Both of which banger items. I don't know why they would do that. This is taken far more seriously than I thought it would be. This reminds me of when... Wow, wait. This guy looks like, from Morbius. The bad guy. I don't remember the goddamn villain's name. But this reminds me of when Staples did that huge conference for their new logo unveiling. You guys remember that? Where they're like, Staples, it's time for a change. And they made like this huge thing. They had this big dramatic conference. And then they're like, new logo. And it's the most boring shit ever. Like they changed one slight thing on it. It's the same energy. I like this kind of shit though. It's really silly. This one. What, you guys don't remember the Staples one? I even made a video on this back in a couple of years ago. They unbent the staple. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They unbent the staple.
Whoa! What the fuck? They said it couldn't be done!
Against all the odds. I know, I love this corporate shit though, it's so fun. And this lady really wants to stand up and start clapping, but she was early. Yes! Yes! Yeah! Ah! Damn right! Who do you think you are? I am. I'm ready. Oh shit.
Let's start with value. Hey, this isn't a new launch, but
Got the whole seat, but I only need the edge.
Value brand. And while we haven't fully figured it out, we want to make them permanent. Fries permanent. Now we haven't figured it out yet.
They're doing it.
But that's what we want to do. Now, the other thing is with our fries.
That was worth the whole conference in and of itself.
So we swapped ketchup for nacho cheese. But the thing that we found out is like you guys like a little heat with our nacho fries. Did anybody?
No. Oh boy. Nope. Nope. You're losing me. You're heat.
Do a new collab this year
Nope.
with Secret.
Is it optional? Don't force it on me, please. I can't handle spiciness.
But everybody does. It makes a lot of sense for us. Taco Bell chicken nuggets. Yes way.
Yeah, I fuck with that.
Yes way, girl.
I do fuck with that.
You're gonna get some. Chicken nuggets belong at Taco Bell? He thinks so. He thinks so.
Let's get a little more energy, guys. These are chicken nuggets at Taco Bell. What don't you understand? Fucking erupt. Woo! Bigger than the Super Bowl.
Musician. They need to grow up a little bit. They need a little bit. They need a little glow up. So, I'm going to be the first one to introduce to you our brand new Taco Bell hot sauce packets. Let's look at them.
What? What? No! They did it! They've changed the packet sauce game. It'll never be the same.
There you go. Those are our new sauce packets coming this year.
Cool.
Now, the green sauce, can we talk about? We are launching a brand new menu next year.
Okay, now this is what I'm talking about. Something new. Let's see
talk
it.
a little bit about it. Look at that.
Way now.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's looking good.
Oh. To try when this menu drops in March. We excited
Oh,
about that?
in March? Wait, that's right around the corner.
Right. March,
Oh, let's go.
Soon enough. Now we're always listening.
I couldn't wait any longer. Thank God. It unironically looks pretty decent though.
And we're looking for the hot brand. Families celebrate birthdays, and we have a birthday in the house.
Oh shit, who's the birthday boy?
Can we play one more time, please?
Who is it?
Thank you.
You're getting a free Cantina menu membership for at least a month.
Turns 20 years old this year. 20 years old.
I see.
The tropical
Okay.
lime storm that we all know and love is turning 20 years old this year.
Baited.
And to celebrate, we're going to throw Baja Blast a birthday party. An ice cream party to be
Thank you,
exact.
some Nick.
Exact. Everybody likes this, right? How about everybody gets to try this in Taco Bell's this summer?
Oh!
Baja Blast Gelato will be in every one of our
Actually,
Taco Bells for a
unironically
very,
kind of
very
fire.
limited time at the end of the summer.
It's actually kind of hard to give Taco Bell any kind of shit or even be sarcastic because I actually really like Taco Bell food, and this looks pretty good. Like a Baja Blast Gelato, what the fuck? That sounds like it'll go hard. And having like the actual chicken menu, a great idea. It's about fucking time. Bringing back the nacho fries permanently, also great idea. No mention of the quesarito, that word's probably blacklisted from their vocabulary. A little unfortunate, but overall still pretty impressed.
And what you
Yeah.
see, this looks like a regular Crunchwrap,
I'd
right?
agree.
Oh, it's not. When you look inside, that is a Cheez-It inside.
What have you done?
16 times the size of a regular Cheez-It, I present to you the Cheez-It Crunchwrap.
You've gone too far! No! You can't mix those!
It will make you want to make it rain Cheez-Its every day.
Fuck!
Cheez-It 16
We're in the end
times
game.
the size of a regular Cheez-It.
Hey, thanks Taco Bell, I'm excited. I'll try it. Yeah, they're playing God over there at the Taco Bell R&D department, putting a fucking 16 times the size Cheez-It in a Crunchwrap. They've gone mad. They've gone truly mad. He announces it the same way Steve Jobs announced the iPhone. Yeah, except this is bigger. This is gonna change flavor forever. This was just as good as waiting for GTA 6. Hey, it's up there. It is up there, I would say. Is this their first Taco Bell Live Moss Live? Or do they do this every year and I've just missed it? Is this canon? Yeah, no, this is canon. They probably hired Kojima to create their new menu items. Sam, I need you to deliver these Taco Bell ingredients to Shit Fart Man so he can create the new menu. No, like I said, I actually am a Taco Bell fan. I never really had it seriously until recently. Because I remember when I was a kid, I hated it. When I was a kid, the quality of Taco Bell was laughable. I feel like most people had that experience when they were younger. Like just one bad Taco Bell outing or something with your friends and it's just trash and you feel bad. And then I ate it again pretty recently, like for the tier list, and then we had like every item from the Taco Bell menu, and I fucking love it. Like it's actually super good. Worst Taco Bell item? I don't remember. Like I said, we did a whole video on it. I can't remember what our lowest tier item was. I'm gonna have to go back and check it out. Even the worst. A couple days ago, a friend of mine, Matt, came over. You might have met him before. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him for a long time, and we had a little play date. And he came over, and we got to talking. We got to yapping a little bit, blabbering about really evil companies. I think it started because we were going through, like, Meta. And as we were going over, like, Meta and all of their shadiness, it naturally led to, like, TikTok and Twitter and Amazon, the whole kit and caboodle, and then we ended up just diving down the rabbit hole of just discussing, like, evil companies in general. So I just fired on the OBS and started recording the conversation. This is really just the stream of consciousness and ranting about bad companies and learning about how some companies we knew were bad were even worse than we thought. And I just decided, hey, Maybe you'd find it interesting. Or maybe you just want to hear about some shitty companies. So here's two stupid assholes talking about some of the evil corporations in the world. So there's some companies I know are evil, but I can't put my finger on why, like BlackRock.
Right.
And Blackstone.
Exactly.
And any, like, Black plus
one of the
geode is like bad.
They're always. It almost feels like they tried to make the evilest company.
Yeah, like so. What is BlackRock? They're an investment group, right?
Exactly, and that's everybody's. There's also BlackRock Bar and Grill. They're fine.
Evil.
I don't like their food. They're fine.
And then so BlackRock
investing.
They own everything, right?
Like just everything in the world. You should look. Yeah, I'll get the size of their investment fund.
Yeah, and then Blackstone is what do they do?
I don't know what Blackstone is.
Okay, that's massage stones.
Yep.
Blackstone's definitely a company. Oh, I typed in Backstone. I see what went wrong. Okay. Yeah.
There you go, Blackstone.
And it's an investment management company.
And type in who owns Blackstone. I bet it's BlackRock.
Oh no. The geodes go deep. Stephen A. Schwarzman.
Blackstone.
Over 1.1 trillion in assets
under management. All right, now let's see. BlackRock assets. BlackRock has 10.01 trillion in assets under management.
Oh wow! Now what about Rupert Murdoch? He's not a company. Well, he is kind of a company.
He's not a company, right?
Well, he has every company. He is the media mogul. So like every news agency is Murdoch backed. Well, he looks like Dana Carvey in Master of Disguise when he's trying to get into the Turtle Club.
You're absolutely right. Just older.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I've always thought, Rupert Murdoch is the most evil sounding
it is
possible.
Did you see it in the Super Bowl? They gave him a shout out.
I did.
They said shout out Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah. I forget why.
He probably owns the broadcasting rights.
Oh, that's right.
He owns anything that hits the television screen. Yep. Murdoch's got his little winky in.
Oh, he founded Fox.
Oh wow.
I'm pretty sure you know the show Succession.
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I know it.
There we go. I'm pretty sure the main guy in Succession is based on Rupert Murdoch.
That makes sense.
I think if you're in media, you're evil.
Yeah.
Like, if you own media corporations, you are evil.
I think that's fair. Like, I feel like it's also only owned by 3 people. Now, I think the most obvious one that we can definitely
I was going to say, do we want to put our number 1 out there?
Yeah, United Healthcare?
It's UHC.
Yeah. Well, the good news is, checking UHC's website, they claim that they approve and pay 90% of all medical claims.
How is that not just false advertising?
It's just
we know it's not true.
It's just legitimately a blatant lie. It's so good.
Greedy and evil.
Like, needlessly evil, too. Like, outrageously, comically, cartoonishly evil.
Yes.
I think it's worth mentioning, when we say United Healthcare, I'm talking more about, like, even just general health insurance being the worst company in the world.
I think they are the worst
of the worst, yeah.
But they're all terrible.
There's not a good health insurance provider.
Every other healthcare company probably loves UHC because they take all of the heat. That's also horrible. Like, these are all bad.
Yeah, they're all not good. Burger King is actually going to be on the worst companies list. It's like the worst.
I can't put it as 2.
It wouldn't be 2. It'd be I'd put it in the top 20 just because the food is so almost inedibly bad that I think you have to give a special spot on a list of worst companies because they consistently have the worst possible food options.
All the time. And just to be clear, in our opinion.
Yeah, well, if we want to get factual, Long John Silver's probably worse than Burger King.
If we want to be factual. Boeing.
Oh, Boeing!
Get into This list is going to be so tough. I almost just want a bucket that we throw all the bad companies in.
Yeah.
Because I know UHC's up here.
It's in a different league, really. Boeing's a really good one because Boeing, not only are the planes not performing well and they just stranded astronauts in space on the Starliner for the last fucking 14 months. What was supposed to be an 8-day mission has turned into 300 days stranded on the ISS.
Just insane.
But where do you put them? Because no one's died as a result of the Boeing like corruption yet, aside from the whistleblowers that they're fucking piling corpses up.
But didn't people die in the plane crashes?
Yeah, but that wasn't Boeing's fault. The Max crashes, that was entirely Boeing's fault. Right. I just mean, like, recently.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, I mean, Boeing does have tons of blood on its hands. I was just talking about, like, these recent plane crashes aren't...
Those aren't them.
It's
no,
not
I agree. And we're nothing if not intellectual and can separate, our feelings.
Yeah.
But I know you've watched the same things back when, like, what happened to Boeing, where they were the golden standard.
If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going.
Exactly. And it was true. And it was when engineers ran the whole company. They sold it. Suits took over for the engineers.
Yep.
Of course, the first thing they should cut to save money is quality testing and quality assurance.
Yep, and they have so many protocols that they just don't follow anymore.
Yep. And it all just went to shit. But no, you are right. The most recent ones aren't really...
Not Boeing's fault per se.
Yeah.
But the Max crashes... That was entirely Boeing.
Yeah.
They've got to be up there with, like, the worst companies. I don't know where we'd put it, like, in the top 5.
I don't either. This is another interesting one. I feel like we're getting all the data out there, and then we'll arrange the puzzle. Monsanto.
What's that?
Which, they are the pesticide company.
Yeah, they're agrochemical, agricultural, biotech.
Yes. And I've always heard... What needs to be said except how are they not the number one worst company? Formed at the start of the last century, they are still going strong even after producing PCBs and dioxin and greatly affecting war veterans and Vietnamese children. They had to radically transform to survive towards the end of the century. You start to see that justice must be a joke. I mean, that doesn't say what it is.
Apparently, they manufactured Agent Orange.
Oh!
Holy!
Yeah. Roundup.
Did you see it? I didn't see it. Oh, yeah.
Because Roundup, you know how, like, people will be like, coffee causes cancer, like, here's a few, but it's very...
It's loose.
Roundup is one of the products I found where they're like, this is cancer. Like, they've created cancer in a can, is what I've essentially read.
Okay. Yeah, I've never even heard of it.
This also says... Oh, yeah, there we go. It's got glyphosate in it. What I was reading was that Monsanto knew it caused cancer and also falsified reports to hide it. They're a corporation known to falsify reports in order to obtain approval for whatever they are currently manufacturing. They did this with Agent Orange and PCBs, so it can evidently be surmised that they probably did this with the GMO reports they submitted to the FDA.
I don't know this company very well. They seem bad.
Yeah.
They seem like jerks.
They do.
Agent Orange?
Yep.
Not a fan.
Not great. Not my favorite.
Didn't like it. I did get reminded. Nestle.
I was just about to say that.
Nestle.
I was literally about to say Monsanto reminded me of Nestle.
They have to be in the top 3. It is still great. But do you remember, like, the baby formula controversy for Nestle? Careful examination of Nestle's marketing behavior shows that Nestle entry into low and middle income formula markets caused 212,000 infant deaths per year among mothers without clean water access at the peak of the Nestle controversy of 1981. Well, Nestle also had their infamous statement, "Water is not a human right." Nestle was accused of providing free or low-cost supplies of infant formula in hospitals and maternity centers, often dispensed by milk nurses, which were salesmen dressed in nurse uniforms, to encourage new mothers to use infant formula. Formula use among newborns increased the risk that mothers release prolactin-inhibiting hormones, which signal milk production to shut down, creating a future dependence on breast milk substitutes. By the 60s, Nestle already viewed marketing of formula in hospitals as a strategic approach to encouraging adoption of infant formula, as seen in an excerpt from its 1969 annual report. So Shein's on here. I don't know enough about Shein, but...
Oh, the clothing company?
Temu.
Oh.
Temu's gotta make the list.
Just reminded me, though.
Comcast,
the fucking internet companies.
Yeah,
Nothing's
ISPs.
Good. FTX is crazy because... Clearly, it's a horrible company, but it's like it's almost laughably bad. In a way. Like I guess not for all of the people who lost all of their money in it.
Oh, easy one, Ticketmaster. That's another really easy one.
That is and this is what I'm meaning by buckets, because top bucket you've got UHC, Monsanto, Nestle, the people who are killing
Like,
people
actively
and don't
killing
care.
people, yeah.
And then the next bucket is like, you guys fucking suck.
Yeah.
Like, you are greedy as all.
It's just,
get out.
it's a scam, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a huge racket where Ticketmaster owns Live Nation, and, like, Ticketmaster has all the fees and shit.
Yep.
They're still in a legal battle right now, which is a
With
pretty...
who? Like, which side?
God. Like, they're in just, like, a huge legal battle. They had a really cool statement that I'm struggling to remember. They said something to the effect of, we're saving you money in the end or something. Let me look it up. Ticketmaster argued that competition would cost fans more money in their antitrust lawsuit.
Oh. Yeah, because that's how that works.
Yeah, usually when there's competition, I mean,
Yeah.
the consumers are the ones that are hurt.
They compete to drive price up
Yeah,
faster.
exactly. That's economics 101. With Ticketmaster having monopoly, now they have complete control to look out for your best
You
interests.
know how low they can make those prices if they wanted to?
Yeah, and they are.
Yeah, they're doing it. Purdue Pharmaceuticals. They are the ones behind the Oxy crisis.
How so?
They were the ones who pushed Oxy on all doctors, said it wasn't dangerous at all, lied about everything.
Last month, Attorney General Ken Paxton secured $7.4 billion settlement with Purdue Pharma and Sackler family for the role in the opioid epidemic.
That's wild. They clearly knew, and the fact that nobody's gone to jail is disgusting.
Yeah, I looked up the Sacklers' awful last name, by the way.
You know who played him in one of the Netflix shows?
Huh?
Matthew Broderick.
Oh, God. He was on our Worst Celebrities list. He makes a comeback. For those that don't know why we dislike Matthew Broderick and why he made the bad celebrities tier list, he killed a woman from drunk driving. Well, it was a woman and her daughter, if I remember right. The 1987 car crash, she crossed the wrong lane, collided head-on with another car. The driver, Anna Gallagher, and her mother, Margaret Doherty, were killed instantly. He got charged $100 for the careless driving practices.
Because then you've got Amazon who's like, you can't pee.
Yeah.
So there's all these different categories of bad, essentially.
Bank of America is one that's always going to be on the list. I feel like that one's also pretty obvious.
I feel like there's big industry sections too, like banks in general, healthcare in general.
Lockheed Martin.
I mean, they're...
Nintendo. The way... That one should be pretty clear. I don't like Nintendo.
The way they handle...
Everything. They shit on the community. They have the most anti-consumer, archaic practices. There's Ubisoft, because they're absolutely in the shitter.
Yeah,
like
and I think there's a lot of these gaming companies. That's why I think I'm saying it's our list, not the objective list.
Yeah.
Because I would put a lot of these gaming companies on there in my mind.
But they also just wouldn't be anywhere in the same ballpark as like,
a UHC.
Yeah, as a...
Exactly.
Or a Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, we've got UHC, Lockheed Martin, Nintendo, Burger King. There's just so many bad companies. So how do we narrow this down to 10? And how do you want to?
I don't know. I don't think we need to. We can just be ranting about shitty companies.
This isn't even a list at this point.
It's
We're just talking about the worst companies.
Yeah. I think we know which the worst in the world is, though. It's got to be health insurance, right?
It has
to be health insurance.
I feel like there's no world in which it's not. Like, our top buckets are health insurance, pharmaceuticals. I'm trying to think of how I would encompass, like, Monsanto and Nestle.
While you think about that, I'm going to go to a special bucket and put some poop in it. I'll be right back. What'd you find?
So I was reading about this company, Cargill.
Oh, yeah. Cargill? It's pronounced Cargill.
Oh, it's French. They're the second largest privately owned company in the U.S. From what I read, they're bad.
Yep.
But doesn't seem like, I don't think they complete. My whole thing was like people died from Salmonella, E. coli, all this stuff. Let me show you one thing though. But it's not like they created Agent Orange, which I think precludes them from that. Read this. I said this sounds like fucking Hydra.
We are the flour in your bread, the wheat in your noodles, the salt on your fries, the corn in your tortillas, the chocolate in your dessert, the sweetener in your soft drink. We are the oil in your salad dressing and the beef, pork, or chicken you eat for dinner. We are the cotton in your clothing, the backing on your carpet, and the fertilizer in your field.
It feels like a threat.
It feels like what Chucky Finster's mom wrote him before she died.
That's such a different way to look at it.
Wait, do you remember her note?
No.
I'm the wind against your hair.
Oh, no.
The flower in your garden.
So I think Cargill, I don't know enough. I'm not saying they're not bad. I'm just saying I don't know enough to put them on my list.
Yeah, I've never even heard of Cargill,
Me
but
either.
it says they're destroying the planet, so it looks like big deforestation.
Gotcha. All right, not good.
So not good.
You know what? Just because this stuff says it, we'll put them on there. Put them at the bottom. Cargill's there.
They're there. They made it.
So would you say above all else is healthcare?
Yep.
I think that's my number one by a landslide.
For sure. I think so as well.
I think the category of doing really bad things and knowing that you're doing it, and once again people are dying, but just not to the same level as like a UHC who's just denying sick people help.
Yeah, so that'd be pharma, the Purdue Pharma, Nestle.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think... I think there's a lot we missed, for sure.
We could keep digging through.
No, we don't need to. I feel like there's just so many it'd be hard to pinpoint. Like, I think there's so many that are obvious, like Apple,
Yeah, and that's the human rights violations, I feel like, which is Amazon maybe towards the top of that. But once you get into that, it's all of them. It's Apple, it's Nike, it's every clothing manufacturer, 90% of clothing manufacturers. Like,
we didn't even think about cigarettes. Cigarettes is it's so easy. But
this is another category in my head.
Does that make them evil though? Because you smoke it and you know it's bad for you. I think they're probably more
like, I think they almost go along with an Exxon in my head, because the amount of money and campaigning they do, at least back then, to convince you they're not bad.
That's true. They used to do that.
And then I think it's all malicious negligence, where you go, I know this is bad, but it makes me money, so I'm going to do everything in my power to keep making this money.
Yeah.
BlackRock's on there.
Pornhub, porn in general.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, see, I know. I thought we were doing worse, not best.
What is this one?
I don't know. Try pulling it up. I thought that was... Is that Titleist?
The worst golf balls I've ever had.
Oh, God. Is that just England?
I think that's a car brand. I think we hit the good ones.
I think we've hit the good ones as well.
I don't think there's any like glaring behemoth we missed or any.
No, we can finish off with our most hated companies, which is Burger King.
Naturally. Artesian Builds.
Defunct companies.
Yes.
You happy with that list?
I'm happy with that list. Good work. Good work today. Bungie is engaged in a lawsuit right now that I find extremely interesting, and I tickled it a little bit last night on stream, but I want to get into the actual spaghetti and meatballs today. Now, obviously, this isn't Bungie's first rodeo with lawsuits. They've been involved in a couple high-profile ones I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, but I wouldn't necessarily call them seasoned veterans, that this is just, business as usual. Not like Nintendo, who has more lawsuits than Elon Musk does children. Bungie has few and far between lawsuits, but most of you hear about them, such as like their big one not long ago where they actually had a huge victory over cheat makers, which I think was great. Their current battle, though, has got them fucking stun-locked here. They are being sued by a writer who claims that Destiny stole his story for their campaign for Red War and Curse of Osiris. And Bungie is having a very difficult time defending themselves here. They can't actually produce the content to prove that they didn't steal from him. Thus, the lawsuit is still ongoing, and they're kind of getting embarrassed because of one simple thing that they have become so accustomed to doing. It's become like a fucking addiction. Sunsetting content. If you've played Destiny, you're familiar with this, and it's not just Destiny. Other games also take content out of the game over time. But Destiny takes entire paid things that you bought with your own clams, will take it out of the game and vault it. Now we're going to do like a full dive in here, like an actual colonoscopy on this case with everything we know right now, but I just want to give you the gist here. One of the things they vaulted is the entirety of the campaign for Destiny 2 when you first bought the game, Red War. I have bitched about that for the longest time now, that the campaign you bought when this game came out is no longer in the game at all and is completely inaccessible to the players. I think that is an unbelievably ridiculous concept, but I'm not going to just rant and rave about that like a lunatic again. But the community had always been under the impression that when content like Red War is vaulted, Bungie themselves can still access it. Like, they haven't just, poofed it out of existence like some kind of fairy godparents took care of it. They haven't just erased it from the corporeal realm. But it turns out that is the case. Bungie has openly admitted they also can't access the content anymore in this lawsuit. They actually can't even get their paws on it either, thus they can't really defend their claims of innocence against the copyright claims. It's a mess. Like, they actually have just banished it to the fucking shadow realm here. Anyway, the lawsuit was started by a writer named Matthew Kelsey Martineau, and he worked under the pseudonym Casper Cole, and he published a story on his blog that he claims was stolen by Bungie for the Red War and Curse of Osiris story elements. Most notably, Red Legion, he's saying, was taken directly from his writings. Other shared elements mentioned between Red War and the DLC Curse of Osiris are things like celestial object hovering over Earth, war beasts, and more. From what I can find, Casper Cole had this published on his WordPress in 2013, 2014-ish, and this lawsuit was filed last year. Guessing he's not a big first-person shooter fan, must have not played any Destiny until then. But I'm gonna tell you, buckle up, sports fans, might be a hot take. There's nothing I see listed here that seems unique to Casper Cole's writing. A celestial object hovering over Earth, flamethrowers being used, and emergency failsafes. Like, come on, that's all pretty generic sci-fi shit. That's like getting mad that another shooter also has bullets in the game. To me, that seems completely like a non-issue. That doesn't scream, copyright infringement, plagiarism. Now, if you want to talk about the names like War Beasts and Red Legion being exactly the same, I still think that's a moot point because those aren't really unique names either, especially considering Destiny. The name of everything in that game is basically just like a title or like a caveman naming it. The Traveler, the Witness, the Left Shoe, the Accountant, the Bath Master, War Bath, Bath War. Like, that's kind of just the whole naming scheme of that game. So Red Legion and War Beast, that doesn't scream that they stole something from this guy. There is nothing that I've seen listed in this lawsuit that makes me actually think Bungie stole from this guy's fucking WordPress in 2013, 2014 to make the Destiny storyline. But the timing of this lawsuit could not be better for Casper Cole because Bungie themselves can't combat it. They are unable to produce the content that they are being accused of stealing because they don't have access to it themselves. Bungie archived the original code that comprised the Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns known as legacy builds, according to Tyson Green. However, the Red War and Curse of Osiris legacy builds can no longer run because their outdated code is incompatible with Destiny 2's underlying operational framework, which has evolved considerably since the Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns were retired. As a result, Bungie cannot feasibly provide the court with the original Destiny 2 game as it existed in 2017, including the accused Red War and Curse of Osiris campaigns in any operable or reviewable form, nor will Bungie be able to produce the accused campaigns in operable or reviewable form if this matter proceeds to formal discovery. So after they put them on the bench, took them out behind the barn, and put them down, they no longer can get them back because they've updated the game too much. So they can't actually get the game again. So, when they made a motion to dismiss this case, they were basically showing up with their pants down. They had nothing to show. So, what they relied on was YouTube videos. But not just YouTube videos, wiki pages as well. Bungie insisted the attached videos are the best possible way for the court to review the accused work. Exhibit B was a 10-hour lore video put together by a YouTuber named My Name is Biff. Banger video, by the way. Exhibit C was a cutscene compilation, again put together by a fan, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. But the judge, Susie Morgan, she wasn't playing ball with it. She was not pleased with this maneuver, and it was not sufficient. So she denied this motion to dismiss. The court will not consider the exhibits attached to defendant's motion to dismiss and will not convert the defendant's motion to dismiss to a motion for summary judgment. There has not been sufficient time for discovery, and the attachments are admittedly of third-party origination. Their authenticity has not been established. Basically, Bungie brought piss to a shit fight here, and the judge was not having it. She said, I'm not watching these video essays. You scram with this. Wipe it in your ass and get out of the court with this. Thus, the lawsuit is proceeding. The case is going forward. And I really don't know what Bungie is going to do. They are adamant that it can't be restored, which is pretty mind-boggling to me. I don't know how they wouldn't have like backups of previous builds of the engine or something just for a case like this, to be honest, where you need an older build of the engine or the framework, so that way you could restore these things should you ever want to down the line, especially with things like remasters and remakes being so commonplace. It just makes sense to me that you would still have something like that. But I'm just a fucking idiot with a tiny little reptile brain, so maybe I'm on the crack pipe with that take. But what I think I'm 100% in the right on here is that it is ridiculous to be vaulting content in the first place if there is no means ever of getting it back. That is paid content. People paid for that. I paid for that when it came out. And I haven't been able to play it for 5 years and will likely never be able to play it again. Same with everybody else on the fucking planet, it seems. I don't really know what the next move is for Bungie. Maybe they'll start submitting goddamn Let's Plays to the courts or something. Like, here, check this out. Look how much fun they're having. No mention of Casper Cole anywhere. No one's picking up on the similarities. Check it out. Like, I don't know. They're going to have to find a way to actually get the campaign back. But, again, I'm not a lawyer either. I feel like Casper Cole's team would probably then make a case that it's been altered. I'm not trying to go like full anime protagonist here, like it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Season 2. Next, you're going to say it's been altered. But I feel like that'd be the natural evolution of the argument here in this case. Because if Bungie somehow does produce a reviewable and operable Red War or Curse of Osiris campaign to present to the courts, who's to say they haven't just taken out the offending material of the lawsuit that it points out, right? Like, they've already said they cannot do it. So if somehow they're able to miraculously do it, would that not raise eyebrows about, like, well, can we trust this? It's fucking fascinating. It's a real brain buster here with the pickle that Bungie finds themselves in. So the YouTube links and everything weren't even considered here because in the initial filing, well, Martineau, I don't exactly know how to say his last name, I'll be honest. That's why I've been calling him Casper Cole. Casper Cole never made any mention of like YouTube or wiki links, so they didn't even consider it. It was deemed like off limits, kind of, I guess. And then Judge Morgan also pointed out that the case is actually pretty complicated, even when Bungie cited previous rulings, saying this case would require a much more complicated side-by-side analysis, even if the court had access to a complete version of Destiny 2. She also noted how the game and the written work aren't even in the same format. Rather than compare a brief movie scene and a copyright for a pinball machine, it appears the defendant is asking the court to compare a collection of short writings to 13 plus hours of third-party originated YouTube videos of Destiny 2 and several third-party originated online Destinypedia pages. Now, if you've got your thinking caps on, to me, there seems to be like a really glaring thing that I haven't seen pointed out in any of the articles. How the fuck is Casper Cole making these arguments in the first place if there is no Red War or Curse of Osiris to compare to anymore anyway? Like, how is he able to reference these things? I'm assuming the only way he'd be able to make these comparisons, since, again, the Red War and Curse of Osiris don't actually exist in the game anymore, is he would be comparing it to YouTube videos and shit. That'd be the only way. While he might not have directly referenced them in the lawsuit, there is no possible way for him to even be making these comparisons in the first place without that. So it is in a weird spot to me, because, again, there is nothing there for Red War or Curse of Osiris. They've already blinked it out. Like, it's gone. So even Casper Cole, when making these arguments, is making them against a fucking ghost. There isn't a Red War or Curse of Osiris campaign that is playable and reviewable that he is making these comparisons to. So it's a bit weird for sure. Now, at the end of the day, do I think Bungie stole his work, like copied his story beats for Destiny? Absolutely not. There is nothing I've seen listed here that screams plagiarism or anything like that. I also just highly doubt they would go to a random WordPress from 2013 and 2014 and start taking directly from it to make the Destiny campaign. That just seems so incredibly unlikely to me. But in Bungie's incompetence here, when it comes to vaulting and sunsetting, they have really shot themselves in the foot. Anyway, I just had to talk about this a bit. It seems like a pretty complicated case. If this was going to be an easy slam dunk W for Bungie here, a little dubski in the court of law against the copyright claims, probably would have been thrown out on this first motion to dismiss. So now I think it's going to get a little sticky. But maybe not. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. Again, I'm a fucking idiot. So who... Ubisoft, once a titan in the gaming industry, now a clown. Getting dangerously close to becoming Blockbuster right before our little peepers here. It just keeps getting worse for them. Yesterday they announced they're shutting down X-Defiant, which was their big game. Like, this is the game that for the last year they had been putting all of their elbow grease into. They were spitting in both of their hands, getting down and dirty, trying to push this game to everyone as much as possible. There was a lot of hype in the betas. People were saying, oh, this could actually be a competitor to Call of Duty. But unfortunately, when the game fully released, that hype was no longer there. People were about as excited for X-Defiant as they are to learn that I'm 5'6". It's one of those things where it had a chance in the beginning, but because of not striking while the iron was hot, like, it had a period where Call of Duty wouldn't have been out for another, handful of months. X-Defiant could have grabbed some market share, but they couldn't release in the right time period, in my opinion. And when it did fully release, it was too close to Call of Duty, so most people just decided, I'll just wait. And it didn't have enough unique elements to it to make it feel overly different from COD to a point where it could be better than it. So people dropped it pretty quick too. But I actually found it to be a really fun game, just didn't have staying power. And yesterday, Ubisoft said, we're not even going to give it a chance. We're not even going to let it try and evolve into something that can compete with COD. We're just going to throw our hands up, wave the white flag, and surrender. They released this message to the players. Thank you for your incredible dedication and support of X-Defiant. Regret to inform you that we're initiating the sunset process starting today. That makes it sound like the ending to Iron Giant or something. Like they're about to fly out into the sunset and self-destruct. December 3rd, 2024. As a result, new download, player registrations, and purchases will no longer be available. Season 3 will still launch, so stay tuned for more updates to come. The servers will remain active and the game will be fully playable until June 3rd. There's a personal message from the executive producer as well, which I'll go over in a second. They then expressed that they will be giving full refunds for anyone who bought the Ultimate Founders Pack, as well as people who made VC and DLC purchases since November 3rd. At least there will be refunds given to players here. With Ubisoft on this title, I thought there was a pretty good chance that they'd just say, hey, tough luck, is what it is. Your fault. It shouldn't have spent money on it, I guess. I am kind of surprised, but pleasantly surprised that they are giving refunds. It's a free-to-play game that relies on microtransactions, and I don't know why companies like Ubisoft can't recognize that a lot of the time, the reason people don't want to spend money in games like this isn't even because they don't like the game or don't want to support it or something. It's because no one knows exactly how long it's going to be around for. So what's the point in forking over clams for some skins for a game that might not exist in 2 months? It's just a waste of money, and most people are just hesitant because this keeps happening. Games keep closing really quickly after launching, so no one really has a lot of trust that it's going to be around for a while, so why waste money on it, I don't know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're disappointed that the game's not getting more microtransactions, so it's not sustainable, but it's also not getting microtransactions and not sustainable because people think it might close in a couple of months, and now it is closing in a couple of months, confirming their fears. It's, you know what I'm saying? I think there's quite a few reasons why this game failed, and it's not because I think the game is bad. In fact, I actually do like the game, like I said. There were just some things that were suboptimal about it, like I mentioned, the release time period, as well as constantly postponing it from the beta, which had a lot of hype. There were some steps that ensured that it didn't stand that great of a chance of actually competing against COD. I went over some more of them on stream, so I'll play those clips real quick, and then I'll get into that personal message from the executive producer. Yeah, I did want to mention the Ubisoft stuff before starting. It just popped up for me, and I was looking at it, so real quick, I'm sure a lot of you saw this. Ubisoft is already shutting down XDefiant. This thing barely had a longer lifespan than Concord. Man, the L's for Ubisoft just keep coming. That's not true, they had multiple betas. That's not the full release, brother. I think one of the big reasons why this game ended up flopping... Well, flopping's not even the right word, because during beta people were super hyped for it, but they kept postponing the actual release, and by the time it actually released, it was already too close to Call of Duty that had a lot of positive hype, and that absolutely took wind out of its sails. I also think the biggest reason that it didn't survive very long is because they relegated to the sarcophagus of Uplay. Nobody wants to download Uplay for any reason. The only reason people even have Uplay is because they're forced to for Siege. If not for Siege, nobody would have this. And the only way to get XDefiant was through Uplay. So by not being on Steam and being like readily accessible on PC, I think that destroyed their chances. Skull and Bones is still up. It'll save this sinking ship. That's true. They still have their quadruple A Skull and Bones. Everyone loves Skull and Bones. But it's actually not just XDefiant that's getting the plug pulled on them. I read this as well. Well, man, it's not letting me open the whole tweet. But Ubisoft is closing a lot of their studios. They're cutting 277 positions through these closures. Ubisoft is getting godooshed in stock price, in everything, from all angles. Old Ubisoft was good. Old Ubisoft had bangers. New Ubisoft releases NFT games in 2024. It is such a shame, man. I did like XDefiant during beta, but once it came full release, I didn't touch it. There was other games that it was competing with, like it released in the middle of other games I was playing. Never went to it. Then I just played the new Call of Duty when it came. If Assassin's Creed Shadows fall, if Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't go ballistic, I think Ubisoft gets purchased by a different entity. I think Tencent takes them. That's my little game theory. That is their last hope, and I don't have a lot of faith in Assassin's Creed Shadows because I think most people, like myself, are kind of fatigued with it. I'm always shooting spitballs at Ubisoft, and this one warrants a big loogie going through the pipes. It is brutal. Absolutely tragic. Well, not tragic. It's Ubisoft's own fault. It's not like the universe is working against them. Ubisoft themselves is working against their best interests. So they're shutting down Ubisoft San Francisco and Osaka. And then they're downsizing elsewhere, so it's around 277 people that are about to lose their jobs from it. What was the budget for XDefiant? I'm gonna speculate. I would guess between 50 and 100 million. Especially, that's not taking in marketing, but with especially like the amount of faith they had in this, I would think anything, it's 80 million. Like they put their nuts in it. They went really hard with trying to push XDefiant as the COD killer. Didn't quite pan out. The only thing that will ever kill COD is COD. Yeah, I think COD's at a point where people are so married to it, they're not just going to up and abandon it for something else, especially in an age where games are closing within a month or two of launch. Like, yes, XDefiant had betas. A lot of hype in the betas, but they kept pushing the actual release further and further down the road. When it finally comes out, people aren't playing it, there's not a lot of faith in Ubisoft, and they do end up closing doors pretty quickly. So it's hard for people to even buy into a franchise because you don't know how long it's going to be around for. Games last about as long as fucking mosquitoes now. So people don't like Ubisoft Connect because you need to be online. They have lots of microtransactions. Solution, I'm probably online anyways if I'm using PC to game, and I just simply don't buy the microtransactions. I don't get the overwhelming hate everyone has for it. Spoken like a man who's never opened Ubisoft or Uplay in your life. It's significantly more than that. That is single-handedly the worst launcher that has ever been constructed by human beings. The fact that it's even allowed to exist is an affront to God. That shit is turbo cheeks. Just do me a favor, to the guy that said that, download Rainbow Six Siege right now, make a Uplay account, and tell me how long it takes you to actually open that game. You have to open Uplay like 12 different times just to even see the menu. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. In the more personal message, the executive producer goes over the journey as well as the goal to develop a new arcade shooter, as well as shake up the genre by removing skill-based matchmaking, bringing back a more old-school arcade shooter experience, and also free-to-play. Now, real quick, I want to chime in there. I have been pretty outspoken that I'm not the biggest fan of skill-based matchmaking. A lot of people complain about it. There is a lot of whining when it comes to skill-based matchmaking. It's a very controversial, divisive debate. I believe that we had it figured out 20 years ago with Halo 2, where you can have a fully casual playlist with no skill-based matchmaking whatsoever, and then you can have your ranked playlist, which is all skill-based matchmaking. And I understand there's probably plenty of data that a lot of these soulless husks and suits at the top of the food chain at these game companies have looked at that says that if you have skill-based matchmaking, your super stinkers that can barely press 2 buttons at the same time are more likely to stick with your game because they'll be matched with people of equal ineptitude. So I understand that for player retention, I guess skill-based matchmaking is the gold standard, but truly I will never see the harm in just reverting back to caveman. Go back to Halo 2, where yes, in your casual game modes, you'll have some people that are teaming up with friends that are much worse than them, and they will wash the opponents. It happens. But it's a social game mode there. It has no meaning. It's not the fucking esports world championship. It's a casual game mode. I realize it might not be fun to be on the receiving end of that cheek clapping, but you go next. It happens. It's equally as not fun to go into a casual game mode and still have people sweating their ass off like they're playing ranked and trying out for fucking T1 or something. Like, it's still not great either, especially if you're playing with friends that are worse than you and you happen to bring in players that are much better than them. It's just a lot more fun when it's completely random. Just people that queue up for casual to just have a good time. And it's a problem that solves itself, by the way, because people will start to recognize that, oh, if I want to play against people of a similar skill level to me, if I want to play against people that are just as shitty as I am, instead of doing casual where I won't know, I'll go to ranked where I'm actually dog shit elo. So I'll play against people of dog shit elo. In Halo 2, if you wanted to make sure you played against people of the same caliber, you would go to ranked and you would play against level 3s and 4s. So that way you wouldn't have to worry about getting stomped by someone that was, fucking smurfing in casual. Like, that was the whole point of it. And I just really think that system, at least for my personal tastes, was optimal. So I did appreciate that XDefiant tried to do something different by not using skill-based matchmaking. It clearly wasn't enough to get people hooked on the product or anything, but I don't think the lack of skill-based matchmaking was the reason this game failed. The executive producer thanks the development team, saying how great of a job they did at building this game, and then talks about some of the achievements here. So, they broke the internal record for fastest game to surpass 5 million users, and in the end they had over 15 million players play the game. Those are big boy numbers. Those are some very impressive numbers for sure. It's just, unfortunately, it wasn't able to hold on to that many players, but even still, that's something to be extremely proud of. The message goes on just to thank the player base and thank all the developers and everyone that made the game possible. I want to mention something that I briefly touched on stream. I feel like we're in an era of comfort games where people have already made their bed and they're lying in it with the games that they know they like, and they're games they will always play. And usually people aren't going to play multiple games in this genre, like, full-time. I say full-time, but I mean, like, as their main game. So if you're someone that likes hero shooters, most people are choosing Overwatch. There's not really another game that's beating Overwatch for hero shooters. Even as many tomatoes as that game gets tossed, it's still the king when it comes to hero shooter popularity. And Marvel Rivals is about to drop. I liked the beta for Marvel Rivals, but I would be very surprised if it was somehow able to even take a portion of the Overwatch player base to it. I'd like to be proven wrong, but I truly just believe people choose these games in these genres, and they stick with that game, and they'll maybe tinker around, dip their toes into some of the other games that come out, like sprout up to try and compete with them, but never actually make a switch over to them. And another example is Call of Duty. How many times have we seen a Call of Duty killer pop up over the last decade? Too fucking many to count. And even a game like XDefiant, which did have huge player numbers, didn't have people stick with it because they'd rather just go back to their comfort game. Even though Call of Duty is getting a ton of shit, like a lot of people have been insulting the new Black Ops game, they still stick with it because it's their comfort game. That is their Call of Duty game, and they're not looking to find a replacement Call of Duty game, even though X-Defiant was comparable. X-Defiant I don't think was as fine-tuned as Call of Duty. Like, it's clearly hasn't been around as long as Call of Duty, so it doesn't have the formula down and the feels a little off. But overall, it had a lot of potential. It just never really had a chance to grow on it and evolve and reach that level because it wasn't sustainable, because it didn't have enough people playing it. And I do think a large portion of that can be attributed to Uplay itself. So congrats, Ubisoft, you put the clown nose on again. But overall, I really do think that if you're going to try and make a game to compete with a Call of Duty or an Overwatch, the odds are really stacked against you. Like, it's very, very, very slim chance of working out. Same with like live service games. Live service games are popping up and dying immediately all the time now because no one really wants a new live service game. If they want a live service game, they probably already found one like Destiny 2 or something. And even though Destiny 2 gets a lot of shit, most of the Destiny 2 player base isn't making the switch over to any other comparable live service game. I think people just would rather keep playing these games that they already are really familiar with and already sunk a lot of time or a lot of money into. And even though they'll try something like an X-Defiant that's in the same genre, it's never going to be something they're going to make a switch over and spend a ton of money for. I have been saying for a while, I think it's much better, money is much better spent in the game industry developing lower budget titles that don't try and compete with something like a Call of Duty. Like, just do lower budget, unique titles. Single player games are fucking crushing it. Like, look at the indie space right now. Indie games are going ballistic because most of them are focused on delivering a unique experience, and the majority of them are single player experiences. Like, I just played Mouthwashing last night. Amazing game. That was a 2.5 hour game, and that was money well spent. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and stop ranting about it. Point is, big Ubisoft L again, per usual. The Ubisoft stock price, I don't know how much lower it can possibly go. Soon, Ubisoft stock price will be worth about as much as the wrappers to the Magic the Gathering cards I open. I often get told how negative I am, but I think we can all agree there's been a little something special that's made this Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes. And that little puppy is named Schedule 1. I haven't streamed a game this much since Elden Ring released, and I haven't made this many videos on a single game since Elden Ring released. It's pretty clear I like the game a lot. I got those anime hearts in my eyes anytime I hop on Schedule 1. I've become addicted to it, much like my clients in the game itself. Like, I feel like I'm making lifelong friends in there through this business, like Austin. That beautiful bastard is such a fiend, I could roll up a urinal cake and tell him that it's weed and he'd thank me for it. I could walk up to that man and tell him to think about meth, and he would pay me $500 just for the imagination that I put in his head for him to smoke. It's just such a fun fucking game is the point I'm getting at, and I like it a lot. And right now, it's in a little bit of legal hot water because a competitor in the drug-dealing simulator space is launching a lawsuit against them for copyright infringement. The goobers that launched the lawsuit are Movie Games. That's the publisher, and the game that they're saying has been infringed upon is Drug Dealer Simulator, which also has a sequel. And you can see that in response to them launching this lawsuit against Schedule 1, they've been review bombed, and now the reviews are overwhelmingly negative. We'll get into the specifics of their claims in a moment, but I want to set the stage for anyone that might not be aware of the phenomenon that is Schedule 1. It's a drug-dealing simulator game that was created by a single person. His name's Tyler Video Game Studio. He developed Schedule 1 and launched it, and it blew up. The game is extremely fun. It maintains over 300,000 players per day with a 450k peak. This is big potatoes here. And it's an extremely fun game. I have been a big fan of the drug-dealing simulator type games for a while. You might remember my Weed Shop arc. I've also played Drug Dealer Simulator, and I can say with full confidence, Schedule 1 is the best one. It has so much depth. It is so enjoyable, just with like the goofiness that it allows you to do, as well as a world that really feels alive. And there's so much you do in there, from actually selling the drugs, hiring dealers, beating up the civilians, specifically Peter. Every 24-hour period, I make sure that Peter is either beaten within half an inch of his life, shot as many times as I can possibly find ammo for, or buried alive or thrown in the ocean. And, just as many times as I can torture this man, I make sure to take that opportunity to do so. He deserves it. But there's just a lot to do, even outside of, like, dealing the drugs. Like, the movement is really fun. There's a lot of tech to even just movement with the skateboard. You can also launder money. You need to launder money, actually. It's just, there's so much here. You go from weed to meth to coke. Like, I'm now in the coke trade. I'm pushing that good cocaina now, and I'm really excited. I just think the game is the best drug dealing simulator out there. Which is not like the most competitive market, we're not talking about like a first-person shooter genre here. You're dealing drugs. There's only a handful of these games, and one of them, Drug Dealer Simulators, getting in a big stink about the success Schedule 1 is experiencing because its title never got to those levels. I think Drug Dealer Simulator was a fine game, but Schedule 1 is just a lot better, and it ate its goddamn lunch. And they are not happy about it, which is why they've launched this lawsuit trying to make the claim that they've infringed on their copyrights. According to Movie Games, they noticed some similarities to Drug Dealer Simulator and launched an investigation. On March 24th, 2025, the release date of Schedule 1, an internal analysis of the company's IP, including Drug Dealer Simulator and Drug Dealer Simulator 2, as well as Schedule 1 project, was initiated by the company. This analysis immediately identified the use of several elements protected by copyright, including parts of the game's storyline, mechanics, and UI. This leaves me so curious what copyrights they're referring to that have been infringed upon. Like, who's behind this company? Pablo Escobar? How could you possibly own the copyright to drug making? Like, there's just no fucking way. Like, they have a weed-making process in the real world that gets translated into the game in a silly fashion. You can't patent that. Like, Warner Bros. Has patented the Nemesis system, which I've talked about a lot. I've bemoaned that pretty frequently, but that's a very specific mechanic. This is not. You can't somehow say, like, no, we are the only company allowed to showcase coke being manufactured or being sold on the street. Like, it just doesn't work that way, I don't think. How could you possibly copyright that? It's just another game in the same genre, thus it's going to be utilizing similar methods because you're still making the same drugs in the genre. Like, very few companies ever go this far. Like, take, for example, Souls-like games, which have become the new hotness. Souls-like games are spreading like the fucking common cold. Let's take, for example, a really good one, Lies of P. Well, Lies of P didn't invent the Souls-like genre. It borrowed a lot of elements from everything FromSoft had built up over the decades. And you didn't see FromSoft sue Lies of P, and you don't see FromSoft suing Neo or First Berserker or any other really successful Souls-like games. Like, this is just a silly lawsuit, in my opinion. Now, unless they can point to things that Schedule 1 literally stole from Drug Simulator, like one-to-one, then I just don't see how they could possibly have a fucking case. And they also mentioned that the storylines... What do you mean the story? The story in Schedule 1 is you were making weed in an RV, your Uncle Nelson got busted, so you ran away, now you're in a city making weed. Which, as you grow your business, you start to branch out beyond Weenie Hut Jr. weed, and you start manufacturing and selling meth and coke and all the good stuff, the bells and whistles. That's the whole story. Drug Dealer Simulator doesn't start that way. You're not in an RV, you don't have an Uncle Nelson. You start in an apartment, you get a call from Eddie. Like, there's not a real story to Schedule 1. The only thing these two games have in common narratively is they both use a phone to feed the player tutorials. In Schedule 1, you get Uncle Nelson on the payphone. In Drug Dealer Sim, you get Eddie on your phone. But you can't possibly copyright the phone mechanic here because so many games do that outside of just these two. Are you going to go after Rockstar Games next for their usage of phones in GTA? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, there's not anything narratively that I can find that's even similar between these two games, other than you start making drugs and selling them on the street. Now, if we want to get into some really nitpicky specifics that I feel like is probably going to be mentioned in this lawsuit, there are things in Drug Dealer Simulator that are similar in Schedule 1, such as the way you save the game. So in Drug Dealer Sim, you save the game here, like you'll see in Markiplier's Let's Play. In Schedule 1, you save in a similar way in the doorways. So those two things are similar, but there's no way you fucking copyright that. I have seen that exact same method of saving games in other games on Steam that I've played during, like, bad game nights. That is not unique to Drug Dealer Simulator, thus I can't imagine that is copyrighted. Another example I think they're going to try is the body searching. So on the left, you'll see the Drug Dealer Sim body searching, and on the right, Schedule 1. I guess it's similar because they both have a progress bar, But what, did you patent progress bars in drug dealing genre? Like, I think it's just complete fucking lunacy here. Like, the body search existing in both games, that's not Schedule 1 stealing from you. That's, once again, just a whole drug dealing simulator idea in the genre, where body searches would happen with the fuzz, with the police coming through and patrolling. That's not something that is specific that was stolen from Drug Dealer Simulator, even though they both have a progress bar. You know what I mean? I think it's just silly. I think they are just so hurt that Schedule 1 has blown up like this when their game didn't, that now they're lashing out like, they shouldn't be able to make this much money when we didn't. We deserve a piece of that as pioneers in the drug dealing simulator genre, which I think is just ridiculous. Again, this is just another game in that genre that, of course, some of the mechanics are going to be similar because it's the same genre. You're still making drugs. There's only so many mechanics you can possibly have to showcase that process. And for what it's worth, it's not one-to-one in Schedule 1 and Drug Dealer Simulator. They're pretty different experiences, even in that regard. To me, this feels like if Overwatch came out and said, we're suing Marvel rivals for copyright infringement. We're the only game in the hero genre allowed to be successful. Get the fuck out of here. Time to bully them and strong-arm them out. It's copyright infringement. It's too similar to Overwatch. And it's like, okay, the games do play similar. They're in the same genre. But you can't possibly argue that any copyright was infringed upon when these games are fundamentally different. Like, yes, they're in the same genre, but they're very, very different games. It's the same with Schedule 1 and Drug Dealer Simulator. I guess we'll see what the investigation turns up, I suppose, but from having experienced both of these games, Schedule 1 feels nothing like Drug Dealer Simulator, and I cannot imagine anything was actually stolen from them in the making of Schedule 1. Like, this just feels like such a fucking delusional lawsuit out of desperation. And it's pathetic. It makes Drug Dealer Sim developers and the publisher look like such bitches for this. Just really salty that Schedule 1 is as popular. Monster Energy files lawsuit against indie game over title. Monster Energy has filed a lawsuit against the indie game Dark Deception Monsters and Mortals. This time, the company claimed the developer Glowstick Entertainment broke copyright with the horror game's title. So, no, wait. So if I go on Steam right now, I bet I have a game with monster in the title. Clash of Monsters, Garshasp. Well, they wouldn't fuck with Garshasp. He's way too powerful. Monster Hunter, Monster Challenge. So are they trying to, like, own the word monster? Because this seems like such a weird topic or target. I don't know this game, but I can't imagine it's like super huge. Yeah, I just read that they did this to Ubisoft Gods and Monsters. And of course, Ubisoft being the cucks they are fucking bent the knee to it, I guess. Company has expanded its settlement terms by preventing Glowstick Entertainment from ever using green and white logo on a black background. What the fuck? Huh? How is their title confusingly similar to the energy drink in any way? What in tarnation? How? It's not like it's just called Monster. It is literally called Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So it's even plural, too. How is there any level of confusion? This is some awful, litigious bullying for no reason. How popular is this game? I'm unfamiliar with it. Is it a big game? Is that why they're doing it? There's 8 people playing this game right now with a 24-hour peak of 17 hours, and the all-time peak was 254. Why are you targeting them? Why? What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. They actually went out of their way to find an obscure title to be an asshole to them. This game came out in 2020 as well. It's not even like it's a new thing. It looks like they're trying to set a legal precedent to sue bigger companies. Oh, interesting. That is very nefarious. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the law to know if that's like actually a plausible strategy, but they did successfully bully Ubisoft, which is... It's a lot bigger than Dark Deception, Monsters, and Mortals. So why would they then downsize? Own the right to the word monster? That fucking sucked for me because my Steam name is Monster. That'd be brutal for me. It's got to be personal. Yeah, maybe someone on the Monster legal force played Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals, and he was like, "Man, this is fucking awful. I'm gonna send them something. I'm gonna sue them." Imagine Rockstar doing that. Brother, we don't even have to imagine. Did you guys forget when Take-Two did that to It Takes Two? Take-Two owns Rockstar. So I guess it wasn't Rockstar themselves, it was Extension. Additionally, Living's posted an official document from Monster Energy to explain their lawsuit's terms. As seen in the image, Monster is pushing to prohibit the word monster in the game's name, claw-like designs, or green and black imagery. Glowstick Entertainment also won't be able to use the word beast or unleash. What is this? What has happened to us as a species? What the fuck? It is well known that Monster Energy is a notorious trademark troll. Unfortunately, they're at it again. For a company that likes to target their drinks at gamers, they also like to try and bully and bankrupt game studios with lengthy, high-dollar litigation. Monster was actually shoehorned into Death Stranding. I guarantee you, somewhere in that game, the words monster, beast, or unleashed was used. That'd be quite a beautiful plot twist if they sued that game after forcing their way in there to be ham-fisted into it. Oh, that's right, they did remove it, didn't they? That's right. Living's plans to fight Monster Energy in court. Dishonest companies like Monster Energy depend on doing their bullying in secret while presenting a clean image to their base, athletes and gamers, he said. Showing their true face publicly is the only real way to stop them. Bro, hats off to this guy. Like I said, I don't know the game. It's not a game I have ever heard of before, but I really hope this blows up their game. I hope they get tons of players and it turns out to be just like this hidden gem. This guy seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He gets it. Monster Energy's past legal battles include suing an Ohio restaurant for containing the word monster on its sign, a Georgia welder for using a similar M logo, and a man's aquarium hobby forum called Monster Fish Keepers. Yeah, this one makes sense. Shame on you. This would have confused me too. If I go to Monster Fish Keepers, I would be wondering, where can I purchase the energy drink? What's all this shit about crustaceans, right? Like, I'd be confused as fuck. That would be a legitimate cause for concern. Those are so close. It has the electrolytes the fish crave. They're gonna try to copyright the Monster Mash next. Thanks to the bits doobie. That's a great fucking idea, actually. Make MWL with Monster vs. Dasani. Not the Dasani part, but having a character in the MWL just named Monster and see if we can get our names in the headlines with Monster Energy suing us. That'd be huge for us. Spread the Moist Wrestling League a bit further. That's a great idea. By getting sued. Yeah, but they wouldn't win the lawsuit. There's no shot. Having a wrestler named Monster and then trying to make the argument that it's confusing for Monster Energy somehow. Like, this is just a frivolous dog shit nothingness. There's just, I can't imagine a world where they could actually win this if it ever makes it to trial. Because who the fuck is going to confuse a Steam game called Dark Deception, Monsters and Mortals with Monster Energy? It's just to bully them and keep trying to monopolize the word monster, I guess. I mean, Apple tried to trademark the word apple and the court just said no. I'm sure it'll be a similar case here. Oh, I'm confident they win this. I mean, again, I can't imagine a world where Monster Energy somehow makes a compelling argument that this game is somehow confusing for their brand to their customers, unless Monster is going to have some kind of bombshell revelation during discovery where it's revealed that Monster Energy is actually shrinking everyone's IQ and turning everyone into fucking lobotomites where they can't process a difference between a video game and an energy drink. That they think their customers are so fucking stupid that they're gonna get confused here because they see the word monster and caveman brain activate, so they assume it's an energy drink. Like, I just can't imagine a world where they can make like a compelling argument. I wonder how they even found the game. The only way that I could envision the way they found this is that they were on Steam literally looking for anything with the word monster in it to be a target of a lawsuit. That's the only way they'd be able to find it, because again, this game has only ever had 274 players at its peak. That is its biggest player count. It's not a massive game, but I hope it turns into one as a result of all of this. They went out of their way to find someone to sue. It's not the game, it's the font. You're putting words in their mouth, unless it's in this lawsuit. I didn't read the actual lawsuit, but even still, the font is still far removed, and it is still plural monsters, and doesn't match that closely. The only thing in common is that it's all squiggly and spooky, whereas this one, I just don't see it even being close. But that's also not even the argument they were making, I don't think. I wanted to wait for vShojo's response before giving an update to this whole story, but with the way things have developed over the last 24 hours here, I'm not confident we'll ever get a response from them, because I don't think there's going to be anyone left at the company for that. It has been a complete collapse of this company, and it is still radio silence from No-Show here, and I've just got to give you this update because it is crazy what's happened. In a nutshell, vShojo was, I'm going to use past tense because this shit is in the dirt right now. It has been fucking blasted to Valhalla. vShojo was an agency that represented some of the biggest VTubers in the space, especially in the English-speaking VTuber space, which is a huge market. These creators pull in thousands of viewers every single stream and are responsible for millions of dollars being generated to the vShojo company. And what's happened recently is tons of that talent had been leaving vShojo, and yesterday, Iron Mouse made a video that really opened Pandora's box here to the scumminess of vShojo, where she explains why she is also leaving, and it's because they owe her a significant amount of money personally, but they also owe over $500,000 to charity that Iron Mouse raised for charity that vShojo was supposed to be responsible for donating on her behalf, something they still haven't done a year later, but I'm sure it's coming any day now. There's just been a big clog at the office, but they're very excited to get to it. And other creators under the VTuber agency have come forward with similar horror stories here about the way that they handled finances, where some of them also are owed a significant amount of money that they haven't been paid. So it seems like vShojo treats payment to their talent the same way I treat changing the oil in my car. I'll get to it eventually. It's not that big a deal. Just keep kicking the can down the road, and eventually my fucking car is just going to break down, and I'm going to be tight. I'm going to be real mad. And much like what's going to happen to my car because I just keep procrastinating the oil change, this company has completely broken down now. From everything I have seen, every VTuber that was represented by vShojo, all of the ones I can find, have either already packed their bags and left or announced that they are leaving. I have yet to find a single person that's like digging their heels into the ground, lat spreading and saying, I'm staying with vShojo, baby. I'm keeping here. This is my ship, and I'm sailing with the crew. I have not found a single VTuber that is standing by them, because it's a pretty indefensible thing that they are accused of here, and they haven't shed any light on their side of things yet, which, admittedly, it has been a pretty short period of time, but with so many people having similar encounters and similar stories about vShojo, it feels very unlikely that there's any wiggle room for some kind of justified reason why they've been withholding payments and not donating what they owe to charity. It feels like it's kind of, checkmate here. I don't think a response would save them in any way, but I mean, maybe they could shed some crazy light here on like what's going on and why. I don't really know, but no one's even waiting for that because of how diabolical it is. And if you go to their website right now and like try and buy merch, it's just taken offline. Like you can't even do that anymore. So it really seems like this company is fucked. It reminds me of from Call of Duty 4. 50,000 VTubers used to create here. Now it's a ghost town, and it's vShojo's office. Real quick though, I want to give you like a bit of good news that's come from all of this. Iron Mouse did a Tiltify link in the description, and that's been shared a lot from a lot of people that want to support because the charity that she was raising money for never saw the money that she earned for them. And since this blew up, the Tiltify link has exploded, and over $600,000 is being donated to the Immune Deficiency Foundation, which I think is very, very nice. I think that is great. So at least something positive has come from this. But overall, it's just like a really sad set of circumstances because of how many people are now going to be out of a job, because I don't see how VShojo has some kind of triumphant bounce back, like a phoenix rising from the ashes here. Because it's not even ashes, it's actually just like feces. Like it'd be like, you know, the swamp monster rising from my septic tank. There is really nothing they could do to ever get their reputation back unless somehow all of them are lying, which I just don't think is possible. I don't think that's the case. I want to show you another VTuber that actually confronted the CEO of VShojo's Japan branch live on stream about how she was also not getting the payments she was owed for quite some time.
First of all, I was already planning to leave VShojo this month. Specifically, on the 31st. Because, VShojo hasn't paid a significant amount of money to me too.
っていうところはあったんですけれども。
So did you just say that VShojo JP itself was doing good?
そうですね。
In finances too?
そうですね。
You haven't paid me.
This was a pretty wacky stream. This shit goes insano style. Her confronting the CEO of this company, her boss, live on stream, and also the fact that her boss agreed to do it in the first place blows my mind. That is baffling. Like, humiliation rituals aren't this brutal. But here he is, and she is not holding anything back. She is not pulling punches. She's not sugarcoating things. It is a smackdown, and it is raw.
I quit VShojo today.
はい。
VShojo 辞めます、今日。
はい。
はい。31日予定でしたけど、今日辞めます。I quit. This is very wrong. ローさん。
はい。
Very, very wrong. You're telling me that VShojo JP was doing good? Looked like, at least.
はい。
Doing good.
払っていたとしても、ケイソンに払っていたとしても大丈夫だったっていう感じですね。
You're telling me you could have paid me?
そういうことです。
Then where is it? Where is it? I want it now. Oh. Did you just die? What?
Yeah.
What a fascinating conversation here. So, the Japan branch CEO claims that the Japan branch was doing fine, and they could have paid her, but they didn't. We could have done it, but we decided not to. What, big whoop? You want to fight about it? So what? So as I understand it, he is saying that while they were thriving, they could have afforded to pay her what she was owed, but from what I've gathered, their hands were kind of tied because the English branch was struggling when it comes to their finances, which apparently caused a disconnect here where they couldn't pay the talent in the Japan branch because the goobers on the English side of things were floundering. That's my understanding of it from everything I've read about all of this. But either way, the brass tacks of it is a lot of talent wasn't getting paid, allegedly. And as you just saw, she quit right to his face. Just actually said, I'm fucking out. Where's my money? Put it right here. Set this shit in my hand. Put the money in my hand right now, or I'm leaving. Okay, I can't help but notice there's here. I'm out. So she left, and literally every VTuber I can find that was with VShojo has also left. This was a speedrun corpo death here. This was a snowball that turned into an avalanche that turned into a fucking meteor that blasted VShojo's headquarters and annihilated them like the dinosaurs. It went fast. It really reminds me of a classic blunder in the corporate world online with Artesian Builds. Anyone remember Artesian Builds? They were kind of like the top dog when it came to system integrators online. Well, one of the top dogs. They were a huge player. Tens of millions of dollars worth of like revenue. And then one stream, the CEO let his mask slip a little too much, and he showed that he was a douchebag. I'm talking turbo redditor loser douchebag. Insufferable. They were doing a giveaway. The giveaway winner was a smaller streamer, and for some reason he stuck up their nose at them, insulting them, making a big stink about it, like, oh, you're just way too small. Yikes. Ooh, look who just won this giveaway. A fucking plebeian? Ooh, yucky. Pew.
2K followers is under my threshold. 3 days ago is within my threshold. Long streams, which is good. An Artesian Builds GIF panel. See if you have redeeming qualities.
What happened if he's personally bought 10 PCs?
She.
I guess
Could be international.
Watching that clip back still makes my skin crawl. It is so cringe. It is awful. Even saying, like, let's see if you have any redeeming qualities. Oh my god. But this clip is infamous. It sank the whole company. That moment was the stake driven through the vampire's heart. It killed Artesian Builds overnight. Everybody left that company, obviously myself included, and it died that day. The same phenomenon has just now happened to VShojo. Within 24 hours, everyone seems to have left this agency. I don't think there's any chance for it to make some kind of miraculous comeback. Didn't work for Artesian Builds, and I don't foresee VShojo having some kind of like silver bullet here, some kind of ace up their sleeve that would like save them in any capacity, because now too many people are aware that they're not a good company. There were things that were very wrong with this organization, and some of the talent that people love, some of their most beloved creators, were mistreated by them and misled by them. And I certainly didn't expect it to be this quick. Knowing what I know about VTuber agencies, their contracts are more like hostage negotiations than they are like partnership agreements. I thought for sure VShojo would have clauses in there that would prevent people from just leaving like this and then like, you know, publicly insulting them and divulging information about why like this. But I'm happy I was wrong here and that the talent does have the freedom to both keep their IP and explain why they're leaving and leave when they want. That's very nice that they weren't locked down, like shackled to VShojo where they could like shut them up and like try and control the narrative. As I said in the last video, VShojo is one of the very few VTuber agencies that I wasn't super privy to the behind the scenes work and the contracts that they do. So I guess the claim was right about freedom, where they do actually have like pretty breathable contracts that is allowing them to just leave like this. That is a good thing. I bet they're pretty upset about it. They're probably feeling very sore, not trying to lock them down and like prevent bad-mouthing the company and poo-pooing on VShojo on the way out, like many other VTuber agencies have built into their contracts. Again, not going to get too deep into the specifics, but this is something you probably won't see happen to any other VTuber agency. So I guess it really was true that they did have pretty breathable contracts. And it's nice to see that the talent is using that freedom to let their voices be heard and not want to associate with a company that they don't support anymore for some very scummy practices. Anyway, I just wanted to give you a little update to this because this was pretty shocking to see how quickly it all just collapsed for VShojo. This was a company that was worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. They had like 4 of the top 10 English-speaking VTubers under their umbrella. Now they have nothing. It's pretty crazy. And it's not like it was all because of Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse was just like the lightning rod that allowed other content creators to feel confident enough to share their stories as well, and it became very clear that VShojo wasn't a company. Today I've got the black shirt on for this funeral service for one of YouTube's first major content teams, Rooster Teeth. After 21 years, Warner Bros. Discovery has announced that it's shutting down Rooster Teeth. Now, they're not getting outright euthanized and going to the Shadow Realm or anything, because there are certain Rooster Teeth projects that will persist past this, but by and large, Rooster Teeth, as you've known them, will cease to operate in the capacity that it has been. With its closure, about 150 full-time employees will be laid off, with additional contractors and content creators taking a huge hit as well. Wishing the employees the best moving forward. I hope they find work elsewhere. Just a pretty sad set of circumstances all around, because I know a lot of people, myself included, have very fond memories of this brand. Rooster Teeth was one of the pillars of internet content creation for gaming for a long time, with series like Red vs. Blue, which were these incredible machinimas that really kind of changed the space for a while and had an unbelievable influence online. I still remember being this soiled diaper baby boy toddler, still drinking milk and having nightmares about cursive handwriting, going into GameStop and seeing a Red vs. Blue DVD for sale there. And I couldn't believe it. My fucking mind exploded out of my ears because I knew it from the internet. And at the time, the internet to me was still this mysterious dimension where, you know, Timmy Turner floats around in the cyberspace on an email. But now I was seeing this piece of internet content I was familiar with in the real world, the corporeal dimension, and I thought it was the coolest shit ever. And it still is extremely impressive what they were able to do, and for so long as well. Achievement Hunter, another absolute colossal success in the gaming space online. Rooster Teeth was just the gold standard for gaming related content for so long, absolutely crushing it, and it is pretty tragic to see how this story played out for Rooster Teeth in the more recent years. Now, Warner Bros. Has been on this absolute warpath, just leaving mangled corpses in their wake where they're just fucking frying everything they own. And it looks like Rooster Teeth is going to be joining Coyote vs. Acme in their dumpster out back. But unlike Coyote vs. Acme, this one I think a lot of people expected. I just don't think anyone was jump scared by this news. Yes, Warner Bros.' recent business strategy appears to just be friendly fire out the wazoo. It seems like they're operating under the assumption of, if we own nothing, surely we can't continue to lose money. But them axing Rooster Teeth and putting them in the Warner Bros. Cemetery, burying them out back, is not shocking. For the last 5 or so years, Rooster Teeth has been really treading water. They've been struggling and they've got no water wingies to help them. Social Blade only goes as far back as 2021, but you can already see that their views had stagnated and often would decline. Before this, they were an absolute juggernaut in the scene. So starting in 2021, they were averaging between 8 to 10 million views a month, whereas in their heyday, in their prime, they were pulling in tens of millions of views per month and tens of thousands of subscribers per month. There's a lot of factors that contributed to this decline, the main ones being just an overall loss of interest from a large chunk of their audience that just went to other channels elsewhere. There's also a ton of controversies that Rooster Teeth kept finding themselves in that they were never able to fully recover from, and a lot of their biggest talent kept leaving them to just go independent and make their own shows and productions. So all of this over time has just led to the current state of Rooster Teeth. It's not flourishing, and it's definitely not profitable. With 150 full-time employees and contractors and content creators, it's losing more money than fucking Madam Web. So it's not surprising that Warner Bros. Made the decision to ultimately just put it to rest. They didn't have many other choices. I guess they could take the 150 full-time employees and just transition them to being door-to-door asbestos sales reps. You'd probably find more money in that than what they were currently finding with the Rooster Teeth brand, which is just sad to see it get to this point, but like I mentioned, it's not the end of everything Rooster Teeth related. They do plan on continuing the Roost podcast network for some time here while they evaluate outside interest in acquiring it. There's also a movie that's being worked on between Warner Bros. And Rooster Teeth that they plan on releasing, though I'd take that with a huge fucking grain of salt right now because Warner Bros. Has become infamous for just destroying movies that are pretty much done for the sake of a tax write-off, like what they've already done with Batgirl and now Coyote vs. Acme. So there's a good chance that this one they just wiped their ass with at the finish line per usual. And they are also currently exploring options for Rooster Teeth's content catalog and some of their IP like Red vs. Blue, Ruby, and Ginlock. So while there is still some Rooster Teeth related content that will survive Judgment Day here, it is still the end of the road for Rooster Teeth itself overall. The general manager of Rooster Teeth, Jordan Levin, made a statement, and I'm going to read this section of it. He said, "We've read the headlines about industry-wide layoffs and closures, and you've heard me give my perspective and updates on the rapidly changing state of media and entertainment during each of our monthly all-hands meetings. Since inheriting ownership and control of Rooster Teeth from AT&T following its acquisition of Time Warner, Warner Bros. Discovery continued its investment in our company, content, and community. Now, however, it's with a heavy heart I announce that Rooster Teeth is shutting down due to challenges facing digital media resulting from fundamental shifts in consumer behavior and monetization across platforms, advertising, and patronage." Now, there's a lot more in his statement here, but this is the only titty I'm going to suckle on from it. I think this part of the statement is the most telling about the challenges that they were facing, and it's challenges that anyone from the outside could also see them facing. As consumer behavior was changing, aka viewers choosing different things over Rooster Teeth and just having a lot more competition in the space, they were no longer like the only place for high quality gaming videos. As the entire digital landscape started to shift, Rooster Teeth kept falling to the wayside, and people were just choosing competitors over them, so they were hemorrhaging their audience, and overall just found it difficult to adapt in the new environment. And then the monetization and advertising changes they make mention of there, I believe the biggest things that affected Rooster Teeth was YouTube's change in how much money is generated by shorter content. For a while, it didn't really matter how long a video was. What dictated the amount of money it earned was basically just views. But then the focus shifted to longer form content with the addition of mid-roll ads, which starting at 8 minutes, you can start putting in ad breaks. And this led to a lot of the focus on the digital landscape being for the longer form content to reach that 8-minute mark. Rooster Teeth's most popular content was usually sub 8 minutes. Their heaviest hitters that were consistently their bread and butter content, like the animated adventures, Red vs. Blue, Rage Quit, aside from a couple of Rage Quit videos which were more than 8 minutes, most of their big successful ones were under 8 minutes, usually between like the 1 to 4 minute ballpark for a lot of these. And I just feel like they took a massive financial hit with that because the content they were producing wasn't cheap stuff for the most part. And there's no way they were seeing a return off the ad revenue because the videos were too short to be reaching that like upper echelon of doubloons that you'd make from a YouTube video. So I just think that as they invested more money into these big projects, without increasing the runtime of a lot of them, they weren't seeing a lot of big returns on it, which probably hurt them. And I'm just speculating that that's the change that was probably the biggest thorn in their side, like the most annoying rock in their shoe. But the entire landscape of advertising online and monetization has gone through huge changes since they began. I just feel like that's probably the one that was the most hurtful to them. But anyway, I'll stop speculating on that and instead speculate on something else. So a lot of people have been wondering now with this announcement, what's going to happen to all of the Rooster Teeth affiliated channels that are under their umbrellas? Things like Funhouse or Slow Mo Guys, things like that, because Rooster Teeth had a lot of other channels outside of just their main one. How will they be affected? I have no fucking clue. It seems like a messy headache to me, since they're under the Rooster Teeth brand, which is of course owned by Warner Bros. Discovery, which has now pulled the plug on it, taken it off life support. It feels like the other channels are going to have to go independent if they want to keep them going, but I don't think they can just do that. They'll probably have to buy it from Warner Bros., right? Wouldn't that be how it works, considering they just got shut down by Warner Bros.? So if they want to go back up without them, they'd need to acquire the rights from them, I would think. But I also don't really know how all of these inner workings here with their deals go. That'd just be my guess. I would imagine a lot of those other channels, like the Slow Mo Guys, would want to continue to operate independently. So I think that'll probably be the direction. I just don't exactly know how that's going to work. But again, I'm just a fucking idiot, so there's a good chance that maybe it's not as messy as I think it'll be, and it might be pretty seamless going forward. But either way, it is sad to see Rooster Teeth shut down after 21 years online and being such a pioneer in the commercialization of gaming content online and really just internet content in general. Rooster Teeth was at the forefront of like breaking ground and commercializing this whole space. So they earned their flowers here, and I'm wishing the best for everyone that was affected by this with the layoffs. I'm wishing you... I don't know how many people out there remember Movie Phone. It's a real fucking fossil from the past. Movie Phone was basically a hotline you would dial to find local show times if you didn't feel like searching for it, and it was really big in the 90s and even a little bit into the early 2000s to a certain extent, but it's completely fucking dead and obviously obsolete. Just saying what Movie Phone was even about is just kind of embarrassing. Just such an old-fashioned service. And just recently an article came out talking about Movie Phone. It is bankrupt and there's only one employee left. There is a single employee answering the phone. A company once valued at $400 million now has a single fucking goofy goober answering their hotline about movie times. It's like I Am Legend over there. He's Will Smith and we're just the fucking zombies trying to get some movie information out of him. When I read this article, obviously people were trying to call. I wanted to wait at least a day, so hopefully that hysteria would die down. Because I'd really like to talk to this guy. I want to know what it's like. He is the last surviving member of an extinct species. This is like finding a Promethean in Mass Effect. This shit is fucking crazy. So I thought it'd be fun to call him, and I didn't know what to expect. I kind of was thinking like maybe this guy's locked in the 90s, so if you ask him about a modern movie, if you say something like The Avengers, he has no fucking clue what you're talking about. The Avengers? Did you mean Ghostbusters? I don't know, I thought it'd be a lot of fun, so let's get a little interview going with the last remaining employee of Movie Phone. I want this to be like some huge surprise, like they answer and it turns out it's my dad.
Hello, and thank you in advance for answering 3 fun, quick, and easy questions about travel.
Fuck travel.
Select colors. Would you like to visit the Caribbean?
Nope.
If yes, press 1. If no, press 2.
It's gonna be a 2 from me. I'm not trying to travel anywhere today.
Great, spectacular beaches and exciting amusement parks.
That's not what we're known for.
Would you like to visit Florida?
No, I fucking live here.
If yes, press 1. If no, press 2.
That's a no, I'm already here. I've already been condemned to this forsaken land.
If no, press 2.
It's a no again. I'm out, please.
Thank you for answering our questions. And congratulations. You and a guest will receive a free Florida Bahamas cruise vacation for 2. You will have
That's not what I wanted. I just want to talk to a man about fucking movies. Jesus Christ, I didn't call this ancient hotline to win some completely outdated vacation package on the fucking Titanic or whatever.
To speak with a live cruise agent, please press 1 now.
I don't want a live cruise agent. I want a live movie nerd. Please.
To speak with a live cruise agent, please press 1
Oh god,
now.
I'm getting Dormammu'd. He's got me in a time loop and he's come to bargain with cruises.
Thank you for calling.
What? Did she just come on here to hang up on me? What the fuck did I dial then? Is Movie Phone now just being used for some fucking cruise scams? God damn. I'm gonna try a different number. Well, this sounds promising. That sounds like I'm dialing an old rotary phone. It's like I'm calling a phone in a dungeon. Listen to that. What the fuck is this? This is like a haunted, cursed line. This dude's gonna answer it and sound like a fucking necromancer or something. The Crypt Keeper.
I'm currently unable to take your call.
Holy shit.
Please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, and I will contact you as soon as possible.
What the fuck was that? I feel like I dialed a direct payphone to hell. Someone needs to help out that robot. It's running out of batteries, poor thing. I feel like I just re-established connection with the dead Mars rover. Or this could be, you know, a Wall-E situation, but instead of being stranded on a planet, they're stranded in a Movie Phone headquarters. So I did a bit more research, and it turns out they fired the last employee. He finally got laid off. It must have been this game of tug-of-war where he just wouldn't leave the office until he got that last fucking paycheck that was never going to come, and then eventually they just convinced him to leave. I don't really know what happened, but this has been an extremely underwhelming conclusion to my quest. It's like the fucking Reddit safe where they open it and it's nothing but like an old pack of condoms and grease. I'm really disappointed. I had this whole fantasy in my head where I'd call this dude, we'd start talking about movies, start learning a little bit about each other, maybe we'd become friends or something, and you know, it's just a little upsetting, to be honest. I think they need to update the articles to not say that there's a single employee manning the phones anymore, because it hurts me to say this, to hit you with the cold water, but he's not manning those phones anymore. It's now been taken over by those fucking robots selling shit cruises and fake stuff. And then that weird, like, malfunctioning robot. I don't know what's going on with that poor automaton, but hopefully someone fixes him, lubricates his gears or something, because he was struggling on that last phone call. But anyway, That's about it. Rest in peace, movie phone, and you fought. There is no company on the planet that deserves its failure more than Ubisoft. Just take a peek at their stock price right now and it'll tell you a beautiful story about a company that's so out of touch that now it is going through a catastrophic collapse where its shares are worth less than shoelaces. I've blabbered on, ranting about Poopysoft till the cows came home, so I'm not here to just do that again. Instead, I want to focus on their most recent blunder, where they just released another NFT game in 2024. 2,024 years after the death of Jesus, they have released 2 NFT games, 3 years after the death of NFTs. This is their second rodeo here, releasing NFT games this year. They've released 2 NFT games in a month of each other. That's like releasing Madam Web twice this year, except these are flopping even harder and even more embarrassing. Their previous one was called Champion Tactics fucking Goober Chronicles or something. But the only thing Ubisoft champions, the only tactic they're championing, is putting fart from my butt onto the blockchain. I don't know who's actually the head honcho at Ubisoft, but whoever their leader is objectively the stupidest person on the planet. If you walked into the office of the Ubisoft CEO, you would be walking into the domain of the world's dumbest man. It's I keep using the word baffling, but it actually is just mind-boggling how this company can be this bad at the one thing they're supposed to be doing, making games. They're allergic to making good games, and at this point, they're just downright allergic to making games. They're pushing NFT slop shovelware now. So they already did the Champion Tactics, and now they have a new NFT game featuring one of their most beloved IP, Rayman, except it's not really a Rayman game, it's an NFT game. It's just a full-blown NFT game called Captain Laserhawk. You see, Ubisoft released another NFT game, Captain Laserhawk the Game. Nope. They released another NFT game? Oh, God! No way the game plays like that, right? This has to just be the recording. Oh, jeepers! Well, I mean, it's Ubisoft. It really might play like this. This is a Ubisoft game. You said this is an NFT game? Let me see. How is it? I mean, it looks like an NFT game, but what do they do? Captain Laserhawk the Game from Ubisoft. I have to buy my ID card. Complete your pre-admission and reveal your ID card, your key to play Captain Laserhawk the Game. Citizenship Service. Owning one of the 10,000 IDs will transform you into a Niji, a brave warrior of Eden. You'll have the power to shape the future of this world and chance to earn exclusive rewards of great value reserved for your rank. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. 2 NFT games from Ubisoft this year, within the last month. That's amazing. I know there's only 10,000 IDs, we need to act quick. They're flying off the shelf. How much is the ID? Good question. Here, the December 11th, the Niji Warrior IDs were minted. 3 days ago, early access. Then we have public. It's a transmedia gaming adventure where the community drives the narrative through innovative governance. How innovative. And if the game runs like this video, you are actually paying to play a game at 3 FPS. What a joke. Hold on, I have to see another video. Maybe it really is just that. Oh, good news, that is actually the only video on it. Not a single other piece of footage exists. Love that. Ubisoft, you've done it again. A smash hit. The game is a competitive online top-down multiplayer shooter game developed by Ubisoft. When will they learn that putting their name on things makes people less likely to buy it? They should be hiding that fact, honestly. Like, if they want to make more sales, they should just take their name off of shit, or use an alias. Eden Online is the layer which gives power to the community when it comes to decision-making for the game updates each season. Eligibility to play the game in early access will be reflected by ownership of a Citizen ID card. Eden Online has a limited capacity of 10,000 seats for citizenship. The game beta will be available at the end of... Yeah, we're past that, I already know that. I'm curious, what do the Delusional NFT Twitter community members think? They weren't super thrilled about the last Ubisoft stinker. Still nothing positive yet. There's only a few posts about it, too. The only post that has any real traction is from IGN saying Ubisoft has secretly launched a new game that features Rayman through its powered NFTs and blockchain in the year 2024. Not even the NFT people that actually buy fucking popsicle sticks as long as they're minted on the blockchain is biting on this one. You've done it again, Ubisoft. Click your buy ID card to see prices. Alright, let me see. Oh man, these all seem so reasonable. I don't know how much is this in money? Someone convert the Ethereum for me. It's 18 to 19 USD. Okay. So it's an $18 to $19 early access NFT game. I don't see how that can fail. I can't believe more people aren't biting. Especially for some of the rare globulins. I already forgot what they call these stupid fucking things. Eden elitists? Jesus, did anyone buy a single one? It looks like all 10,000 ID cards are still here. Oh my god. Look at the top, it says 3,000 owners. Oh yeah, 3.2k owners. Wonder how many of that's held by a development team. Ubisoft's innovation is crazy. It is. Captain Laserhawk is actually a cool show. It has Rayman doing cocaine and eating sushi off of a naked cowgirl's ass. What? What do you mean? The cocaine I can almost understand for Rayman, but what do you mean naked cowgirl's ass? Holy Lord, you're right. And this is not what I thought. When you said naked cowgirl, I thought you meant like a human being, like a cowboy, but woman. No, it is literally a female cow with titties and butt cheeks. And he is actually eating sushi out of her ass, like, no, like just straight up. What? What is this show? Wait, that sounds unhinged. Isn't Rayman a kid's game? Well, I thought so, but I don't think it is. I absolutely cannot pull this up on screen. I'm not exaggerating either. You can't see her nipples, but you can see the big fucking honkers, and he is pulling a sushi roll out of her asshole. Either way, though, this show definitely looks a lot better than the NFT Ubisoft game. That's for damn sure. I don't know why Ubisoft keeps making NFT games. In 2024. X-Defiant died for this. Yeah, Ubisoft had to shut down X-Defiant so they could take all the people working on it and instead put them on... I already forgot what this was. Character growth. It's an extremely important tool when it comes to storytelling, and it's also an extremely important part of getting older. As you age, you're going to go through a metamorphosis, both physically and likely mentally as well. So, today I'm going to talk about my recent character growth. You see, my friends, I have grown, not in height, but in wisdom and experience, and I look back at the Charlie of old with disappointment that I could ever be so naive and short-sighted. 5-6 years ago, maybe, I was a very outspoken advocate of digital downloads. I used to preach the gospel that physical media is a fossil, it's archaic, and we need to wash our hands of it and get into the digital age. Ones and zeros are the future. Tangibility is cringe. How wrong I was. Those words are like venom leaving my lips now. In recent years, I sing a much different tune. I now believe physical media is more important than ever, because we have seen time and time again the evils of not actually owning what you pay for. The reason I'm talking about this is because Ubisoft just went full mask off saying gamers need to get comfortable not owning their games. Fundamentally, that's kind of the point they were boiling down. Basically, he was saying that for subscriptions to truly take off, gamers need to be more comfortable not really owning their products. So I don't have a crystal ball, but when you look at the different subscription services that are out there, we've had a rapid expansion over the last couple of years, but it's still relatively small compared to the other models. One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've built in the game or your engagement with the game. It's just about feeling comfortable with not owning your game. Obviously, this statement didn't land super well, just a full-blown faceplant, especially because it's coming from Ubisoft, which is a company that has a worse reputation than asbestos. Nobody really likes Ubisoft in the gaming community, so hearing them say this kind of shit definitely made it taste even worse. But it's also nothing new. It seems everything wants to trend towards subscription-based services, and it's also not even new in gaming to not actually own your games. Biggest example is Steam. When you buy a game on Steam, you don't own it. In fact, in your agreement with Steam, you even agree that if you break the rules with Valve and they shut down your account, you don't get your games back. You don't get refunded and you don't get the games anymore. It dies with the account. So it's not unusual in the space to not actually own your products, but Steam is just a really good service with it that most people have trust in. You know what people have no trust in? Fucking Ubisoft. But going beyond that for just a moment, I truly think it is vital to actually own what you pay for, like a physical copy of it. The biggest example I keep giving is SpongeBob SquarePants. If you wanted to watch SpongeBob SquarePants start to finish right now, you could, it's through streaming services, but you're missing the best episode, the Panty Raid, because it got censored and pulled from streaming services along with another episode as well. So if you wanted the complete SpongeBob experience, you can't get it through the official channels. Your only options are to either have the physical media on the DVD box sets for the seasons, or you pirate it. That's it. I'm going off a little tangent here. I'm taking a dusty little path down a dirt road, but this is something I've talked about a lot recently on stream. When Dunkey released his video on all the streaming platforms that are popping up, which is becoming a huge headache because there are more streaming platforms popping up than there are stars in the night sky, you can't really get a convenient experience anymore because everything is so divided. The best example Dunkey provided was for trying to watch the entire Pokemon series. You have to go to like 15 different streaming platforms back and forth. So like seasons 1 through 5 on one, season 6 on another, then back to that first one for season 7. Then you have to go to like a completely separate one for season 8 and 9, and then to the fifth one for season 10. Like it's just all over the place, broken up like fucking Dragon Balls across the internet. It's becoming extremely expensive, extremely hard to keep track of what you can watch where. You have to be like Charles Xavier and Cerebro with all these different streaming services pop up just to connect the dots on watching a complete series or a complete series of movies, because they're all over the place with different deals, leading to them being scattered like Horcruxes. It's a fucking nuisance. And it's significantly more expensive than if you had just bought the physical media. You could save so many doubloons as if you just purchased the complete series of it physically and own it, actually own it. And in that situation, you don't lose access to it unless you misplace it or throw it in the trash or a burglar breaks in and steals it. They have to pry it from your cold dead hands to get your fucking complete Pokemon DVD set. But through streaming services, you are inevitably going to lose it because things come and go from streaming platforms every fucking day. So eventually, what you paid access for to get is going somewhere else, and you're probably going to have to buy a subscription to another service to continue to have access to it. It super sucks. And if anyone's got their thinking caps on here, all roads lead to piracy here. I'm not advocating for piracy, mind you. I'm just saying it's a natural byproduct by offering such a dog shit service. It was actually Gabe Newell of Valve who famously said, "Piracy is a service problem," meaning that if you're providing a bad service, it's going to lead to people pirating your shit because it's significantly easier than going through the proper channels. And that's the point we've reached. If you're trying to legally purchase things or go through the official means of getting what you want, it's a headache and it's hard. If you just pirate it, not only is it easier, but you also get the complete package and it's not going anywhere if they decide to take it to a different streaming platform, or in the case of gaming, if they decide to like take the game down or shut it off or something like that. You own it. That's another huge benefit. And you get the complete experience, like with SpongeBob, where you get the episodes that are currently censored. So all of this is just increasing piracy prevalence. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, Ubisoft and all of the other suits that for some reason aren't seeing what every other sane person in the world is. It's just baffling, because it doesn't take a genius to see this. Everyone sees how frustrating it is. And for Ubisoft to say, like, hey, you know what, it's time you get more comfortable not owning your games, it's really out of touch. Especially, again, from Ubisoft. Keep in mind, they offer Uplay, which is probably the biggest joke the gaming community has ever been subjected to. And the only ones laughing at that comedy is Ubisoft, how they got away with releasing something so trash. It's baffling how bad Uplay is, but that's a whole different can of worms. Point is, right now, I think it is more important than ever to actually own what you pay for. I've just had a complete perspective shift on this topic over the last couple of years because we keep seeing how detrimental it is when you don't actually own the product here, in gaming in particular. So yeah, I think Ubisoft is not wrong about this being kind of the future for gaming, where it's probably going to end up with everything offering some kind of subscription-based service, but it's not exactly a future to start pumping your fist over. I really do think owning the product is extremely important now, because we see how easily it can be snatched away for any multitude of reasons. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit because it kind of got thrust back into the limelight here with Ubisoft making. Ubisoft has to be one of the dumbest companies on the planet right now. Their stock has been in a free fall for quite some time, and their financial collapse is making Blockbuster blush. Everything they release flops and is received with a collective yawn from pretty much everyone on the planet. And even in the midst of all of this, Ubisoft just stealthily released an NFT game. This has to be part of some kind of grand humiliation ritual. I can't think of any possible explanation for this. Not only are they extremely tardy to the party, they missed that wave by a few years, but they didn't even have the fucking chutzpah to announce it to anyone, meaning nobody has even heard of it aside from just shooting spitballs at it right now. I can only find 2 gameplay videos from any human being that's even touched this game, and both of them have less than 5 views. Not even the most brainwashed, godforsaken crypto bro goobers are giving this the time of day. And I'm talking about those hopeless souls that are still huffing as much copium as their lungs can handle, preaching the gospel of how NFTs aren't dead and are actually overdue for a second coming. Not even that group is touching this. That's mind-boggling to me, because they are clapping seals that will hype up anything that even has the word blockchain or crypto in it, like with that Flappy Bird NFT scam from a couple months ago. They aren't even looking at this. Looks like every AI-generated ad from Facebook mobile games. There is nothing interesting about that. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't know why Ubisoft put any resources behind it. We need to have a team go out there and investigate what kind of fishy business is afoot at the Ubisoft headquarters. Someone must be pumping galaxy gas through the air vents or something that's turned them all fucking stupid over there. Like, what are they even thinking? What's next for Ubisoft? They're going to try and buy the Concord IP and re-release it as a Ubisoft original? Everything about this idea is terrible, and it gets even sillier when you take a deeper peek at it. So apparently the figurines that you saw battling there in epic combat swag style are NFTs that can be bought on the marketplace from anywhere between $7 and $64,000. If you spend $64,000 on a Ubisoft NFT, you go to hell immediately. The devil makes a special circle just for you. According to the studio director at Ubisoft Paris, the game offers deep strategic gameplay featuring unique in-game assets and several exciting innovations, comparing it to a physical trading card game. I highly doubt that. It looks like the biggest, quickest throwaway pump and dump I've ever seen for one of these crypto games. The team inside the Ubisoft Paris studio developing Champions Tactics Grimoria Chronicles partnered with Ubisoft Strategic Innovation Lab, OASIS, to ensure that our use of blockchain was done in service of delivering new and innovative gaming experiences for our players. Our shared goal is to explore new ways to play alongside, bringing more value to players based on empowerment and ownership. Oh, fuck you. You can suck the dirtiest part of my butthole. The only way we could empower our players is by integrating the blockchain into it and charging up to $64,000 for some figurines in-game. This gives them a sense of accomplishment. Champions Tactics offers deep strategic gameplay featuring unique in-game assets, several exciting innovations. These include millions of procedurally generated figurines, each with distinct stats, assets shaped directly by players' choices, and an open marketplace letting players compose their teams on a peer-to-peer basis, much like a physical trading card game. Oh yeah, get excited, sports fans. Procedurally generated figurines. Yes, perfect. I can't wait to get a god roll on Berserker Knight with double D titties and a cigar, and with the gold mutagen. For months, we have collaborated closely with our community through events and beta phases to build and refine Champions Tactics. We're excited to keep expanding and enhancing the experience together. Ubisoft did not comment on the game's adults-only rating, presumably for its blockchain basis and use of cryptocurrency. Has a fucking adults-only rating? Jesus, it's just insult to injury. I love that they keep saying how excited they are and how amazing it is. Meanwhile, it was quietly released as hush-hush as possible. Yeah, nothing says excitement quite like trying to squeak out a silent fart and hope that no one's around to hear it, dropping this game and hoping nobody puts their eyes on it. Yeah, wow, they're so excited by it. I'd also totally forgotten about this little nugget of Ubisoft lore. In December of 2021, it launched its own NFT platform called Quartz, with Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint as the first game to offer a beta trial. It did not fare well, appearing to have initially only sold 15 NFTs. Jesus Christ, pictures of nutsacks were selling more NFT copies than that. Oh my lord, Ubisoft, how do you sleep at night? That is so embarrassing. And then, of course, they had the gall to blame players. Ubisoft's NFT bosses stated in an interview that players just don't get it. Yeah, it's the players who are wrong, not the soulless zombies at the top of the Ubisoft food chain. They're the guys who get it. We're all just a bunch of dumb, bumbling imbeciles who could never possibly understand the beauty and the innovation behind blockchain gaming and $64,000 NFT figurines. It is painfully obvious to see how Ubisoft continues to fail to such an absurd degree and just circle the shitter. As Ubisoft's money continues to dry up and they continue to scramble and panic internally, they continue to just do the same formula that got them into this pickle in the first place. Releasing bland, open-world games that's just the same exhausting, generic experience over and over again, like the Avatar game, like Star Wars Outlaws. And it's clear from the sales data, like Star Wars Outlaws underperforming so badly for them. Now, even when they do have like a good game that somehow falls between the cracks and they squeak it out from their butt cheeks, like the Prince of Persia game, they do nothing to support it. They just let it fly with no marketing budget behind it to fend for itself and die alone in the cold rain. And it's a shame. Ubisoft just can't grasp the simplest concept that if they start making good games, their stock price will go up. Their sales will go up. Instead of chasing these jackpots, these live service games or games that you can fucking squeeze every single person playing it for as much money as possible to try and get them all to empty their piggy bank and fucking mortgage their house to spend more money on your microtransactions. They should be chasing promising titles that people will be excited for. Nobody is excited for another open world Ubisoft game. Nobody is. Well, I mean, I'm exaggerating. Of course, there are people that like the comfort of like the same formula they're used to. It's cozy. And I'm not saying they're wrong for that, but as is pretty clear from the data, most people are exhausted with it and would rather have new things. So that's where the focus should be. Not NFT moonshots that they're fucking throwing out of nowhere like a jump scare. Not another like Call of Duty killer with X-Defiant. Even though I had fun with X-Defiant for like a week or two, it just wasn't a game that had any real staying power or any actual chance at encroaching on that market share that Call of Duty dominates. It couldn't compete with it, and it's still around. Like, it still does have a passionate community, but it's not a super home run for Ubisoft like I think they were banking on, because they put a lot of money behind pushing that. To me, and keep in mind, I am just a stupid Cro-Magnon, it seems like a simple solution. Start making good games again. Kind of as easy as that, I think. Simple. You just start making good games again. Give up on the open world live service games and shit like that. Just let it die. Give up on crypto games and the blockchain. You can't even get to the crypto bros who will actually eat any shit you feed them. You can't even get to them. You have no fucking shot. So stop spending money there with things like this new Grimoria Chronicle or whatever, and just start focusing on good games. Just fuck, it's not difficult. I mean, making a good game is difficult, but it's not difficult to pivot away from these $100 million budget titles that aren't giving you any returns. It should be a no-brainer to just wipe your ass with that, take a bath on it, and just instead focus on cheaper titles that could be really good. Right now, Ubisoft's strategy is literally, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. So here's an NFT game, please, some whales, spend money on it, we're begging. Oh my god, it is sickening how stupid Ubisoft is. I just had to clown on them right now after reading about this new game. If you can even call it a game, it's not a game. It's just not. It is just a desperate ploy to try and squeeze some money out of some gullible fool. Let's rewind the clocks here for a minute and go back in time to a more peaceful time before the apocalypse, before the coronavirus pandemic hit, before the Fire Nation attacked, before even Karens plagued this wasteland. We're going back to earlier this year when I posted a video talking about a go-kart race that I competed in. In this video, I mentioned a company that I own briefly called Human Media Group. We put on that goofy go-kart event and it was a lot of fun, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the company because I've been getting a lot of questions about it and a lot has happened with it recently. So in a nutshell, Human Media Group was started by Matt and I a little over a year ago because we noticed pretty much everyone that worked in the online field, friends of mine and shit like that, were just getting taken advantage of left and right, you know, getting butt-fucked by demonetization on YouTube for no good reason, or if they did have advertisers and sponsors, they were getting fucked in the mouth without them even knowing about it. Just a lot of shady, scummy shit and very predatory, taking advantage of everyone who worked in the online field. So Matt and I wanted to come up with a better way of helping these people follow their dreams and make it a financially viable career where they didn't have to worry about some demonetization bullshit or just really shady agencies and companies taking advantage of them. So that's why we started Human Media Group, and the name is pretty simple. The reason it's called Human Media Group is because anyone that does anything online knows how fucking difficult it is to talk to an actual human being at any of these companies. You just talk to soulless androids or lobotomized zombies or just AI itself. You never really get a human connection with any of these companies, whether it's agencies or the platforms themselves. And we wanted to actually be there for everyone that's on board with us to really offer just a full suite of services and help them out whenever they need it, even beyond just sponsors and advertising. But that has been the main thing we've done with the people on board with us, is just getting them consistent sponsors for their videos so they have a nice, reliable source of income that they don't need to like fucking stay awake with cold sweats at night worrying about, well, is an algorithm going to take this away with some weird demonetization because I accidentally pinched out a wet fart during the video. And we're really proud of that because it allows the creators to not have to, you know, censor themselves or change things about what they want to make. They can go through with their artistic vision with whatever content they're creating and not have to worry about losing money because of it, thanks to just having the sponsors on board. So we're very proud of that. And we work with a wide array of content creators, mainly YouTubers right now, that range from your traditional, not advertiser-friendly brand risks like Cold Ones, Too Mad, How To Basic, shit like that. And by the way, the brand risk shit is just a whole bunch of garbage. Nobody's really a brand risk online unless they're just filming themselves going around to churches, burning them down and pissing on the ashes. It's just a whole bunch of goddamn nonsense. but we also work with the more family-friendly channels as well, such as Ireland Boys and More J Stew, finding sponsors for all kinds of different content, and it's just something that we've been very proud of. But even just beyond finding sponsors, we also offer like a full legal team to help creators fight bullshit strikes on YouTube, whether it's like a copyright strike or community guidelines that was just a algorithmic malfunction, and then on streams as well, DMCA strikes. We do have a team that can help in that department as well if the creators need it. Overall, the whole idea of Human Media Group was just being able to help creators make a living following their passion and just offering everything they could possibly need if they want it from us. We don't like lock people down with like a ball and chain and butt plug or anything like that. We take sponsors to them and we offer deals for them if they want them, but they're also more than welcome to pursue other deals if they have other things on the table that aren't through us. Again, what we want to focus on is just helping all these creators in the best, most efficient ways possible. Now, if you watch my streams, you'll know who Matt is, the person that I founded this company with. Matt's been a friend of mine since middle school. He plays Destiny 2 with us on stream back when I indulged in that tedious chore getting raid ready, which again, I'm fucking scratching at my neck trying to resist the urge to hop back on and grind more for the next raid. But beside the point, you're probably familiar with Matt. He was also the drummer in 2019 Guy, and he shares the same passion I do for trying to help as many people in the online space as possible. And with that, we also brought on some other partners that share the same vision. We brought on Troy, Jeff, Richard, Ben, Joe. We have a decent sized team now that all wants to put the creators first and help out as many people as we can in the online space. And by doing this, the company's grown incredibly large over the last year, and now we do more work than just online content creators like YouTubers and streamers. We now work with athletes and celebrities like Flo Rida, and one of the biggest ones right now is the Gronkowski family, Rob Gronkowski, Chris, Glenn, Gordy. We do work with the entire family, and we try and bridge this gap between celebrity and online content creators so they can go ass to ass together and create cool, fun content together. And it's just a whole bunch of things that have just been really growing a lot recently. And I'm not saying all this is like a fucking Shark Tank pitch. The reason I'm talking about this is because I've been getting a lot of questions about it over the last couple months specifically. And I just thought it'd be a good idea just to share everything about it with all of you, because there will be a lot of things coming out about the Human Media Group over the next few months, especially from the Gronkowski side of things that I can't fully talk about yet. So I just thought I'd get ahead of it here and just tell you all about what the company is and what we aim to do. Just really all in all, we were tired of seeing up-and-coming creators and even well-established creators getting taken advantage of by these scummy, shady suits at these soulless businesses and just titty-twisting these creators without them even knowing it. You know, like you'd have an agency approach you in an email like, hey, we have a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship deal for $5,000 for you if you're interested. And you're like, wow, $5,000? That sounds fucking great. Yeah, I'm on board. But what you don't realize is that agency charged Raid $15,000 on your behalf, and they're just keeping 10 for themselves and giving you 5. Yeah, 5's still great, but you don't even know how much they're taking on their back end because they're not disclosing it to you because they've been getting away with it for so long and they know they can keep getting away with it. It's just a lot of fucking awful business practices that they've been employing for a long time, and we were just really tired of it, so we wanted to be there to put creators first and just be fully transparent with every deal we're bringing to them, what's going on, the cost of all this and that, and just even beyond the sponsorship deals and shit like that, just kind of being there when creators need us, like I mentioned with bullshit strikes, whether it's DMCA or copyright or something. That's something that we'd like to help people navigate because it's very stressful and very confusing, especially with a lot of these primitive, archaic fucking systems that make Nintendo Online look innovative. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to make this video just to kind of briefly explain exactly what Human Media Group is and what we aim to achieve and kind of what we're all about. Because as Human Media Group grows, it's not like I'm hiding my involvement in it. I fucking helped found it with Matt. And I didn't want anyone to get maybe like a wrong idea because companies in this space have such a negative reputation, and for good fucking reason. The companies in the online field suck actual fucking asshole. And I just really wanted to get out here and just explain exactly what we're trying. What a wild year for the WWE and really wrestling as a whole. If you don't know, they've recently announced a merger with the UFC's parent company, forming a $21 billion powerhouse. And this is huge. I mean, you can already see my cat's reaction, pure stun and disbelief at this wild move. I was originally going to make this video the day of the announcement because I was so blown away by it, but then I decided, let's play it safe. Let's wait on the sidelines here to see if anything else crazy happens this week. Because I thought anything was possible. I was half expecting Macho Man Randy Savage to descend from the heavens to put the kibosh on this merger, just say, no siree, not on my watch, and just fucking shut it all down before it even began. But it seems the dust has settled. This merger is the future of the WWE, and reactions to it are mixed, to say the least. But I will tell you something everyone agrees on. Vince McMahon out here looking like a WWE 2K23 created wrestler. He is looking odd, and his hair looks cel-shaded. Dude looks like a car salesman who's trying to sell me a car that doesn't run. I don't know who convinced him that mustache was a good idea. I wouldn't tell my worst enemy to go out in public with that thing on their face. It looks like he just pecked the exhaust pipe of his truck right before going on stage. But aside from just clowning on Vince McMahon for an awful facial hair decision, there's actually quite a bit I want to talk about with the WWE itself, even outside of the merger, because a lot's been happening this year for it. Now, as I've mentioned, I grew up on Attitude Era Wrestling. I cherish it. It's very near and dear to my heart. I've only recently, over the last couple years, been getting back into the modern era of wrestling, but god damn it, I'd be lying if I said growing up one of my dreams wasn't to be like Kane. And I came close, honestly. I'm only 6 feet shorter and 300 pounds lighter than Kane, but just wait until I hit my growth spurt in the next couple years. There's still a chance. Point is, I always loved wrestling. I kind of fell out of love with it in the mid-2000s era. Maybe early 2010s, and recently been getting back on the saddle and getting into the hype. I've been getting so into it that we started our own wrestling league, the Moist Wrestling League. The first episode went up last month between Chainsaw and Dow Jones, and I'm happy to announce that episode 2 premieres tonight at 8 p.m. EST. So about 5 hours after this video goes live, MWL episode 2 will drop, and I swear to God, you might need a medical professional on standby with the defibrillator because the action, the testosterone overload, as well as just the adrenaline from watching it might just give you a heart attack. So 8 p.m. EST tonight, the new MWL episode drops. Now back to the WWE situation. Now, buckle your seatbelt because I'm about to take you on a bit of a high-speed ride of lore real quick. So Vince McMahon was actually kind of forced out of control of the company after a multitude of different scandals and a ton of bad business practices. I'm not going to sit here and go through the laundry list of fucking business war crimes Vince McMahon has committed over the years. It'd be a 10-hour video. The guy's a piece of shit. He's done terrible things throughout his entire career. And last year, he was kind of forced to retire. And in his stead, he was replaced by Triple H. So Triple H assumed control of the creative direction of the WWE, and he'd been fucking crushing it. Triple H, I think, had been doing a great job making some very hype shows, amazing moments. Most recent WrestleMania, obviously, an absolute banger. That shit was a heater. And he was, I really think, killing it. But after this merger, many fans are concerned that Triple H is now going to just be toilet paper to wipe the WWE's ass. Now that the merger's gone through, Vince McMahon seems to be assuming a more active role in the creative direction of the WWE. He's kind of clawed back that power to become the head honcho instead of top the throne, which means Triple H's vision and direction won't necessarily be the final say-so or anything like that, like it has been for the last 6 or so months. So fans are concerned that this is going to lead to the WWE having a bit of a decline in quality. And it's a legitimate concern because now that Vince McMahon is kind of back in the driver's seat, Triple H doesn't have that crucial role that he did before. Even though he's kind of in the same position, Vince McMahon is now there as well as a creative influence that has the say-so too. So overall, the merger is just leaving fans a little worried about the direction the WWE is going to go in now, since most people have appreciated the recent WWE direction under Triple H as the creative head. It just makes them wonder and scratch their head. Is it going to be shitty now? Is it going to go lame? Is it going to be some pussy shit? Like, what's going to happen next? And that's kind of where we're at right now. This is a huge merger. Like, even if you're not a fan of the UFC or the WWE, these two companies merging like this under one big umbrella is huge. That's a $21 billion valued business right there. And obviously, this opens the door up to a lot of crossover. So Conor McGregor, for instance, was kind of teasing about being like a WWE champion as well as UFC champ, shit like that. And you could have the opposite happen. Like Brock Lesnar, for example, is a WWE wrestler, has been for a long time, but also did compete in the MMA, in the UFC. Like, there is a lot of room for crossover now, which leads to a lot of potential, which I think is kind of exciting, even if the direction of a lot of the crossovers might be a little weak. I've always appreciated goofy crossover stuff, so I think that has a lot of potential to be fun. But who knows, really? This isn't the only big thing the WWE's been experimenting with recently. I think many of you may have forgotten, or maybe never even knew in the first place, but Vince McMahon was actually trying to legalize betting on the scripted matches of the WWE. I shit you not. He was trying to pitch his case to allow gambling on the matches in the WWE. Sorry to tell you, Santa's not real. I know we all know this. This isn't some big revelation, but the outcomes are scripted. That is known. And people know the outcome on the inside. And Vince McMahon was trying to argue that it's, fucking trade secret. It's the Krabby Patty secret formula. No one in the outside is ever going to know who the winner's going to be. Thus, it should be fair to gamble and bet on these for fans. Which is such a silly and outrageous idea, because even if you don't know 100% what the scripted outcome is, fans aren't stupid, Vince McMahon thinks everyone's out there after getting a fucking lobotomy or something. Like, people can follow storylines and have a very good guess at who is most likely going to emerge victorious in a match, thus it makes betting on it super easy. Plus, there's also plenty of ways of just farming that from the inside. People are going to find out what the script is. People are going to figure out who wins, and you could easily just bet on it. It's such a stupid idea. I can't believe they actually tried to pitch it and convince them with a straight face that it should be allowed and would work. There are just so many problems with the idea of betting on scripted outcomes. There's people that know it and can easily just exploit it. But yeah, that was just a really silly one. I don't think that's going anywhere as of right now, at least not that I've seen. I don't have any updates to it other than them desperately trying to figure out ways to convince regulators that it should be allowed. But yeah, the WWE's in a really weird spot right now, especially with its diehard fans that have supported them for years. Look at Io. She's on the edge of her seat here, wondering what's going to happen with the WWE after this merger. Just like all of us, we're all waiting on bated breath to see if the WWE quality really does go down the shitter after this, or if it ends up being a net positive and somehow makes it better. We'll just have to tune in and see, I guess. It has been a rough month for Bungie. They are struggling right now, looking like me trying to reach the top shelf in my pantry. I just made a video covering the lawsuit that they are getting spanked in. That's a little exaggeratory, but it is a very messy lawsuit where they're being accused of stealing for their Red War campaign as well as Curse of Osiris, and they can't actually fight back against those claims because they vaulted that content and no longer can access it themselves. It is just banished to the Shadow Realm. They can't access it, so instead they've been relying on YouTubers' videos and lore breakdown as evidence to prove they didn't steal from this other writer's work. But the judge biblically smacked that down, saying that it will not be accepted. So they're not accepting the YouTube videos, and Bungie themselves can't access the content. So I don't know what the fuck they're going to do about that lawsuit right now, all because they can't stop vaulting content. They're addicted to it. And now today, it has just come out that they have plagiarized another artist's work for Marathon. And it's a lot. And it's also not just claims of plagiarism, and it's not just baseless accusations all around like something really small or trivial that you kind of have to like squint your eyes at and be like, oh, I can kind of see a similarity. It's not like they just stole like, a big Chungus shape from somebody without crediting the artist. They stole so much directly from an artist named Anti-Real. And they have also now come forward, the Marathon dev team have come forward and said that, yeah, it is indeed confirmed they did steal some of that art, but they're downplaying how much of it was plagiarized and kind of pushing the blame on a former employee. So we're going to go through this together because I think it's a lot bigger than they are making it seem. So this was the post that just blew up last night. The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. The side-by-sides that she provides are damning. So on the right you can see her poster, and on the left you can see the Marathon Alpha. You can see Aleph is lifted directly from her poster and just copied multiple times in the Marathon Alpha. Is the same song and dance here with another piece of evidence that she provides. You can see the arrows copy and pasted, but they were actually flipped here, which is the most effort that they went through with this plagiarism, like copying the homework but trying to make it look a little different. They changed the orientation of the arrows, but then everything else they didn't even bother trying to make even slight alterations. The symbols are pretty much exact, except for the first symbol there is like in a different direction, but it's still the exact same symbol. They just made it do like little 360s. It is very clear that they took these designs and just copied them into their game. This one is the most shameless, where you can see a tweet from Anti-Real back in June of 2024 saying, I hid loss in my designs 6 years ago and nobody caught on. And then here's a new post from someone in the alpha saying, here from the future, if anyone doubts the theft of your art, this also confirms it. And it's a screenshot in Marathon, and you can see loss. Now, if you don't know what that symbol is, it's a meme. I'm sure you've at least heard of the meme, loss. So Anti-Real's saying that in her art, she hid that. And then in Marathon, it just magically turns up. And you know, it's kind of a little bit of an odd coinky-dink, you know what I'm saying? I've also seen this one floating around, which is completely indefensible. No matter how brain-dead and determined you are to defend Marathon, there is no mental gymnastics you could possibly use to explain this away. On the right, you can see Anti-Real's poster from the Anti-Real Daily Series, and on the left, you can see Marathon, and you can literally still see it say Anti-Real Daily Series in that green box. They changed the colors but kept everything the same, including the text that says Anti-Real Daily Series. They just tried to cover it very loosely, very lazily, but you can still make it out. Worth mentioning that it's not like they just took her art and then used it in one spot, one time, hidden, you know, off the beaten path, like a little Easter egg behind a dumpster. We have to spin around 4 times and then you get to see what they plagiarized. No, this is art that they stole and used frequently throughout the game. It is a core part of the design, and you see them a lot in the alpha. Apparently, I didn't play the alpha because I'm not really interested in the game. But there are so many screenshots in so many places that all of this shows up, and they never paid her for her work. They didn't give her any kind of, you know, credit for it. Nothing. Nothing at all. And also, there are numerous Bungie employees that follow her account. Like, there are people on the Bungie team that follow her account. It's not like they just didn't know about her, and they're not even trying to hide the fact that they did know her art. So it's pretty clear cut here. Now, Anti-Real said, Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade, but clearly my work was good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without pay or attribution. In 10 years, I have never made a consistent income from this work, and I am tired of designers from huge companies mood-boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living. It's more than mood-boarding, though. Clearly, they did just directly steal the artwork from her, and they very easily could have hired her. If they loved her design language that she had refined, and they wanted to use it to help steer the aesthetic of the game and use it in the game, they could have absolutely hired her. Or, at the very least, paid her for the work. You know, the legal correct thing to do here. It's just craziness. They instead just ripped it. 1-to-1, just ripped it with no alterations or anything. And that then calls into question this whole aesthetic that Marathon has. One of the main things people would praise for Marathon, a lot of people I know hated the alpha. It wasn't received overly well from what I saw. But the one thing that remained consistent is that a lot of players really liked the look of the game. And now this comes out, it really feels like the look of the game is stolen from other artists' work. Like, that's now the perception a lot of people have. It's just so fried. I just can't believe how blatant this plagiarism was. Now, as I mentioned, the Marathon dev team did make a statement. We immediately investigated a concern regarding unauthorized use of artist decals in Marathon and confirmed that a former Bungie artist included these in a texture sheet that was ultimately used in-game. Very convenient that it was a former Bungie artist, even though there's still current Bungie employees following the same account. Calls into question the legitimacy of that claim that this is all just some, like, rogue operative that, you know, became a loose cannon and went off book and stole this work without us knowing. The issue was unknown by our existing art team, and we are still reviewing how this oversight occurred. We take matters like this very seriously. We have reached out to Anti-Real to discuss this issue and are committed to doing right by the artist. As a matter of policy, we do not use the work of artists without their permission. Well, not only a matter of policy, that's a matter of law. You can't just steal people's work like that. Yeah, I don't know why they try to, like, play this moral high ground. We would never do this. It is part of our mission statement. When you walk into the Bungie HQ, it says, "We shall not steal," and that's what sets us apart from the rest of the industry. To prevent similar issues in the future, we are conducting a thorough review of our in-game assets, specifically those done by the former Bungie artist, and implementing stricter checks to document all artist contributions. We value the creativity and dedication of all artists who contribute to our games, and we are committed to doing right by them. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. As other outlets have mentioned, this is not the first time Bungie has stolen art. It happened in Destiny 2 as well, so they do have a history of doing it occasionally, but to this scale is unheard of. This is probably one of the larger instances of just blatant plagiarism I've seen from a AAA game. It is egregious. And what's mind-boggling to me is I went into the comments there on those tweets, and there are people defending it saying that it's just, a coincidence. Anti-Real doesn't own the corporate brutalist style. This is ridiculous. What are you guys even apologizing for? They're actually just shutting out reality. It's not like they just drew inspiration from Anti-Real's brutalist style. They literally took it and copy and pasted it without their permission. They didn't pay for it. They didn't even credit the artist. That is not legal. You can't do that. And yet there's still people just, plugging their ears to it in order to continue to shill Marathon on Twitter. Blows my mind. It is indefensible. No matter how you spin it, they stole that work. And they are openly saying that they did steal that work and downplaying the severity the severity of how much was taken. I think it's a lot more than they're letting on here because you can see tons of screenshots from tons of different examples. Unless that former Bungie employee that they're pinning it all on was like a really higher up on the food chain here that was responsible for a ton of the art in the game, it really feels like it's probably more than just that person. Because there is a lot. Anyway, though, just another bad day for Bungie here. They're really they're going through it right now, and it's all entirely their own fault, really. That lawsuit that could have been handled pretty quickly if they didn't just constantly vault content that people paid money for, taking away people's access to it, including their own access to it. That's on them. Stealing other people's art, that's also on them.